porte. It being 11:01, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Business, affaires émanant des députés, first time consideration of private members' motion M112, political interference, violence or intimidation on Canadian soil, standing in the name of Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal, seconded by Mr. Baines, moves that A, the House recognize that Canada takes global security very seriously and has several cooperative agreements with various foreign states to share security intelligence, protect democratic institutions, and maintain the rule of law, and prevent violence and terrorism. Les événements récents donnent
2 recent events, including the credible allegations of a link between agents of the government of India and the killing of a Canadian citizen, Hardeep Singh Nijjar, at a place of worship on Canadian soil, are examples of rising forms of intimidation, threats, and interference from countries such as India, China, Russia, Iran, and others.
The opinion of the House to ensure that diaspora communities are protected from acts of political interference, violence, or intimidation on Canadian soil. The government should immediately review its measures that hold to account any person or agents of a foreign state undermining democratic institutions, engaging in acts of violence, or violating human or international rights in order to bar these persons from entering Canada and report to the House on the progress of these actions. Debate. The Honourable Member from Surrey Newton.
Hear, hear.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise knowing that what I say and what we do as a result will have profound impacts on Canadians across this country. On the evening of June 18, 2023, Mr. Hardeep Singh Nijjar, a respected community leader from my riding of Surrey Newton, was brutally murdered outside the Guru Nanak Sikh Gurdwara, Surrey Delta. Following this heinous crime, on September 18, 2023, the Prime Minister rose in the House and shared with us the credible allegations of a potential link between agents of Government of India and killing of a Canadian citizen at a place of worship on Canadian soil. Just this past Friday, RCMP announced the arrest of 3 individuals that investigators believe were tasked with the killing of Mr. Nijjar. Mr. Speaker, I commend the work of the law enforcement agencies for their collaboration in laying charges against the alleged killers. I also want to thank the family of Mr. Hardeep Singh Nijjar and the leadership of Guru Nanak Sikh Gurdwara and BC Gurdwara's Council for their continued advocacy. We must continue to highlight the importance of unity during these challenging times. It is crucial that we come together to condemn this heinous crime, support the grieving family, and stand up for the principles of rule of law. Assassination of Mr. Hardeep Singh Nijjar has shaken communities across this country. I can recall the fear and anxiety in the days that followed, fears and anxieties which for many of our constituents has not yet gone away. With that in mind, along with the help of my caucus colleagues, I got working on M112, which I introduced on February 13, 2024, to ensure that diaspora communities in Canada are protected from the acts of political interference, violence, and intimidation. Our government must review its measures that hold to account any person or agents of a foreign state undermining our democratic institutions, engaging in acts of violence, or violating human rights or international rights in order to bar these persons from entering Canada. I know that many, particularly those from our diaspora communities are being targeted and are feeling scared. I want to assure Canadians that we are a country governed by the rule of law, and our government will not tolerate foreign interference or threats against Canadians. Denying individuals from entering or remaining in Canada in order to prevent them from engaging in foreign interference is an important aspect of countering the threat. The integrity and administration of inadmissibility provisions, both abroad and at our borders, contribute to defending against the threat of foreign interference in Canada. While not all activities are conducted in person and many occur online or via Canadian proxies, a portion of foreign interference activity stems from the ability of foreign actors to travel to Canada. Effective screening, refusal or cancellation of immigration documents are important defenses against foreign interference. This motion helps protect our democratic institutions and will raise awareness around rising forms of intimidation, threats, and interference, but it also expresses in no uncertain terms the need for the government to review its measures in protecting diaspora communities. Foreign interference threats take many forms and they do not come from one state. Mr. Speaker, the killing of Mr. Hardeep Singh Nijjar is just one of many examples of rising forms of violence, intimidation, and threats and interference from countries around the world, including India, China, Russia, Iran, and others. While some foreign states advance their interests in legitimate and transparent ways, many others act with hostility that can threaten our national interests and place Canadians and their families in danger. These covert, deceptive, and sometimes violent actions are damaging and they undermine our national security. Foreign interference poses one of the greatest threats to Canada's way of life and our sovereignty. The threat is not new, but in recent years it has increased in both volume and complexity, coming from hostile foreign states and actors disproportionately affecting diaspora communities. As an advanced economy and open democracy, Canada is a target of foreign interference. Protecting our democracy is not a partisan issue. All Canadians, irrespective of political stripe, have a role to play in ensuring our democratic institutions and values remain strong. Every Canadian deserves to feel safe. Canada is a country of diversity, peace, and inclusion. We cannot and we will not tolerate hate and violence. We must remain committed to addressing the threat of foreign interference by modernizing Canada's policies and legislative framework in ways that align with our national values, respects Canadian rights and freedoms, and accounts for a whole range of perspectives and experience. In this age of disinformation, misinformation, and foreign interference, we must continue to do everything in our power to ensure that fair and transparent democratic process are upheld. As part of the commitment to combating this issue, I'm glad to see that our government has already held public consultation to modernize the Canadian Security Intelligence Services Act, the Criminal Code, the Security of Information Act, and Canada Evidence Act, which enhances our ability to address foreign interference threats. With the appointment of Judge Hogue, we established a public inquiry into a foreign interference which recently released its initial report. A final report will be released before the end of 2024. We have established the Security and Intelligence Threats Task Force, which identifies foreign threats, including those who aim to interfere with Canada's democratic processes. I know that our government is working tirelessly to protect national security and public safety. We have provided $48.9 million to the RCMP to protect Canadians from harassment and intimidation by foreign actors. This funding will also help RCMP increase its investigative capacity and cooperate more proactively with communities that are most at risk of being targeted. The Canadian Security Intelligence Services, CSIS, is a key to protecting Canadians from foreign interference threats through its intelligence operations in Canada and around the world. Through Budget 2024, our government is investing $656 million over 8 years to CSIS to enhance its intelligence capabilities, which is critical in our fight against foreign interference. In order to build resilience, CSIS continues to work closely with diaspora communities to raise awareness of foreign interference threats. Some, including certain members of this House, may claim that this motion divides Canadians or that it pits diaspora communities against one another. Mr. Speaker, that is completely false. I brought this motion forward to protect all Canadians so that we have the mechanisms in place to defend our democratic institutions, maintain the rule of law, and prevent violence and terrorism. I'm proud to share that this motion has been jointly seconded by members from all recognized political parties. This motion is a product of my interactions with constituents and others across this nation, many of whom come to this country in search of a life free from political intimidation and interference. To those who came before us and to many around the world, still Canada promises a life where you can live with dignity, where your fundamental freedom can never be taken from you. But I'm afraid, Mr. Speaker, that the potential implications of Mr. Hardeep Singh Nijjar's murder confirms the worst fears of many Canadians, that while you can come to Canada in search of a better life, while you can raise your children safe from dangers faced by your parents and grandparents, it might not be enough. That perhaps the threats and intimidations of the past will follow you here. Let us remain calm and steadfast in our commitment to democratic principles and our adherence to the rule of law. This is who we are and what we do as Canadians. Our constituents trust us to do our best to protect them from any and all types of foreign interference. And so we must stand united against foreign powers that seek to undermine our fundamental freedoms and our sovereignty. All Canadians have the right to feel safe and secure in their communities, and our government remains committed to taking the necessary steps to combat threats of foreign interference. Mr. Speaker, simply put, we cannot and will not allow these hostile activities to go on. We must continue our efforts while strengthening measures to hold to account any person or agents of a foreign state undermining our democratic institutions, engaging in acts of violence, intimidating diaspora communities in Canada, or violating human or international rights. Mr. Speaker, one more time, I want to thank all the members from all the recognized political parties that has come together to support this motion and encourage me to stand in this House to defend the Canadian values. With that, Mr. Speaker, for those reasons, I urge all members to support this motion. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member from Mercier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my colleague, first of all, for tabling his motion, and congratulations on a speech well done, and we support it. It is supported by all parties, I believe. The question that I have for him is this: is it enough? It's like saying in the motion that perhaps it's not enough in Part B. The Liberal government, well, sadly, has been dragging its feet since the beginning of this story. And so finally they're implementing an inquiry into foreign interference, and it hasn't finished its work yet. What does he have to say about that? What more could be done? First of all, I'd also like him to talk about a registry of foreign agents, which we've talked about a lot, but on which we have seen no results to date. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank the Honourable Member and Bloc Québécois for supporting this motion. Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned, some of the steps that our government has taken, which include appointment of Justice Hogue to lead a public inquiry with a final report due by the end of the year. Investing in our national security agencies to help them detect and disrupt malicious activities, including nearly $50 million to the RCMP to combat foreign interference. Establishing national counter foreign interference coordinator to coordinate efforts to combat foreign interference. These are some of the things, Mr. Speaker, but I can tell you there are more to come from this government to make sure that our sovereignty and integrity and Canadians are protected.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Speaker, I commend the member for Surrey Newton for bringing forward this important motion. And as he mentioned, it has the support of all the recognized parties in the House, has been seconded by members of Parliament from each of the parties. This is an important initiative. Mr. Speaker, no Canadian should have to fear being involved in their community in their own country. And this tragic and horrendous murder of Mr. Nijar is indicating to all of us the importance of taking foreign interference seriously. Now, Mr. Speaker, we have Justice Hogue, who put forward her interim report last Friday. She has indicated the importance of taking measures immediately. One, of course, is the foreign agent registry. Another is putting in place protocols. I want to know the member's reaction to putting these elements in place immediately.
The Honourable Member from Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I had the privilege to work with the Honourable Member from New Westminster Burnaby for many, many years. And in fact, when I landed in BC, my first landing was in New Westminster. And to answer to his question, yes, on the foreign registry, I'm also actively advocating that it should come in effect immediately. But at the same time, I would also like to thank the Honourable Member from the NDP for seconding this bill and NDP supporting this motion.
Time for a brief question and a brief answer. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm wondering if my colleague can just amplify the fact that when we talk about that interference, that we all need to take responsibility in ensuring that we're talking about more than one country. And that's something in which I think that really needs to be emphasized. There's not one single country. There's a number of countries that are there, and we have a responsibility to protect our citizenry.
The Honourable Member from Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But thank the Honourable Member from Winnipeg North. Mr. Speaker, I have run into many different members from different communities. In fact, Iranian community has come to me, and they have said that they are, the victims of the foreign interference. The Chinese, Canadians from the Chinese origin, they have come from. In fact, our own member of parliament, from different diasporas, been the victims of this intimidation and act of political interference. So this motion says that it's not only India, China, Iran, Russia, but many other nations that we should all focus on every nation that try to intervene into our sovereignty.
Resuming debate, the honourable member from Calgary Forest Lawn.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are here today because of the real and serious issue of foreign interference happening here in Canada. Diaspora communities across this country are feeling less safe than ever because of fear of extortion, fear of intimidation, and in fact also fear of assassination. Because after 9 years of this Liberal NDP Prime Minister, the Canadian dream of being able to live in this country and express freedom of expression, freedom of religion, and freedom of thought are all broken. We are glad that there have finally been arrests that will bring some justice for Hardeep Singh Nijjar's family and the community. Those responsible should face the full consequences of their crimes, and no foreign agent should be able to kill a Canadian, let alone a Canadian on Canadian soil. We call on the Indian government to cooperate with authorities as they investigate this murder, because the truth must come out. Canada's law enforcement and intelligence agencies must relentlessly pursue any other person or entity that was involved in this murder so that they can be held accountable and brought to justice. We wish the government was able to foil this plot and stop this murder from happening in the first place, as was the case in the United States, where in the US, authorities laid allegations, and within 1 week, arrests were made to those that were going to commit that crime. This Liberal member who brought forward this motion mentioned Iran in this motion, even though it was his own government that refuses to list the IRGC Quds Force as a terrorist organization.
Okay.
This Prime Minister allows 700 agents from Iran's terrorist regime to operate freely in Canada and to terrorize Canadians. Now the regime operatives are recruiting Canadians to terrorize our allies. This terrorist organization shot down flight PS-752. Their families and loved ones are still living in a nightmare without justice for their loved ones. It was voted in this House to ban the IRGC in June 2018. And make no mistake, Mr. Speaker, a common-sense Conservative government under the leadership of the member of Carleton will list IRGC as a terrorist organization and ban them so they can no longer use our country as their safe haven to recruit, fundraise, and hide from any accountability. The communist regime in Beijing is another threat that this government ignores. This is the same Prime Minister and his entire cabinet that showed their cowardice by abstaining on a vote to recognize that there is a genocide being committed by the communist regime against the Uyghur Muslims. The Foreign Interference Inquiry Commissioner confirmed that agents from Beijing interfered in the 2019 and 2021 Canadian elections. Our former colleague Kenny Chiu, his election was impacted by foreign interference, as we found out from the recent findings by the Commissioner. My colleagues have had real threats to their safety and to their families because of foreign interference and the lack of any courage to stand up to foreign interference by this Liberal NDP government. It's that same regime that also intimidates and threatens Canadians who exercise their right to freedom of speech and to vote. And instead of standing up for Canadians, this government was dragged kicking and screaming to call a public inquiry into foreign interference in the first place. Police stations run by the communist regime of Beijing are here intimidating others that are pro-democracy. This only further demonstrates that this Liberal NDP government must take further action to protect our country, including by immediately implementing a foreign influence registry, something that the Conservatives have been calling on for a long time. We believe paid agents of foreign governments should have to be registered. If a Canadian food bank must register to lobby a Liberal minister, paid foreign agents should have to register as well. Even this Prime Minister's senior bureaucrats recommended he set up a registry, but nothing has been done. Conservatives brought an Opposition Day motion in May of 2023 calling on this government to create one. All the opposition parties here voted in favor of it as well. Canadians are still waiting to have a registry implemented. This House adopted that motion a year ago. For the sake of Canada's democracy, the Liberal government cannot continue to dismiss the impact that this interference has had on our elections. And this was further confirmed by the recent findings by the Commissioner. Conservatives will continue to fight any foreign interference from any country and put an end to any attempts by foreign governments to target Canadians and our elections. Mr. Speaker, this issue is one of the most important that we speak about in this House because fundamentally it is about protecting our country and protecting our people from foreign governments who seek to target them. The duty of government to protect Canada and Canadians is one of its most important responsibilities, and yet sadly, as we have seen over the past 9 years, the government has failed to do this. We have seen unprecedented foreign interference for years in our democracy and in our communities, and yet this Liberal government has refused to take the action necessary to bring it to an end and send a message to foreign countries that Canada will not tolerate it anymore. Many immigrants that came to this country, like my family, came here for a safe future. Many immigrants came here because they left countries where they didn't have freedom of speech, freedom of religion, freedom of thought, that weren't allowed to vote the way they wanted to vote. Yet when they came to this country, it was like that Canadian dream that they came here for, to live freely, to be able to express themselves through their religion, through their thoughts, through their words. They don't feel like they're in a country that they're able to do that. It's almost like they left a country and came to one where they feel like, what did we leave our old country for when we can't freely express ourselves here either? But that's after 9 years of this Liberal NDP government failing to protect Canadians and failing to protect our democracy. But make no mistake, Mr. Speaker, under a common sense Conservative government, under the leadership of the next Prime Minister, the member from Carleton, we will do just that. We will restore the Canadian dream. We will act to secure our democracy, protect our people, and end foreign interference anywhere within our borders. Restore the hope that if you come to this country, you will be able to express yourself freely through your religion, through your thoughts, through your speech, and through your expressions. We will bring the once lauded Canadian dream back to this country once again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah. Bravo.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments? Oh, excuse me, you'll forgive me. You'll have to forgive the member because, of course, I had mistaken my place from the first intervention from the member who had introduced this motion. L'honorable, resuming debate.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Look, I'm going to try to make a speech that will be of interest to whatever government takes power. So listen, no one is against virtue, and this is nothing new. One of the earliest philosophers, Socrates, said that no one desires evil. So no one is against virtue. But this motion is divided into three parts, if you will, and I will summarize those to make sure that we're at the right place. The first section calls on the House to recognize that Canada takes global security very seriously. And we know that Canada is a member of the Five Eyes, maybe a junior member, but a member nonetheless. So we provide information and get information from the other members. In recent years, there have been some questions about the effectiveness of that system because it seems that in the area of foreign interference, we haven't been very quick to react. So the House recognized that Canada takes global security very seriously. It also talks about an event, which was the murder of a Canadian citizen, Hardeep Singh Nijjar, at a place of worship on Canadian soil. So that's one example of the threat and of the interference, and it mentions countries like India, China, Russia, and Iran, and others, and they are known for interfering in one way or another in the affairs of a number of other countries. And it says that the government should immediately review its measures that hold to account any person or agents of a foreign state undermining democratic institutions, engaging in acts of violence, or violating human or international rights. So no one is against virtue, as I said. But it makes me smile a bit, it makes me laugh a bit, because this motion calls on the government to play the role, to do basically the job that it should be doing. It should have done already. This should already be in place. 10 minutes? 10 minutes, right? 8 minutes, okay. Okay, sorry. Okay, so listen, in concrete terms, it talks about reviewing measures taken to hold to account foreign agents, and so on. So this government has hardly shown itself to be very active in reacting to interference, for example, with the Winnipeg Lab, the election meddling, the harassment of certain members of the diaspora, and so on. So holding people to account, it seems to me that should have been undertaken a long time ago. And when we talk about holding to account, you have to distinguish between influence and interference. And it's debatable. And with influence, there's really nothing wrong with that. But with interference, then reaction is required. Action has to be taken. Something has to be done about interference. And we know that in November 2020, the House of Commons passed a motion calling on the government to create a foreign agents registry, and that still hasn't happened. And by the way, I tabled the legislation that would create such a registry, but this still hasn't happened. The problem with interference has been known about for a long time. But the government was a bit naive when it came to China and a bit complacent, because over all those years, not much has been done except for not supporting my bill or obfuscating. And there has been a lot of documents have been redacted, and we've been told that there's nothing to see here, there's nothing to be concerned about. But there are reasons to suspect that maybe that's not true. And there was this recent report from there was a special rapporteur who definitely raised questions. And there was the Rosenberg report in 2019, which investigated potential Chinese interference. And in that report, there were 23 words out of 23,000 words that referred to Chinese interference. So obviously this was just a complacent report with the sole purpose of obfuscating. Then there was the Trudeau Foundation case with checks written in Mandarin, donations paid and paid back, and the board of directors in disarray. It was a crisis, but trust is everything. Confidence, public confidence, is the main thing, and so there has to be a relationship of trust, or else things just don't work. The Rosenberg Commission did publish a report. I wasn't all that happy with it, and then we recognized the value of Mr. Johnson and his. It's debatable whether he was independent. He was a good person, but not necessarily as independent as we might like. So a lot of his report couldn't be made public, but pressure was put on that, and then Mr. Johnson, he withdrew, he stepped down before completing his work. And then there was the Hague Commission, which recently gave an interim report that says that there is foreign interference going on. So confidence has been lost in the government apparatus in the area of foreign interference. The public is hardly reassured. We're hardly confident whether our election system is truly free and fair. And we can certainly see everything. We have reason to wonder where everything's being done to protect national security. It appears to me that things are working okay, but I can hardly say the government's been prompt in reacting or even strong in reacting. So when you have vague and perhaps naive foreign policy, it's hard to react in a piecemeal fashion. And we need to react more in a general sense instead of just reacting on a case-by-case basis, which is what the government appears to be doing currently. So, as I said, it's hard to be against virtue, but the Bloc will support this motion in principle, even if it's very timid at the best. Resuming debates, the Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as I explained earlier, we're going to be supporting motion M112 so that we can fight against violence, intimidation, and threats on Canadian soil. And as the member for Surrey Newton said, this motion is a good one. This is a very worrisome situation, and we saw this with the Hague Commission in its first report. Even though Justice Hague said that there was no impact on previous elections, there is a potential for that interference, the foreign interference, to play a greater role in the future. So that's upsetting and worrisome, and that's why we would truly like to see the government take action immediately and put in place a registry for foreign agents. And there should also be protocols in place for the information that's shared, because clearly, not in the 2019 and 2021 elections, but even if back then there was nothing that changed the results, it certainly affected Canadians' confidence in our electoral system. So for those reasons, we need to have protocols and procedures in place so that information is shared, and so the government and the authorities can make good decisions and take action instead of just observing what's happening.
Speaker, we'll be supporting motion M112. The horrific murder of Mr. Nijar, Canadian citizen in Canada, murdered just a few kilometers from my home, is something that I think is in a wake-up call for Canadians right across this country. That there is an ability for foreign governments to intervene in our country in a way that can be profoundly destructive to democracy, and in the case of Mr. Nijar, cost him his life. And our condolences go to him and his family, and of course his friends, everyone associated with him. This was a horrible, tragic killing that can never be repeated. And we commend the intelligence agencies and our police for having arrested the hit squad that was sent to kill him. And justice will be done. It is encouraging that we know that justice will be done one day. But our condolences go to his family. There is, and our thoughts are with him. Now, Mr. Speaker, the NDP spoke up about foreign interference first and foremost. It was in February that our leader, the member from Burnaby South, first raised the issue of having a public inquiry into foreign interference. And you'll recall, Mr. Speaker, NDP brought forward at the Procedure and House Affairs Committee a motion that eventually was debated and passed in Parliament with the support of 4 of the 5 political parties in this House. We then moved forward with an Opposition Day motion, and the Opposition Day motion expressed non-confidence in the government's original intent around dealing with foreign interference, the appointment of a very distinguished special rapporteur, David Johnstone. But that process and his appointment simply did not have the confidence of this House. And you'll recall, Mr. Speaker, the NDP put forward that motion expressing non-confidence. I said at the time, so did the member from Burnaby South and a number of other NDP MPs, that if this House expressed non-confidence, that we were confident that Mr. Johnstone, because of his respect for Parliament and respect for democracy, would choose to step down. And indeed, this Parliament adopted, again with 4 parties out of 5 voting in favour, we expressed that non-confidence in the special rapporteur process, not in the individual. And Mr. Johnstone, a week later, chose to respect that vote and resign. And so that opened the door for what we believed since February needed to happen, which was putting in place a public inquiry. And working very diligently, the House leaders over the summer were able to come up with the recommendation around an appropriate justice, a Justice Hogue, who then began her work last fall and has issued the preliminary report that will lead to a final report by the end of this year. All of these things came because the NDP felt very strongly that that all types of foreign interference needed to be treated seriously. And Mr. Speaker, I think it's fair to say the government has finally come around to that fact. All of the recommendations that will be made by Justice Hogue by the end of this year need to be implemented. But, Mr. Speaker, we've also been very vocal about implementing some measures immediately, putting in place a foreign agents registry. Absolutely essential, needs to happen right away, and we are going to continue to push the government to do this. And the protocols within the information that comes to light with the government, it is very important that protocols be established about how to communicate that information, to electoral authorities, potentially to candidates in an upcoming election, certainly to law enforcement in the horrific case of the murder of Mr. Nijar, that information that comes forward, this intelligence, needs to be vetted and acted upon, and the communication around that information needs to be handled effectively and carefully, of course. The reality is, I think from the preliminary report of Justice Hogue, it's not clear that that was the case, that the government seemed to be working with a very informal and not effective set of protocols. This needs to change, Mr. Speaker. And Motion M112 does speak to that, the importance of reviewing all of the measures, taking new measures. I think it's fair to say that members of from all corners of the House support that. I will raise concerns. I stood up to ask a question when you asked for questions on the official opposition response on this private members bill, because it seems that there are some kinds of foreign interference that the official opposition condemns, but others that they are less ready to condemn. And I find that very disturbing, Mr. Speaker. All forms of foreign interference should be condemned. And we, of course, have spoken out. The member from Vancouver East spoke very eloquently of the inquiry about interference from China. We have spoken very determinedly. The member, our foreign affairs critic from Edmonton Strathcona, has spoken about interference from Iran. It is also equally important to condemn foreign interference coming from India and from Russia. And indeed, the public inquiry is looking into all of this. I note Balpreet Singh's comments around the official opposition and the member from Carleton, saying this last October, quote, "I'm very disappointed to see His Majesty's loyal opposition leader," the member from Carleton, "siding with the hostile foreign government against Canadian intelligence, Five Eyes intelligence, and frankly, the memory of a dead Canadian citizen." End of quote. Mr. Speaker, we've also seen the unwillingness just in this recent speech to condemn what was a horrific murder and the ongoing interference that is coming from India as well. And the issue around Russian interference, which played such a preponderant role in overthrowing the 2016 election and led to the election of Donald Trump, overthrew the Brexit election that the people of the United Kingdom are still contending with, the fallout from that foreign interference, to suggest that Russia, because of its massive social media reach into each and every Canadian home, is simply not something that we should condemn, I find quite disturbing. So, Mr. Speaker, unlike the official opposition, we condemn all forms of foreign interference. We are very concerned about the rise in foreign interference. It is for that reason, and to commemorate the horrific murder of Mr. Nijar, that we will be voting in favor of this motion, and we will continue the fight in this House of Commons to ensure that the government takes action on all forms of foreign interference and takes action now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat. Resuming debate, the honourable member from Steveston, Richmond East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise today in support of this very important motion, Motion 112, and I'd like to thank the member from Surrey Newton for bringing this motion before us, and of course for his dedicated service. Democracy has always been at risk and tested throughout history. Living here in one of the world's greatest democracies, it's easy to forget how fragile it is. These are real threats posed by foreign governments who seek to intimidate diaspora communities in Canada. We need to combat these threats with new tools, resources to protect our democracy, our institutions, and of course our way of life. Our government has taken some strong measures like creating a National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians so MPs could be briefed with gathered intelligence and sensitive information they can work with to make recommendations to government. Additionally, the Security and Intelligence Threats to Elections Task Force was installed to maintain the integrity of our electoral process. And in Budget 2024, we're committing $655.7 million over the next 8 years and $114.7 million in ongoing funding to the Canadian Security Intelligence Service to enhance its intelligence capabilities, in addition to the increased funding for the RCMP. These efforts demonstrate the commitment of this government in pushing back against the threats of foreign interference. While these are necessary steps, we recognize they are not sufficient, and we need to modernize our approach and fight to protect ourselves. As Justice Hogue's recent report made clear, more work needs to be done to protect Canada's democracy and institutions from foreign interference. The murder of Hardeep Singh Nijjar in front of the Guru Nanak Sikh Gurdwara in Surrey is proof of how far some foreign actors will go to achieve their objectives, to harm opposing ideologies, or attempt to destabilize our strong and free nation. Canadian police and intelligence authorities need the necessary tools to track. They must be equipped with the tools to expose threats from foreign state actors or individuals from within Canada. I was encouraged to hear during the RCMP press conference recently that cooperation between the RCMP and its counterparts in the Five Eyes allied nations, particularly the United States, helped make these arrests possible. This is why M112 specifically references the sharing of information and security intelligence to protect democratic institutions, maintain the rule of law, and prevent violence and terrorism. However, we must do more to protect vulnerable diaspora communities and the integrity of our democracy. Gone are the days when the Conservative government thought it was a good idea to invite Chinese police state officers to come here, strike fear in Chinese diaspora community, and repatriate people back to China. M112 calls on the government to review its measures that hold to account any person or agents of a foreign state undermining democratic institutions, engaging in acts of violence, or violating human or international rights in order to bar bad actors from entering Canada. At the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics, we completed a study on foreign interference last year. We heard valuable testimony on steps Canada could take to address foreign interference, including a foreign agent registry. And I know the registry has been mentioned a couple of times here. While the registry is another tool that could have the ability to protect our intellectual property, academic institutions, research and development, industry and innovation, the registry lacks the strength to target clandestine actors. I reached out to CSIS officers for support and protection advice, and they recognize the registry has its limits. And this is what Dan Stanton, the former executive manager at CSIS, also told me. Because it still does not solve the issue of a proxy acting out illicit activities. When asked if a registry would blunt the attempts of the PRC to influence Canada's elections, he said it would not. What Stanton did recommend government focus on was the Security of Information Act, which is why I was very encouraged to see our government take another strong step forward this past November to launch the consultations to amend the Security of Information Act and the CSIS Act to modernize our response to the ever-evolving threats. The findings from the public safety consultations on amendments to the CSIS Act proved to be productive and thoughtful. The report found strong support for proposed amendments to Section 16 of the Act. Section 16 would close the gap created by technological evolution and regain the ability for CSIS to collect from within Canada foreign intelligence about foreign states and foreign individuals in Canada. Mr. Speaker, the amendments proposed in the consultations for the Security of Information Act provide investigators and prosecutors new categories of offences in response to the reality of modern clandestine activity, to pursue hostile foreign actors from Iran, Russia, China, India, or any hostile state. Notably, the Department of Justice received strong support for increasing the penalty for the preparatory acts offence in Section 22 and expanding its scope of application to other Security of Information Act offences, as well as to the new foreign interference offences being proposed under the Act. Rightly, the report was conscious of the risks these changes could pose to the Charter and provided warnings to the government that safeguards are necessary to ensure these powers are only used against foreign actors. I look forward to seeing revisions to the CSIS Act and the Security of Information Act in this House very soon. Foreign interference ranges from direct hostile action, such as the murder of Mr. Hardeep Singh Nijjar, to the spread of online misinformation and disinformation. The Ethics Committee is currently studying the effects of misinformation and disinformation on the work of parliamentarians. We heard fascinating testimony last week from Ben Nemo, a threat investigator at OpenAI, who spoke about the range and success of varying foreign interference plots. He spoke about some efforts that had tremendous impact, such as the Russian hack and leak operations in 2016 that targeted the United States. But other initiatives, like the Russian Operation Secondary Infection, between 2014 and 2019, posted hundreds of pieces of content across hundreds of platforms, where very little of it was seen by real people, not having the intended impact. Again, foreign threats have been real for a long time. Russia state actors may have pioneered mass information activities, but other states are now emerging as leaders in these campaigns. We learned this recently from Justice Hogue's interim report and her findings. Although attempts to interfere in recent elections were not successful, we need to be increasingly vigilant about the intentions of hostile nations and make sure our security intelligence agreements with foreign states work to protect Canadians. As Abraham Lincoln once said, Mr. Speaker, that dogmas of the quiet past are inadequate to the stormy present. We must adapt our thinking and our actions to new realities, which is why I call on all members of this House to support M112. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat. Resuming debate. Is the House ready for the question? The question is as follows. Mr. Dhaliwal, seconded by Mr. Bains, moved that A, the House recognize that 1, Canada takes global security very seriously and has several cooperative agreements with various foreign states to share security intelligence, protect democratic institutions, maintain the rule of law, and prevent violence and terrorism. 2, recent events, including the credible allegations of a link between the agents of the Government of India and the killing of a Canadian citizen, Hardeep Singh Nijjar, at a place of worship on Canadian soil, are examples of rising forms of intimidation, threats, and interference from countries such as India, China, Russia, and Iran, and others. And B, de l'avis de la Chambre.
B, in the opinion of the House, to ensure that diaspora communities are protected from acts of political interference, violence or intimidation on Canadian soil, the government should immediately review its measures that hold to account any person or agents of a foreign state undermining democratic institutions, engaging in acts of violence, or violating human or international rights, in order to bar these persons from entering Canada, and report to the House on the progress of these actions.
If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The honourable member from Winnipeg North.
Speaker, we request a recorded vote, please.
Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, May 8th, 2024, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. Order. Point of order. The honourable member from New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. There have been discussions, and I hope you will find unanimous consent for the following motion, that notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House, A, the amendment to the motion at second reading for Bill C-64, an act respecting pharmacare, in the name of the MP for Cumberland-Colchester, be deemed withdrawn, and B, Bill C-64, an act respecting pharmacare, be deemed read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Health.
So I already have indication that there is not unanimous. Well, I'll still ask a question, and I'll forgive the honourable member. If he wants to continue, then I'll ask the question. So, one moment, please.
Changing the rules?
Scott, usually. Indeed, I did hear someone indicate that they do not give this motion unanimous consent. So there is not unanimous consent for this motion, to all members. So, point of order again, the honourable member from New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to clarify, the Conservatives said no to that unanimous consent motion?
Cannot clarify that at all. There was unanimous consent. There was not unanimous consent given by the House. Point of order. The honourable member from Perth Wellington.
Just to clarify that the NDP is trying to at time allocate a bill using a point of order.
That sounds very close to debate, and I thank the honourable member for that point. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day. Ordre du jour. Government orders. Ordre émanant du gouvernement. Consideration at second reading of Bill C-69, Budget Implementation Act 2024, number 1.
Madame Haidou pour Madame Freeland, appuyée par Madame Valdez.
Madam Hyland from Ms. Freeland moves that Bill C-69, the bill tabled on April 16th, be sent to the Committee of Finance. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government Leader.
Mr. Speaker, and what a pleasure it is to be able to rise and start the debate on Bill C-69. Governments have an opportunity every year to be able to put down in legislation initiatives that can have a wonderful impact. And I look at Bill 69 as a budget implementation bill that is really going to make a difference in the lives of Canadians, Mr. Speaker. I would like to think that all members of the House would in fact get behind the legislation and in fact the budget for the many positive initiatives that the budget is putting into place for the benefit of all Canadians, no matter what region of the country that they're in, Mr. Speaker. If there's a theme to be taken out of the budget from myself personally, and I hear many of my colleagues talk about it, whether it's the Prime Minister or just caucus discussions that we have, and that is with respect to the sense of fairness. Think about Generation X. Think about the millennials. Think in terms of how it is, Mr. Speaker, that as a government that we can ensure that there's a higher sense of fairness. And we saw a good example of that back in 2015, 2016, when we brought in our first budget. Taxation policy is important. And this, through this legislation in the budget, Mr. Speaker, what you'll see is there is a higher sense of fairness where we're looking to the wealthiest of the country to pay a fairer share, Mr. Speaker. This is not the first time. In fact, back in 2015, 2016, we put a special increase on tax for Canada's 1% wealthiest. Well, today, Mr. Speaker, we're turning, and it's even a smaller percentage, recognizing that there is a need for us to continue to provide the good quality programming that the government has been over the last number of years, and many of those things are being enhanced through this budget and through this legislation, Mr. Speaker. Some of it is for the first time, other aspects is a continuation. But what it really means, Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, that we have a government that is very much cares about the well-being of Canadians and wants to be there to support them in a fair fashion. And if you take a look at the overall government policy that we have witnessed over the last 8+ years, Mr. Speaker, you will see that in comparison to other countries in the world, Canada is doing relatively well. And I can highlight a few of those, if I may, Mr. Speaker. But before I do that, I want to talk about the last few times in which the Prime Minister came to Manitoba. Because I think it highlights, in my opinion, 3 areas that Canadians understand and are very much appreciative in terms of the government taking a high priority. Last year, one of the visits, the Prime Minister comes to Winnipeg and visited actually Stanley Knowles School, which is pretty close to the heart of the Winnipeg North, Mr. Speaker, and it was to highlight the issue of childcare. Visited a childcare facility at Stanley Knowles School, and I can tell you the reception was exceptionally positive as people understood what it is that the Government of Canada was doing. For the first time, we have a national child care program that ensured $10 a day daycare, Mr. Speaker. And that has had a profoundly positive impact in the province of Manitoba, indeed of all of Canada. We saw the province of Quebec that instituted it many years ago and took that idea and turned it into a national program. And as a direct result, not only are we making childcare more affordable for Canadians, but we're also enabling more women than ever to get engaged in the workforce on a percentage basis, Mr. Speaker. To no real surprise, as we anticipated that that would happen. There are many benefits that we have seen through the $10 a day childcare program, first ever by a national government, Mr. Speaker. And every province now has signed on, and territory, recognizing the true value. Second visit from the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, in which I was able to, again, this time participate in a press conference. The single greatest issue that I have ultimately seen over the last 30-plus years as a parliamentarian, at least in my constituency, and I would ultimately argue across Canada, is the issue of health care. We love our health care system. We're passionate about it. In fact, if you talk to many people and you ask them what makes you feel good about being a Canadian, it is our health care system. Often is what comes out, Mr. Speaker, as the thing that helps us identify and feel good about being a Canadian, Mr. Speaker. Well, as we know, working with all the different provinces, the federal government came up with a generational commitment going forward of $198 billion. That's billion dollars, not million. $198 billion over 10 years. That enables long-term planning, financial planning, in an area that Canadians are genuinely concerned about. At that particular press conference, Mr. Speaker, we had not only the Prime Minister, we also had the National Minister of Health, joined with the Provincial Premier of Manitoba and the Provincial Minister of Health, and the most important people, healthcare workers, Mr. Speaker, that were there to witness the announcement for the province of Manitoba. Well, what took place in Manitoba is taking place across the country, because for the first time, Mr. Speaker, in a generation plus, we now see a Prime Minister that is committed to ensuring that we have a world-class healthcare, dealing with the issues that we are hearing from at the doors of people, concerned about family doctors, concerns about healthcare workers, Mr. Speaker, and how it is that we're going to be able to get things such as credentials being recognized, how we can ensure that the healthcare workers are in fact being valued, how we can bring additional healthcare workers and supporters, support staff into the system, so that we're able to meet the expectations that Canadians have. Looking at ways in which we can expand into mental health like we have never done in the past, Mr. Speaker. It's a government that cares about health care. And looking at the Canada Health Act and the benefits that provides every Canadian in every region. Interesting, you know, I made reference to the child care. I gave credit to the province of Quebec. Well, health care, a great deal of that credit goes to the province of Saskatchewan in terms of its origins, Mr. Speaker. More recently, we had the Prime Minister come to Winnipeg. And this time we were involved in a press conference that not only included the National Minister of Housing, we also had the Premier of the province, provincial ministers, and we had the Mayor of Winnipeg also participate, Mr. Speaker. And at that particular press conference, we dealt with the issue of housing. We're very much aware of the needs for housing. I have stood in this chamber on numerous occasions, Mr. Speaker, to talk about the importance of the issue of housing and it's somewhat hypocritical of the official opposition to stand in its place and criticize the federal government for not doing enough on housing when you compare what it is that they did when they were in government, in particular, the current leader of the Conservative Party, who I think built 6 houses, nonprofit housing units in total, spending hundreds of millions, and was able to get 6 built, Mr. Speaker. But I didn't necessarily want to get to that, Mr. Speaker, a little bit off track. The point is, we had a wonderful press conference with different stakeholders out in Transcona, where we had a great participation from a wonderful complex, housing complex, Mr. Speaker. And we had the opportunity to talk about some of the things that not only the federal government is doing, but working with the different levels of government, that we are going to have an optimum impact on dealing with an issue that is so critically important to all Canadians, Mr. Speaker. And what was really providing a great deal of comfort is the fact that that is something in which we have been talking about for months now, even longer. I believe, Mr. Speaker, I would not be surprised if you went back a couple of years where you might have heard me talk about the issue of housing, and the best way to deal with housing issues in Canada is to have all 3 levels of government and other stakeholders engaged. That is the only way. It's not one level of government that cures all. It's going to take all levels of government working together, not to mention the nonprofit organizations that are out there. In fact, I often talk about Habitat. Habitat is a wonderful organization. It has likely done more in terms of building affordable housing than any other nonprofit organization that I'm personally aware of, Mr. Speaker. In the province of Manitoba, we're talking about hundreds of homes over the years. I believe they're at somewhere in the neighborhood of 600, all of which are affordable, provided to individuals that would never have had the opportunity to have housing. So you had the stakeholders, you had the Premier, you had the Mayor, and the Prime Minister in Winnipeg talking about things such as the acceleration of funding, providing supports to the City of Winnipeg so it can speed up its process, working with the province to ensure that there's going to be more nonprofit housing units actually built, and that the province would also be at the table, both in a financial fashion and other forms of resources. This is to complement other budgetary measures that dealt with, for example, the GST removal on purpose-built rentals for the country, Mr. Speaker. These are initiatives that not only is Ottawa taking upon itself and demonstrating leadership on, but is working with the different levels of government. We're talking somewhere in the neighborhood of, through this budget, it's just over 4 million new homes as a target in the coming years, Madam Speaker. That cannot be done by the federal government alone. And we've demonstrated, in terms of our willingness to be able to work, Madam Speaker, with the different stakeholders that are out there, including our partners, Madam Speaker. Not to mention the commitment in terms of Indigenous housing and working within Indigenous communities. Even if I go back to Winnipeg and how Indigenous communities have stepped up and worked with the Hudson Bay Company to develop housing in downtown Winnipeg. Not to mention in terms of what's taking place in rural communities across the country. The budget talks a great deal about how important it is. Not only do we have a higher sense of fairness, but to how important it is, Madam Speaker, that we move forward with the economy. A healthy, stronger economy is in the best interest of all, Madam Speaker. And one of the things that I took away from the budget that the Minister and the Deputy Prime Minister made reference to, and I want to highlight this because to me it really does matter, and it puts things into a perspective. No matter how much the Conservatives want to spread misinformation, the reality is, in comparison to other countries around the world, Canada is doing exceptionally well. And let me give you an example of that, and it was taken out of the speech and the stats that we actually get, Madam Speaker. Did you know that when you think of direct foreign investment, people around the world, companies around the world, looking at where do they invest the hundreds of millions and billions of dollars, that Canada is often the country in which they will look at. And not only look, but also invest. Direct foreign investment on a per capita basis, out of the G7 countries, Canada is number one. That's number one in direct foreign investment, Madam Speaker. That, if you take a look at it throughout the world, on that per capita, Canada is number 3 in the world. I would suggest to you, if you have people and businesses and corporations around the world taking a look at where should we invest money, they are looking at Canada. And that is not by accident. And let me elaborate on that, Madam Speaker, in 2 ways. No government in Canada's history has signed off on more trade agreements than this Prime Minister and this government, Madam Speaker. No government in the history of Canada has signed off on more trade agreements than this government has. Canada is a trading nation, Madam Speaker. We need trade. All of us benefit through it, Madam Speaker. That is one of the reasons why I would argue that people around the world are now not only looking at Canada, but they're investing in Canada. They're doing it because they see the stability that's here, along with a myriad of other positive attributes, Madam Speaker. Then you take a look in terms of that investment. Unlike the Conservatives who criticize, they don't like the fact that we're helping Volkswagen, for example.
The honourable member, the member for Abbotsford, on a point of order.
Yes, Madam Speaker, there appears to be so little interest in this budget from the Liberal side of this House that we don't have quorum in this House.
Wow. How many people online? Well, we now have quorum. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't know how many times I sat in the opposition benches when Stephen Harper was Prime Minister, and I could have called quorum because there was absolutely no Conservatives inside the chamber, Madam Speaker, and I'm talking about 9 years ago, when they had a majority government, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker. But I'll stay away from the games that the member opposite wants to play, because I know he's a little sensitive on the issue in terms of just how well Canada is doing in comparison to countries around the world, and that Canadians as a whole, Madam Speaker, contrary to what the Conservatives say. Because the Conservatives go around the country, Madam Speaker, and they give this misinformation. They want to say Canada is broken. If they really and truly believe Canada is broken, Madam Speaker, what does that say about the world? When Canada is doing so much better in so many ways than the rest of the world. The bottom line is, Madam Speaker, is the Conservatives like a dark cloud. And they kind of like go all over the place and spread nothing but bad, sad news that is often, Madam Speaker, based on misinformation. Consistently based on misinformation. But anyway, where was I? I was talking about Volkswagen, about investments in Volkswagen. On the one hand, you have the Conservative Party, the far-right Conservative Party, saying, no, they don't support the Volkswagen investment, Madam Speaker. Imagine a manufacturing plant that takes up 200-sized football fields. It is going to be the largest manufacturing plant in Canada, in terms of just land usage. All green jobs, Madam Speaker. Doug Ford, the Premier, the progressive Premier of Ontario, progressive Conservative Premier, is also putting up substantial financial support. But at least he recognizes the value. Just the other day, Madam Speaker, we received Honda making another huge investment. I believe it's Honda's largest investment ever in North America. Again, dealing with electrification of vehicles. This government sees that green jobs are good jobs, and we are investing in that in a very real and tangible way. You're going to see the thousands of direct and indirect jobs. This is a government that understands the value of a healthy economy. You know, since being elected, Madam Speaker, we have generated well over 2 million jobs. That's more than double what Stephen Harper did in half the time, Madam Speaker. I should say that's in less than the same amount of time, we've had more than double the number of jobs that were created under Stephen Harper. We understand the benefits of a strong, healthy economy and supporting Canadians, and you're telling me I've ran out. Thank you for the opportunity, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Calgary Forest on.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This Prime Minister has put more debt on Canadians' head than every single Prime Minister before him combined. That led to doubling of the national debt, gave Canadians 40-year highs in inflation with the most rapid interest rate hikes not seen in Canadian history. Now we see students living under bridges. We see good paying jobs by people like nurses and teachers where they're having to live in their cars. Food bank lineups, 2 million people going to a food bank in a single month. And with this budget, $54.1 billion will go to servicing just the interest on the debt that this Prime Minister accumulated, when it should be going to doctors, nurses, and our health care. More is going to go to bankers and bondholders and this Finance Minister Bay Street buddies than to the health care transfers. Why?
Parliamentary Secretary.
You know, Madam Speaker, you know, it wasn't that long ago in which we had a worldwide pandemic. And you know something, Madam Speaker? We literally spent billions and billions and billions and billions of dollars to support Canadians, both through CERB, 9 million plus Canadians, Madam Speaker. We supported hundreds of thousands of businesses, both directly and indirectly, again, costing billions and billions of dollars. And you know what? The Conservative Party voted in favor of those expenditures, Madam Speaker. So much of the debt in which they criticize today, they actually voted in favor of us spending that money, Madam Speaker. It's like giving a kid a candy bar and then criticizing the kid for eating it, Madam Speaker. Like, really, the Conservative Party knows no bounds when it comes to hypocrisy and shame, Madam Speaker. Canada's debt is very much under control.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Longueuil-Saint.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague talked a lot about housing, and rightly so. In 2017, the federal government opposite launched a major national strategy that was going to take 10 years and $42 billion, $82 billion rather, was invested in that. But in the latest CMHC report, we see that we need to build 5.8 million units by 2030. And for the past 3 weeks, the government has been making announcements about new programs, new investments, and so on. A lot of interference with provincial jurisdiction involved in that. And to such an extent that in the budget there's about 50 pages on housing, and we're all for that. But my question is, that $82 billion over 10 years, are the 50 pages on housing in this budget, is that not the admission of the failure of the great Liberal housing strategy?
I think it's a commitment, Madam Speaker, in terms of working with the different stakeholders in provinces and territories in terms of building a stronger and healthier Canada. We need to recognize, and this is a big difference between, let's say, myself and members of the Bloc, is that I don't see the federal government strictly as an ATM machine. I believe that the federal government has a role to play. Things, for example, as a national pharmacare program, a national school fund program. We have the Canada Disability Benefit, which I would have loved to have been able to expand, but Madam Speaker, you only let me speak for 20 minutes. We have the Canada Dental Program. There's so many things in which, as a government, as a progressive government, that we are supporting Canadians in a very real and tangible way, and that means working with people, working with different jurisdictions in order to have that profoundly positive impact, and I'm very proud of that.
Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to refer to the part in this bill that doubles the volunteer firefighter tax credit and the search and rescue tax credit. Now, the NDP member for Courtney Alberni has really been pushing on this issue. He introduced a private member's bill, Bill C-310. He has introduced countless petitions. I've tabled a few of them. We've spoken to volunteer firefighter and search and rescue organizations right across the country. And this is a really meaningful impact that the NDP successfully pushed the Liberals to adopt. So through you, Madam Speaker, can the honourable member just talk about how the doubling of this tax credit and the NDP pressure to do so, what that's going to mean for volunteer firefighters and search and rescue personnel who in many rural communities, including mine in Cowichan, Malahat, Langford, do all of that important work, what it's going to mean for them to be able to continue to serve our communities in the honourable way that they do?
Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the question, but I can honestly say that the strongest advocate that I've ever seen in regards to firefighters is my friend and the former Deputy House Leader, and now I think you're the Parliamentary Secretary for Emergency Preparedness. And, you know, what I like about the budget is that the budget is a true reflection of what Canadians have been telling and advocating for to parliamentarians and to opposition and government members. I really and truly believe that. So when you take a look at the budget, really what you're seeing is a reflection of what Canadian values and what Canadian thoughts are in regards to the type of budget that they would want to see. And that's why in my previous one, I made reference to the things such as the Pharmacare National School Food Program and the other type of social programs, along with economic policies that's going to help build a stronger and healthier economy.
Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate that the member for Winnipeg North and the Parliamentary Secretary recognizes that we are in a housing crisis. Now, back in Budget 2022, there was a funding stream called the Rapid Housing Initiative. It allocated $750 million a year over 2 years so that nonprofits could apply to build non-market housing. Obviously, it wasn't enough. Obviously, as a result of the crisis we're in, we need to see this government go further and faster. Nonprofits in my community, from the YWCA to House of Friendship, the Working Centre, they were looking to this budget expecting dollars for them to build non-market housing. Well, what do we see in this budget? In Budget 2024, it's down to $195 million a year from $750. So the $750 wasn't enough. This year's budget cuts it dramatically. Why does the Parliamentary Secretary think this is going to be enough to address the housing crisis that we're in?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yeah, I think it's important that we take a look at it from a holistic approach of saying that at the end of the day, as a national government, over the last 7-8 years, that no government in Canada's history has invested more into housing, Madam Speaker, and we've done it in different ways. In this particular budget, as I say, we continue to amplify the need to get homes built as quickly as possible. So that means, for example, working with the municipalities. I used the city of Winnipeg. I think it was around $192 million back in December, where we had a major announcement to try to speed up the processing of permits and so forth. All sometimes money that's allocated benefits not only for-profit but also for not-for-profit organizations. I know I, for one, continue to want to promote and encourage more development in the whole housing co-op area. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Longueuil-Charlemagne.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And this week is Emergency Preparedness Week. And with that, I'd like to ask the member, my good friend from Winnipeg North, to talk a little bit about the investments in Budget 2025, not only in terms of $800,000 to go to the International Association of Firefighters to help train wildland firefighters, but also to First Nations communities to help build the resilience, and also we are funding our defense system. If the member opposite could, actually not opposite, my colleague could work with us to explain a little bit more what we're doing in terms of preparedness for Emergency Preparedness Week. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, I tell you, Madam Speaker, all investments that we put in terms of our Canadian forces, if not directly, indirectly, is a great way in which we can prepare for all forms of different types of emergencies that take place in Canada. And you know, I've had and participated many years ago in regards to with the forces in the city of Winnipeg to battle floods. There's you know, during the pandemic, we had members of the forces well trained to be able to help take care of seniors. So any sort of investment in the forces is always a good investment from my perspective. When we talk about the volunteer firefighters and the tax incentives and the dollars that are being allocated out to support our volunteer firefighters, I think is a very powerful step in the right direction. But knowing my colleague who just asked the question, she's going to continue to be at the table to want more yet.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, before I begin, I want to ask unanimous consent to split my time with the Honourable Member for Niagara West.
Does the Honourable Member have unanimous consent? Agreed. The Honourable Member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, another budget bonanza. $40 billion of new net inflationary spending. That's only going to add to the already double debt after 9 years of this Liberal NDP Prime Minister. That caused 40-year highs in inflation and the most rapid interest rate hikes not seen in Canadian history. That put Canadians most at risk in the G7 for a mortgage default crisis. And can you believe it? Can you believe that we live in a country where there's going to be more money to pay the interest of that debt of this Prime Minister that Canadians are on the hook for, that are going to go to bankers, bondholders, and this Finance Minister's Bay Street buddies than what is supposed to go to healthcare transfers to the provinces. More money for those that are sitting in those ivory towers and less to the doctors and nurses and frontline workers that are supposed to be taking care of people in our healthcare system. But that's 9 years of this Liberal NDP Prime Minister that has accumulated all this debt onto Canadians that future generations will have to continue to pay for. And you know who's not affected by any of this at all, Madam Speaker? It's the Prime Minister's trust fund friends and those Liberal connected insiders that get the cushy contracts and whose assets get inflated as this Prime Minister caused a 40-year high inflation crisis that we haven't seen in 40 years. They get increased value in all those assets, and Canadians end up paying that price with higher taxes, a higher cost of living, and a higher rate of crime, chaos, drugs, and disorder in the streets. Food bank usage at record highs with 2 million lining up in a food bank in a single month, 1 million more projected to this year. The sad part about all of this is that a third of those going to food banks are children. Homeless encampments all across the country. People cannot afford housing after spending $89 billion on housing. This government caused housing to double. Mortgages, rents have doubled. It takes double to save up for a down payment on a house. We hear about stories about students that came here for a better future that have to live under bridges, in tents. We're hearing about nurses and teachers having to live in their cars because they can't afford to eat, heat, and house themselves. Crime is ravaging our country. Madam Speaker, back in the day, our families like mine were promised something by Canada, that we could leave the countries where we came from and experience what was sold as the Canadian dream. It's this illustrious thing that we used to hear about before we came to this country, where people could afford to eat, people can afford to buy groceries, people can afford to live in a nice house. let alone not just live in a nice house, but even afford to buy a house, where you could walk down the street without fearing that something would happen to you. That was the promise of Canada, that you could run a business and not have the government interfere, put up more red tape and bureaucracy, and take even more from you. That a government wouldn't kick you while you're down, and rather give you a hand up rather than handouts. That was the promise of this country before. But after 9 years of this Liberal NDP government, that Canadian dream is broken. The dream of home ownership, the dream of owning a business, the dream of having a safe future for your kids, having a place where you can afford groceries is all broken. It's an absolute nightmare. And this is what we hear all across the country. This budget did nothing more than give this Liberal NDP government more photo op opportunities to travel the country on taxpayers' dime and to take photos beside already projects that are already under construction and take credit for them. Madam Speaker, this government's own housing department, the CMHC, has made it clear why there's a housing hell here in Canada. Housing starts will decline this year and next year. In fact, less homes will be made this year or started this year than the 1970s when we had half the population. The most incompetent immigration minister in history, who now is the housing minister, his own department 2 years ago told him that if they followed through with their policies, this already existing housing crisis would get worse. But what did he do? He ignored the department's warnings. He ripped it up, ignored it, and what happened? Housing costs got even more expensive. Not only that promise that people came here for, it's broken, it's gone. There's more and more young people, 9 out of 10 in fact, that have given up on the dream of home ownership. There needs to be 5 million more homes built in this country than what's already projected to be built. But it's because of this government's gatekeeping that houses are not being built. I used to be a home builder before this political life, Madam Speaker. And I don't know any tradesperson or builder that says, we want more government interference. We want more government red tape and bureaucracy. We want the government to take more from us and give Canadians a lot less. In fact, in a free market, we should let the market decide what kind of homes need to be built, and let builders build, let buyers buy. It's these high interest rates that this government caused, the most rapid that we haven't seen in Canadian history, to fight the inflation the government created, that is keeping builders from building, developers from developing, and buyers from buying. This is the crisis after 9 years of this Liberal NDP government's failed policies. Household debt is the most in the G7, the most we've ever seen. And this is from a government that brags about their photo op slush fund, that they've spent $89 billion to create this crisis that we see here in Canada. There's another emerging crisis here, Madam Speaker, and that is the productivity crisis that we're seeing in Canada. In fact, it was a big deal. It is a stark warning by the Bank of Canada's Deputy Governor, Carolyn Rogers, who said productivity in this country is at break-glass crisis. Wow. It is a big deal when the Bank of Canada is saying that. I see that as, if they're saying it's raining, there's probably a big storm brewing that is going to hit Canadians. And Canadians are going to get hit with this, with 6 consecutive GDP per capita decline. We see less growth in our economy per person, or success per person, or what we call GDP per capita, than what was in 2017. Because after 9 years of making billions of dollars run away from our economy, not having any new investment come in, not letting projects get built, this is the result, that Canadians are poorer than they've ever been before. But Madam Speaker, let me be clear. Canada wasn't like this before this Liberal NDP Prime Minister, and it won't be like that after he's gone. Because under a common sense Conservative government, led by our Conservative leader, we will bring the Canadian dream, the Canadian hope back to this country. That if you work hard, you will be able to see a better future for yourself, your kids, and future generations. And how are we going to do that? Well, we're going to get some of the large-scale projects, like we're going to greenlight green projects and stop getting in the way of our resource sector so that we can get more powerful paychecks for our people and not give more dollars for dictators abroad. We recently saw Japan, Greece, and other countries, Japan, come here for our LNG. And the Prime Minister said there's no business case. Well, under such a radical, ideological, obsessed government with the carbon tax, of course there's no business case, but we will bring Canada back on the world stage with our low carbon, responsible, clean energy sector, and we're gonna axe the tax. Madam Speaker, we're gonna bring in 4 things, very, very simple. A common sense Conservative government will axe the tax to bring down the cost of gas, groceries, and home heating. We're gonna build the homes by requiring municipalities to increase their permitting by 15% to get more supply into the market. We're going to fix the budget. You know, we all know now that budgets don't balance themselves, but what we're going to do is we're going to bring a dollar for dollar law to cap government spending so that interest rates, inflation can come down and Canadians can stay in their homes. And Madam Speaker, we're going to stop the crime. We're going to bring in jail and not bail policies and help those that need treatment to get back on their feet so that we can help our brothers and sisters recover from addictions and make sure that we have safer streets in this country once again. We're going to bring home the Canadian dream, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I want to congratulate the honourable member on the other side. I think he hit every single one of his Conservative slogans that he was required to hit by the whip. So, yeah, that's good applause. Nothing was really said, Madam Speaker, but all the slogans were hit. And I've asked a number of members about this, and the honourable member brought it up, that cutting the price on pollution, he says, will reduce the price of groceries. But we look to the United States, which doesn't have a national price on pollution, and grocery prices have increased at the same rate as they have in Canada. So I was wondering if the honourable member can explain why that's happening in the United States without a national price on pollution, and isn't it truly just a misleading fact that cutting the price on pollution will have an impact on groceries, like he's saying?
Honourable Member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Well, Madam Speaker, let me tell you what's misleading. They sold this carbon tax scam to Canadians, telling them that it would reduce emissions. But in fact, their own environmental department said that that was false because they're not even tracking it. Because they know, just like this carbon tax, this Prime Minister is not worth the cost. And in fact, emissions went up again in this country. They also sold this scam by saying that more Canadians would get back in these phony rebates and what they pay into it. But their own parliamentary budgeting officer proved that wrong when he said multiple times that a majority of households will pay more into this scam than what they get back in these phony rebates. We will not take any lessons from this government. We're going to greenlight green projects and actually bring down emissions while keeping more money in Canadians' pockets.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat Langford.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think my Conservative colleague missed a real opportunity in his speech, which is to call it the real elephant in the room when it comes to inflation, and that is corporate greed. We know, they like to go on and on about the carbon tax, but conveniently ignoring that since 2019, oil and gas companies have seen their net profits go up by over 1,000%. The grocery retailers have seen their profit margins double, their net profits double. If you look at our farmers, their input costs have gone up. That's why farm debt has gone up so much over the last 20 years, and that's why consumers, the other end, are getting screwed. So through you, Madam Speaker, when are the Conservatives going to get actually serious about calling out the corporate greed, or are they going to be like the Liberals and continue the deference that we've seen over the last 40 years through successive Liberal and Conservative governments?
The Honourable Member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Well, it's too bad it's the NDP that'll never miss an opportunity to prop up the most corrupt, incompetent government in Canadian history. They're literally the reason why there isn't enough competition in this country. They're literally the reason why that Canadians are going into food banks. They've propped up and supported this NDP Liberal Prime Minister, all for the greed of their leader's pension. They need to put that aside and think about the suffering that they're helping cause on Canadians by teaming up with this Liberal NDP Prime Minister. It's time to step out of the way. Why doesn't he do the right thing? Stop propping them up. Let's go to a carbon tax election and let Canadians decide whether they want to keep this carbon tax scam or not.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville. My apologies, Madam Speaker. Given that our eyes did not meet, I didn't think it was my turn. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I was listening to my colleague's speech, my colleague from the Conservative Party. My question has to do with housing. I would like to hear about the following. There's a housing crisis. I heard from my colleague something that seems a bit simplistic. Let builders build, let buyers buy. Does my honourable colleague believe that this is equitable in this current housing crisis that we are living, just trusting the building sector? Will this actually help with social and affordable housing? And how would the Conservatives try to truly adopt measures that will prioritise social and affordable housing?
The honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Well, Madam Speaker, nothing is sustainable right now. It's these high interest rates that are stopping builders from building and buyers from buying. In fact, it's these high interest rates where now 2.2 million mortgages are up for renewal, where there's a mortgage default crisis looming, and according to the IMF, that is literally what is keeping builders from building and people from getting into homes in the first place. It's too bad. The Bloc is continually supporting this government, and
we are out of time, but before we pursue, I'd like to remind members to only stand up after the chair calls on them and not before. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Niagara West.
And thank you very much, Madam Speaker. As always, I'm honoured and proud to stand up in this place and speak on behalf of my constituents of Niagara West. I want to start by reading a quote. This is how it goes. One of the biggest pressures on people right now is housing. Young Canadians, particularly millennials and Gen Z, are being priced out of their communities. Families are finding it difficult to get a good place to settle down. Rising rents and the high cost of buying a home are making it more difficult for younger generations to find a place to call their own. We need more homes in Canada, and we need to keep them affordable. You know where I found this quote, Madam Speaker? In one of the government's news releases last week. After 9 years of bungling the economy, inflation, taxation, and housing, they finally acknowledged that what we have been doing isn't working. They're acknowledging that they've done generational harm to millennials, Gen Z, and other younger folks. It's that simple, and it's written down. They've admitted it in that very statement. What they say after is the usual promises about to be broken. And by the way, they're recycling the promises from 9 years ago. Promises from 9 years ago, Madam Speaker. If they haven't been able to get things done in 9 years, who's going to believe that they'll be able to get things done now? Absolutely no one. At this point, Canadians no longer believe them. Millennials and Gen Z don't believe them. Why? Because according to reports, nearly 60% of retirees are supporting their adult children financially. And what does this do to their parents' finances? Of course, it's having a negative impact on their own finances. So whether young or older, the Liberals are making everyone poor. How much poorer? The average Canadian family is poorer by $3,687. Families who used to donate to food banks are now going to food banks for themselves. We have record visits to food banks, 2 million visits in a single month. And to make matters worse, Canada will spend $54.1 billion to service our national debt. $54.1 billion is a lot of money to pay just on interest. $54.1 billion is more money than the government is sending to the provinces for health care. This was entirely self-inflicted, entirely. They'll blame the world, they blame Conservatives, they blame everyone and anyone they can think of. They call them horrible names. We know their playbook, and Canadians are wise to it as well. It's time for them to take responsibility for the financial mess they've created, a mess that many Canadians can no longer endure. People are leaving Canada. Immigrants come to this country and realize it's impossible to afford a life, and oftentimes leave and take their skills elsewhere.
The honourable member, 2 seconds. Can we check the noise outside, please, in the courtyard? Thank you. The honourable member for Niagara West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. But again, oftentimes leave and take their skills elsewhere. But again, Madam Speaker, the Liberals admitting their failures in a statement, so there's no backtracking anymore. It's been 9 years of abject failure on the housing file and many others. Young folks can't afford to buy a home. Most have given up and think of owning a home as only for the rich. 8 in 10 believe that owning a home in Canada is now only for the rich. This is a staggering statistic. It's the first time in Canada where young Canadians will be worse off than their parents. And it's not just now. Unless a younger person purchases a home, they're unlikely to build significant equity. This will result in a much smaller retirement savings down the road. So it's not just now that young folks are worse off than their parents. It may be for the rest of their lives because the Prime Minister and his policies. It wasn't this way when the Prime Minister was elected in 2015. And it won't be this way when he's gone. And let's be frank, if they caused it for the past 9 years, they don't know how to fix it. It's very clear, and the record speaks for itself. They're the photo op government, but that's where it ends, at photo ops. We'll be getting things done, government, in due time, Madam Speaker, in due time. On the topic of housing still, interest rates are also a major factor as to why folks can't buy homes. Last week in committee, the Governor of the Bank of Canada once again confirmed that the Prime Minister's spending is not helpful when it comes to bringing down inflation and lowering interest rates. That's just a toned-down way of saying stop. Just stop the spending. That's what the Governor of the Bank of Canada really wants to say, but can't because of the political waves he would create. But Canadians are wise, and they can read between the lines. The fact is that $61 billion in new spending is making inflation worse and making interest rates stay higher for longer. This inflationary spending is the equivalent of pouring fuel on the inflationary fire. For folks watching at home, keep in mind that inflation is just another tax on you. It's not enough that the Liberals increase the disaster carbon tax by 23% and then make sure to increase it every year on April 1st, but they can't help themselves, and this will only make things worse with inflationary budgets. And if they don't believe me, they should listen to their own fellow Liberals. What are some of their Liberal pals saying about how things are going? Former Finance Minister Bill Morneau said this budget is a threat to investment and economic growth. Companies will think twice about investing in Canada. Another Liberal, David Dodge, a former Governor of Bank of Canada, said this: the budget is the worst budget since 1982. Former Liberal Finance Minister John Manley told the Prime Minister that he was pressing on the inflationary gas pedal with his spending that ballooned interest rates. I mentioned the carbon tax. Let's get back to that for a second. The carbon tax is this government's notoriously bad signature policy. Almost every provincial premier has come out publicly against it. The carbon tax makes everything more expensive without having any impact on the environment. What's happening to this? They hike the carbon tax and emissions still go up. According to the government, if carbon taxes go up, emissions should go down. False. That's not the case, and that's not true. What is true is that the carbon tax is just another cash grab for the Liberals, and everyone knows it. They just refuse to admit it. The Parliamentary Budget Officer has also been very clear that the majority of Canadians will pay more of their money in carbon taxes than they will get back in rebates. In other words, the Liberals take more than they give back, and they expect Canadians to thank them for this ripoff. Canadians are wiser than what the Liberals think of them. 70% of Canadians are against the carbon tax because they see it for the scam that it is. The Prime Minister and his party, though, through their disastrous policies of the last 9 years, is playing with people's lives and doesn't seem to care that folks are hurting, and they are hurting badly. He's doubled their rent, doubled their mortgages payments, and doubled the down payment necessary to purchase a home. He's making Canadians pay higher taxes for food, higher taxes for heating, and doubling housing costs. Family budgets are broken, Madam Speaker. There is nothing extra or even negative at the end of the month when all the bills are paid. We've had 3 demands for the budget: axe the carbon tax on farmers and food, build the homes, not more bureaucracy, and cap spending with a dollar-for-dollar rule to bring down interest rates and inflation. All 3 are common sense policies. All 3 make life more affordable for Canadians, but the Liberals refuse to do any of them. Are they too blinded by their ideology of big ballooning governments gone out of control to see what they're doing and hurting Canadian families and their wallets? They're also hurting small businesses. They're hurting investment. They're hurting productivity. Madam Speaker, you know things have gotten very bad when among Canadians who do not own a home, over 7 in 10 say they have given up hope on ever owning a home. They've actually given up. That's not the Canada that I know, Madam Speaker. Business insolvencies have surged 87% year over year in the first quarter of 2024, while consumer insolvencies have risen by 14%. The Canadian Association of Insolvency and Restructuring Professionals said that by far this is the largest year-over-year increase in business insolvencies in 37 years of records. The association's chair, Andre Bolduc, said this: a perfect storm of economic challenges is brewing, with high mortgage renewal rates, soaring rental prices, and elevated cost of everyday necessities. He added, the high cost of servicing debts is also compounding the financial strain for many Canadians and leaving them grappling with insurmountable debt burdens. Madam Speaker, what this government has given Canadians is consistently increased carbon taxes, high inflation, more taxes, more inflation, housing shortages, a housing crisis, a cost of living crisis. When does this financial debacle end? One thing is for sure, it won't end with this government and with this Prime Minister at the helm. The disastrous policies have to end with an election, and that election will allow for a strong, stable, majority Conservative government. Madam Speaker, we are ready to go on day one. There's a lot for us to fix. They've created this mess, and it won't be easy to clean up, but we're committed. Our leader is committed. I'd like to add an amendment that the motion be amended by deleting all of the words after the word that and substituting the following. The House declined to give second reading to Bill C-69, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on April 16, 2024, since the bill fails to implement a common-sense budget that would A, axe the carbon tax, B, build the homes, not bureaucracy, by requiring cities to permit 15% more home building each year as a condition for receiving federal infrastructure money, and C, cap the spending with a dollar-for-dollar rule to bring down interest rates and inflation by requiring the government to find a dollar in savings for every new dollar of spending.
Perfect. That's a good one.
Mr. Ellison, seconded by Mr. Liu, moves the following amendment: that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. The House declined to give second reading to Bill C-69, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on April 16, 2024, since the bill fails to implement a common-sense budget that would A, axe the carbon tax, B, build the homes, not bureaucracy, by requiring cities to permit 15% more home building each year as a condition for receiving federal infrastructure money, and C, cap the spending with a dollar-for-dollar rule to bring down interest rates and inflation by requiring the government to find a dollar in savings for each new dollar of spending. L'amendement est recevable. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, it's interesting they would incorporate the issue of housing inside the amendment itself. All one needs to do is to take a look at the leader of the Conservative Party. When he was Minister of Housing, it was virtually a disaster. Hundreds of millions spent, and I think he built 6 non-profit housing units that were actually built under his term as Minister of Housing. And yet, we have a government today that is working with municipalities, provinces, different stakeholders to build more units, bringing in budgetary measures. What more does he believe the Conservative Party could actually do to see more houses being built. Is he suggesting that we go back to the way that his leader, the leader was the Minister of Housing?
Honourable Member for Niagara West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague for the question. You know, one of the things he raises, he talks about the hundreds of millions of dollars they're spending, and you know, my challenge with this government is really their competence level. And at the end of the day, this government has no problem spending money. The challenge is actually getting results. We don't have to go back very far. They talked in a previous question, talking about the fact that they had spent all this money under COVID and all these other kinds of things. I want to remind the member that, you know, it was a sole source contract for $720 million for ventilators. $720 million, and there was $237 million that went to one of their former colleagues, Frank Bailiff. And so, you know, we talk about spending money. We also need to keep in context accountability and transparency and make sure that we're getting the job done. Any government can promise to spend money. And this government is awesome at spending and awesome at making promises. What they are terrible at is actually delivering. And what they are absolutely incompetent at is managing taxpayers' money in a responsible way. And you know, what happened to all those ventilators? Some of them are still in their wrap, still on docks, and they're actually being sold for $6 for their parts. This is the height of incompetence.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Rosemont. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech, even though I agree with little of it. I'd like to ask a very specific question because we work hard at the NDP to establish new dental care programs so that the least privileged can benefit from it. And now people will be able to obtain dental care nearly without cost, and that started last week, and 80% of their bill will be covered. That will make a difference for millions of Canadians and Quebecers who have been unable to go to the dentist for years. If ever his party wins the next election, does he commit to maintaining the dental care program for the middle class and more disadvantaged people?
For the question, I think one of the things that we will commit to is getting spending under control. What we'll commit to is making sure that how we spend money is transparent. What we will commit to is making sure we get value for our money. And quite frankly, Madam Speaker, this member and his party are the ones propping up this government. So at the end of the day, what's going on? I mean, they can raise any concern they want. They can huff and puff. They can do whatever their concern is, but they still support this government and the decisions and the bad decisions that they make on a regular basis. And so I think, you know, if we are looking for ways to help people, I think one of those ways would be to learn to live within our means so that we can continue to make sure that cost of living comes down and interest rates can then follow after that.
Comments, the Honourable Member for Kenora.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech and for bringing forward a common sense motion. He spoke about how the government is great at spending money but falls short on results. To address housing, the government brought forward a bunch of programs. They doubled the cost of housing to try to address the cost of groceries. They spent a lot of money, and we've seen grocery prices increased along with inflation. And it's caused a lot of economic hardship for Canadians from across the country. I'm wondering if my colleague has any stories, any things that he can share from what he's heard in his own writing about how the Liberals' tax and spend agenda is making life more difficult for Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Niagara West in 20 seconds.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and to my colleague for asking the question. As a matter of fact, just this past Friday, I had the opportunity to hear from people that are struggling. I was at a poverty roundtable with people from the community, and they shared their stories about how they're having a hard time paying their property taxes. They're having a hard time paying their rent. They're having a hard time paying their groceries, and the fact remains that they have been struggling like no other time in history ever since this government has gotten into power.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like for unanimous consent to share my time with my colleague from Thérèse de Blainville. Is there unanimous consent from the House? Granted. The member for Mirabel. Thank you. It is proof of good judgment. You'll hear from me slightly less. This is a budget, obviously, that is unacceptable for the Bloc Québécois because it is unacceptable for Quebec. So, you know, suspense is meant for films, and so we will vote against it. It is a subject that is it is a budget of fiscal imbalance. It is the federal spending power under which the federal government is imposing on Quebec in its own fields of jurisdiction conditions in fields for which there is not even a way to legislate, notably housing, health, and that's unacceptable. And you know what? The Liberal government, with its allies and the NDP, obviously, has been denounced by Quebec. Last week, a unanimous motion in the National Assembly, unanimous, not a single MNA in Quebec spoke out against this motion, asked for full withdrawal with full compensation for Quebec when there is interference in its fields of jurisdiction, Madam Speaker. And do you know what? That's what we called the traditional demands of Quebec, because all governments of Quebec, since before my birth, have been making this demand, including the government of Jean Charest, in which the member for Bellechasse-Lévis sat. And had he been in Quebec, he probably would have voted in favor of it instead of voting against it. To ask for the withdrawal of Quebec. And last week, a minister during QP, and I won't name them because it was screamed against, said, what is a unanimous motion from the National Assembly worth? There's one every month. It's always criticizing the federal government unanimously, Madam Speaker. Do you understand the scope of the trench that separates Canada from Quebec in terms of the budget? Instead of turning to Quebec and offering a minimum of comprehension and respect, instead of doing that, we've been told that Quebec is wrong to ask for respect in its own jurisdictions. Those are Liberal ministers. That is the scope of the disdain and their inability, their complete inability to admit that they are wrong and that they should not interfere in fields in which they are incompetent. It is federal incompetence. So this omnibus federal budget bill, I will say, the member for Winnipeg North, who is an unparalleled debater, he will say, but there is one thing that is good in the budget. This is good in the budget. There are some things that are acceptable, except that it is an omnibus bill. It is a bill that contains everything and nothing and amends a number of acts and legislation. We need to connect with our values and set the red line. And that red line, we have been transparent about it. We have been transparent. We were transparent before the budget. We said, if you want to perhaps have the support of the Bloc Québécois, you never know. Sometimes the NDP isn't there. We need the right for withdrawal with full financial compensation in Quebec's jurisdiction. Did we get that in the bill? Not only did we not get it, but there was a sub-amendment tabled for it to be inserted into the budget, and the Conservatives, the Liberals, and the NDP all voted against the National Assembly of Quebec. They voted against all Quebec governments since the 50s who have been making this traditional demand, Madam Speaker. And what the NDP said with the Liberals, simply, well, you know, the government of Quebec, we don't think it's good enough in its own fields of jurisdiction. But part of the problem that we have in health, in education, in housing comes from the fact that Quebec does not get enough funding, and Ottawa is not supporting it. We asked for an increase in OAS funding from. We were asked for an end to subsidies for fossil fuels. There are new ones in the budget. We are told that there will be a plan. Well, the Minister of the Environment told us we abolished inefficient subsidies to fossil fuels. You ask him what the definition of inefficient is, and he's not able to answer. The reality is that they've just changed form. $900 million for asylum seekers, a debt for Quebec. And as François Pérusse said, a debt is a debt, and it has to be paid back. $900 million that's owed to Quebec because asylum seekers have to be given welcome services, French classes, and other social supports. And that is paid for with the money of Quebecers. And that is a slap in the face to Quebecers. Unconditional transfers for housing. Instead, they decided that they would impose new conditions. We have permanent programs for housing, and they've existed for decades in Quebec. And now they said that the best idea, people are living in the streets and living in tents in their cars, and they decided it would be a good idea to add an extra level of bureaucracy. That's the Liberal way of moving forward. And the consequences of that are human, they are significant, and they are tragic. And for this government, for ideological reasons, has just crushed Quebec and its ability to manage its own jurisdictions, but it is trying to crush Quebec under its foot, and the consequences are tragic. They are human, and that is also true in health. But the most serious thing, well, perhaps not the most serious, but what makes this bill more unacceptable is the part that deals with open banking, open financial institutions. Because, Madam Speaker, you know, today financial institutions are no longer what they were. Today, the big banks have become manufacturers of financial products, insurance, and so on. And in many cases, the consumer uses applications to be able to transact with the banks, and banks are becoming manufacturers of financial products, which are then managed by applications, and that needs to be dismantled. These issues of personal information, privacy, and the government had three options. First of all, there was the option of the Interact model, through which the industry self-regulated in a certain way, and then there's Desjardins, Quebec, and provincial financial institutions, the credit unions, and the rest of Canada. And they coordinated with the banks in such a way as to create a framework for this exchange of information so that the client could obtain his product and the information be protected. Well, there was some self-regulation in it. We're not a fan of that, but it might have worked. And what did the government say? It said no. And that doesn't interest us. And so there's a second approach, the approach of collaboration, the approach of a commission of real estate properties. And Quebec is the largest financial institution, and he said that we will modernize the Act. We will ensure that we need to create a framework for this information exchange to protect consumers while ensuring that there is a high-quality service offered and that new banking services meet their needs. And what did Ottawa do? They said they always collaborate with Quebec. They closed the door. And so what did we do? We decided to introduce legislative measures that will, through which federal financial institutions will be included. And we were literally, Desjardins and other cooperatives in Quebec were literally told you can set aside the bill for protections for personal information protection. You can enter the federal sphere, and we will give you accreditation in contradiction with the spirit of collaboration, which is the most basic thing that we could have expected. That's exactly how the federal government operates. Not only infringes on Quebec's jurisdiction, but puts a knife to the throat of Quebec, like it did by imposing a commission on real estate values without going through Toronto. And that was overthrown at the Supreme Court. So they'll talk about everything they think is great in the bill, and that Ottawa manages hospitals better than Quebec, and that it's great with childcare. But the reality is that it's a bad budget. It goes against Quebec and its interests as perceived by all governments of Quebec in history. And I announce once more that not only will we vote against the budget, I will be pleased to rise against, to vote against it. Questions and comments?
Secretary to the Government House.
Well, Madam Speaker, I'm sure the member wouldn't be surprised that I disagree with him. When you take a look at this budget, there are many progressive aspects of it, whether it's the pharmacare, the National School Fund program, the disability benefit, the whole expansion of the Canada Dental program. These are all programs that will benefit Canadians in every region of the country. The issue that my friend brings up is in regards to, well, what about giving the cash over? And from my experience of being a provincial MLA for almost 2 decades, I can tell you that a lot of the provinces, a lot of provincial politicians, that's all they want from Ottawa. It's just give us the money. Don't hold us accountable for how we spend the money. Just give us the money. And I think the expectations that the people that we represent are higher than Ottawa just being an ATM machine. And I'm wondering if he would recognize that one of the ways in which you can have a program that helps lift all Canadians is by instituting national programs. Does he not recognize there is value, for example, to a national school?
I'll allow the honourable member for Mirabel to respond. Madam President, the Minister has a habit of saying that Quebec is trying to use the federal government as an Interact machine, but that's our money too, and there may be centralized programs, but Quebec is asking for a right to withdrawal, and there is nothing progressive in being bad. There is nothing progressive about establishing a dental care system that already exists in Quebec, where the infrastructure already exists in Quebec. There's nothing progressive about not taking into account the fact that health insurance is provincial and that you can't do wall-to-wall coverage. There's nothing progressive about doubling and tripling the levels of administration for housing programs, or there are delays, increased delays. There's nothing progressive in that. What's progressive is listening to Quebec and letting it to work in its own field of jurisdiction. The honourable member for Lotbinière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened to my colleague's speech with interest. It's a double standard. Historically, the Bloc Québécois votes against budgets, but they vote in favour of the estimates, which spur inflation. Why does the Bloc Québécois always vote for the estimates? Because they know that they'll get the budget that way. The honourable member for Mirabel. A double standard, Madam Speaker. The honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière always votes against Quebec and for Alberta. He votes against the right of full withdrawal for Quebec, and he votes for financial incentives for housing, for refugees, and that goes to the oil companies. A double standard, Madam Speaker. We have supported Quebecers since time immemorial. No budgetary policy from the federal government has been supported, and because we support conditions, the conditions are clear. They are reasonable, Madam Speaker. That is why Quebecers vote for us. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his passionate speech, but beyond the emotions, and I would like to talk about Quebecers. 4 million Quebecers have no dental coverage, neither public nor private. We in the NDP, people voted for us to come to Ottawa to fight for people who need access to a dentist, and we did it. We used our relationship of strength. And what do they say to seniors who will benefit from having their dental care covered at 80%? The honourable member for Mirabel. I'll say what I said to the woman who, in my riding, who still didn't have the details of the program, when she realized that she had to pay for it with her credit card, and that she would go to Canada Revenue Agency and that she had to make a request and to wait for her reimbursement. When the care is covered in Quebec, dentists are a member of the payment is done automatically without having to pay on their interest on their credit card with a 25% interest rate. That is working in a federal context, Madam Speaker. Quebecers are telling us that, and that is what they're experiencing. They have 25% interest rates to pay for these services because it's through reimbursement from CRA. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Thérèse d'Herbes-Blainville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this budget, I'm just going to close this. I'd like to thank my colleague. You'll hear similar things from me because in the bloc, as you know, we are defending the interests of Quebecers, and this budget falls far short of the needs, interests, and aspirations of Quebecers, as well as the people of my riding, because this is a budget that abandons them. It abandons seniors, it abandons workers, and it's a budget that abandons the unemployed. So this undermines our confidence and our constituents' confidence. And as you know already, we've made no secret of the fact that the Bloc will be voting against this budget. If it's good for Quebec, we vote for it. If it's bad for Quebec, we vote against it. And so in a tangible way, this budget and the bill to implement it neither meets the needs of Quebecers. Madam Speaker, it's truly a shameful intrusion into Quebec's jurisdiction in many areas, in health, in education, in energy, clean energy, like the jewel of our energy infrastructure in Quebec, which is Hydro-Quebec, and also in the area of housing, and that's just to name a few. Now, we proposed a motion here in the House that Quebec should have the right to opt out with full compensation. And here in this place, Madam Speaker, the NDP and the Liberal Party and the Conservative Party all voted against that motion, a motion which respected Quebec's jurisdiction. So that's quite something, Madam Speaker. It's quite something because ultimately, Madam Speaker, I think I have to use parliamentary language, but I get the feeling that they just don't care, the other parties, about Quebec, to such an extent that there are motions passed unanimously in Quebec City that call on the federal government and the other three parties to mind your own business, respect our jurisdiction, respect what we have put in place, what we have built here in Quebec, strong programs to provide health and social services and housing to Quebecers. So respect that and give us the right to opt out with full compensation so that we can keep managing the things, because that is what would make a difference in the lives of Quebecers. But instead, this government, on the one hand, with its spending power, has been spending millions and billions on programs that rightfully belong to Quebec. But at the same time, they're not spending a penny on improving their own services that fall squarely under federal jurisdiction. You know, when I was elected in 2019, I made it a priority, a top priority, because I had three priorities, but my top priority was service to Quebecers. And I'd like to give a shout out to my constituents who are very aware of what's going on and very concerned about support for individuals, organizations, and companies. And I would say that in the vast majority of cases that we've dealt with, there's immigration, which is largely federal jurisdiction, asylum seekers, visa applications, sponsorship applications, family reunification applications. The delays are unacceptable. There are people who are poor, who have nothing, and they come and ask for follow-up on their cases. The processing times are not at all humane. They're a failure in our duty to treat the applicants humanely. And the government has promised to reduce those unacceptable delays. But Quebec has been asking for federal action around immigration policies that would respect Quebec's capacity to resettle newcomers. And that's something that those are things Quebec has called for that the federal government has ignored completely. In Quebec, our policy of integration is important. Our policy includes providing French language training and orientation for newcomers. We need, as a shield, we need federal immigration policy to work with us and not to impose delays and other conditions that undermine our ability to resettle people. It's the government's responsibility. The government is an employer of thousands of people in the federal public service, and the federal government had made a solemn commitment when they took office in 2015 to change the Phoenix system to make it fairer and more equitable. I've heard the Liberals saying that this is a fair and equitable budget, but it isn't to allow people to have to suffer under a pay system that does not promote current employees or even does not help attract new employees. So in terms of the federal government cleaning up its own act, they're not investing anything. And perhaps they're going to ask AI to come in and solve the problem. It's embarrassing. That was a suggestion that was made, and it's just embarrassing. On EI, I don't even know what to say anymore. The Conservatives say, like, after 9 years of Liberal rule or whatever, I don't always agree with them. But when it comes to not keeping a commitment to workers and, as a result, the unemployed, the federal government couldn't do any worse. They committed to reform, to have a plan to overhaul and modernize EI, and that was from the minister's mandate letter in November 2015, September 2016, January 2021, and in the 2021 election platform as well, and in the subsequent mandate letter. And in December 2021, they went even further, and they talked about reforming the system for the summer of 2022. We're now almost in the summer of 2024, so that commitment, that promise from the government has been broken. Also, during their first term of office, the Liberals said they were going to improve and make permanent the pilot project for seasonal workers. But in the budget, Madam Speaker, what did the government do? They once again kept they extended the pilot project by 5 more weeks for another 2 years. So what we see from this government is that they just keep renewing a temporary measure and extending it. And when it comes to investing in the computer system, the system is outdated, and the Liberals know it. And they're saying now it won't be till 2026 or 2028. How much hope is that supposed to give workers and the unemployed? And for seniors, is it fair and equitable towards seniors, this budget? Is it fair and equitable to be... Canada is one of the worst countries in the OECD when it comes to old age security. And also, there's a discrimination as between 65-year-olds to 74 and 75 and up. We need to move to questions and comments now. Questions and comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, and I'm curious as to the member's thoughts in regards to the pharmacare proposal that's within. You know, I think seniors, no matter what area of the country that they're in particular, with diabetes, would recognize that having a national pharmacare is a very strong positive thing, just on that point alone. Does the Bloc support Canada providing for pharmacare coverage and recognize that at least we're moving in the right direction?
The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Madam Speaker, I feel like turning the question back around and asking the Parliamentary Secretary if they truly intend to have universal pharmacare coast to coast, because this doesn't appear to be what we've got. It makes no sense in a context where Quebec already has a pharmacare program. Thousands of drugs are already covered, and to impose without a right to opt out and full compensation when Quebec says why diabetes and why contraceptives. It makes no sense. It's not full, it's not comprehensive, it's not coast to coast, and it disrespects Quebec's will to do it our own way. So once again, it's the federal policy of interference, and maybe that suits the rest of Canada, but it does not meet Quebec's needs or interests at all. And we've already said so. We have our own system, and we'd like to improve it, but not with federal strings attached.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to continue on the pharmacare file. It's of interest to me because when it comes to reducing the cost of drugs for everyone, the best way to go about it is to have a universal system. Quebec has a hybrid system, which may have been avant-garde when it first came in, but it no longer is. So Quebec should have the right to opt out with compensation. We agree about that. But wouldn't it be the best things for Quebecers and patients and for companies and hospitals and that's what the unions have called for all across Quebec. The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. I'm not surprised that that's what those big organizations are calling for. I was a member of that union movement, and we fought for a universal pharmacare program in Quebec, and that's what led to the system we have today in Quebec. It's a hybrid system. It's not perfect. It should be improved. And I think people want to keep improving it. And I'm very pleased to learn for the first time that the NDP agrees on the right to opt out with full compensation, because it's not there in the bill, but we don't have that yet. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments?
And comments, l'honorable député de Beauce.
The Honourable Member for Beauce. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. She talked at the end about the creation of 2 classes of seniors. I'd like her to elaborate a bit on that, because we've heard that a number of times. We've dealt with that here in the House. So I know what her viewpoint is on that, but it might have to talk about it some more before anything gets done about it.
Thérèse de Blainville.
The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for the question. You know that we have a bill before us, C-319, from the member for Shefford. We in the Bloc, when we want a fair and equitable social safety net, the first thing that needs to be done is for the federal government to strengthen its own social safety net. Canada is, according to among OECD countries, one of the worst when it comes to how we support seniors. And the federal government has increased OAS by 10% for those 75 and over and turned its back on those aged 65 to 74. So they can get OAS as soon as they turn 65, but they don't get any increase.
The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I start my speech, I would like to seek unanimous consent to split my time with the honourable member from Rosemont, La Petite Patrie.
Have unanimous consent? Agreed.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, millions of Canadians are really struggling right now. The cost of living is up dramatically. It's getting much harder to pay the rent, the mortgage, to buy food, to pay the bills. This has gone on for several years now for many Canadian families, and I think it's fair to say that communities across this country are really feeling the toll of the economic difficulty facing this country. Yet, big corporations and the ultra-rich are doing better than ever. They're making record profits, often by gouging Canadians with sky-high prices. And even with corporate profits soaring, their investment in Canadian workers and the Canadian economy is declining. Major shareholders and top executives are reaping enormous benefits, while the promised trickle-down to workers, communities, and consumers promised by the right to North Americans around the world since the beginning of this century is as illusory as it's ever been. New Democrats recognize these facts. That's why we are using our power in this minority parliament to deliver results for people. In the 2024 budget alone, we have compelled this government to do the following: to build more homes, preserve existing affordable housing, and protect renters; to bring in universal single-payer pharmacare, starting with contraception and diabetes medications and devices; to establish a national school food program; to reverse damaging cuts to Indigenous services; to invest in accessible, high-quality, non-profit childcare; to establish a dedicated youth mental health fund; to double the volunteer firefighter tax credit and the search and rescue volunteer tax credit; and to take a first step towards tax fairness in this country by making wealthy Canadians pay a little bit more on their capital gains profits. Now, it's funny, while I'm speaking, I've heard nothing but catcalls from the Conservative side of this who have opposed every single one of the comments I just made. So I think it gives you a little flash into what a Conservative government might do for Canadians. I think it's quite clear they would reverse every one of those measures. Now, while these achievements illustrate in part what a New Democrat government could accomplish, the 2024 budget does not fully reflect our party's vision. This is not an NDP budget, but it was a budget that we were able to influence in a minority parliament. Likewise, Bill 69, the bill under consideration in this House in this debate, the Budget Implementation Act, 2024 number 1, includes many of those positive measures that the NDP was able to compel this government to implement. However, we acknowledge that the legislation has several and significant shortcomings. In our view, there is much more that the federal government can and should be doing to make this easier for people and to provide opportunities for the generations to come. For our part, New Democrats will not stop working to deliver results for people. Now, I want to cover some of the positive aspects of Bill C-69 because we've indicated that we intend on supporting this legislation. First, it launches the new National School Food Program. This program will be in place as early as the 2024-2025 school year and help over 400,000 children access the food they need to grow healthy and to learn. This is an important first step towards establishing a national school food program or national standards This is a critical gap felt strongly in a time of skyrocketing food prices. Across Canada, the reality is that nearly 1 in 4 children do not get enough food, and more than 1/3 of food bank users are children. According to Children First Canada, there's been a 29% increase in food insecurity in children in the last year alone. A national school food program will not only give students in Canada access to nutritious food, but it will also make healthy eating a daily lesson for our kids by integrating lessons on food growing, nutrition, preparation, and cultivation into established curricula. A national school food program can encourage children to adopt lifelong healthy eating habits. We know from international best practices that all children benefit from universal school food programs, not just children from low-income households. Countries with a national school food program have documented better academic performance, improved short and long-term health for children, help for family budgets, and improved efficiency in the healthcare system. Bill C-69 also includes measures to make housing more affordable. There's a few ways. It will enhance the home buyer's plan by increasing the withdrawal limit from $35,000 to $60,000 and temporarily add 3 years to the grace period before repayments to an RSP are required. It will start to crack down on short-term rentals to unlock more homes for Canadians to live in by denying income tax deductions on income earned from short-term rentals that do not comply with provincial or local restrictions. It will ban foreign buyers of Canadian homes for an additional 2 years until January 1, 2027 to ensure that homes are used for Canadians to live in, not as a speculative asset class for foreign investors. Bill C-69 also includes measures to make life more affordable for Canadians in other ways. It will make it easier to find better deals on internet, home phone, and cell phone plans by amending the Telecommunications Act to better allow Canadians to renew or switch between plans and to increase consumer choice to help them find a deal that works best for them. Madam Speaker, we know that internet and cell services are now core staple utilities for Canadians, and Canadians pay among the highest prices in the world. This happened under the current Liberal government, it happened under the previous Conservative government, and New Democrats know that we have to drive these prices down for Canadians to meaningfully participate in work and home life. It will crack down on predatory lending by strengthening enforcement against criminal rates of interest to help protect the most vulnerable Canadians from harmful illegal lenders. It will make it easier to save for our children's education by introducing an automatic enrollment in the Canada Learning Bond to ensure that all low-income families receive the support that they need for their children's future. It also includes measures to support workers. Bill C-69 will protect gig workers by strengthening prohibitions against employee misclassification in federally regulated industries. It will establish a right to disconnect to help restore the work-life balance for workers in federally regulated industries. It will extend additional weeks of employment insurance for seasonal workers in 13 targeted regions until October 2026. It will advance employee ownership trust to enable employees to share in the success of their work by encouraging more businesses to sell to an employee ownership trust. Now, Bill C-69 delivers 2 major investment tax credits to help build a more sustainable future. That's the 30% Clean Technology Manufacturing Investment Tax Credit and the up to 40% Clean Hydrogen Investment Tax Credit. Now, I sat in Finance Committee when I heard from businesses across this country that can't wait to get these tax credits in place so they can start to make the investment in sustainable forms of energy that not only will create the jobs of the future, but help Canada meet our carbon reduction targets. I've already mentioned that Bill C-69 provides support for volunteer first responders and the care economy workers in rural and remote communities. There's a couple ways it does this as well. It expands the Canada Student Loan Forgiveness Program to pharmacists, dentists, dental hygienists, midwives, early childhood educators, teachers, social workers, and personal support workers, physiotherapists, and psychologists who choose to work in rural and remote communities. This builds on existing loan forgiveness for doctors and nurses. I think we all know that our rural and remote areas probably feel the pinch of a healthcare system that is not providing fast enough or good enough service, and I think it's important that this budget recognizes and takes some steps towards addressing that. I want to just talk for just a moment on the Canada Disability Benefit, because I mentioned that this bill has some serious deficiencies. In my mind, this is one of the most major. This government, despite their plan, which was announced in earlier to provide a maximum benefit to people living with disabilities to lift them out of poverty. That's the claim. That's the goal, which the NDP agrees with. This government decided to back that up by giving those Canadians $200 a month.
Shame.
Now, I think you don't have to be an economist to know that not only doesn't come anywhere near to lifting anybody out of poverty, but frankly, it's almost an insult. At present, a single adult with a disability will live below the poverty line if they receive funding from any of the provincial programs across Canada, and an additional $200 a month is not enough to bring them even to the poverty line.
That's right.
There's over 1.5 million Canadians living with disabilities who live in poverty in this country. Yet, this plan will also have restrictive eligibility requirement that will limit access to at most an estimated 600,000 people. Madam Speaker, I see my time is coming up. So we are deeply disappointed to see that broken promise, and we will continue to fight for Canadians living with disabilities. We know that they need sufficient income in this country to let them not only get out of poverty, but to meaningfully participate and live enriched lives where they can contribute as fully as they can, not only good for them, but good for our communities and our economy as well. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Waterloo.
Madam Speaker, I want to appreciate the comments that the member has shared, and I also do want to just also appreciate that the budget document is a massive document, and to be able to find some elements within that document that we can agree on, I think is the way that we move forward as a country by working together. I would like to hear from the member re-echo just some of the programs that he does support, and that most likely we would see, well, I hope it's not a future Conservative government, but should this Conservative Party be elected, what would be undone, possibly taken away from Canadians? And the other element I would like to hear from the member is, does the member agree that all levels of government need to work together? I know he comes from the province of British Columbia, and I don't know the politics of British Columbia, but I can tell him that within the province of Ontario, every single time the federal government tries to provide a support to people to make lives better, the provincial Conservative government tends to claw the supports back at their level, which actually doesn't move Canadians ahead. So would like to hear about their experience versus what we're seeing in Ontario. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Waterloo for those excellent questions. Dealing with the last one first, I think it's a critical part of the Canada Disability Benefit that we ensure that all provinces and territories come to an agreement with the federal government whereby any additional funds that the federal government is providing people living with disabilities is not clawed back. Obviously, because if that happens, then people living with disabilities don't receive any benefit at all. So that's a critical component for the success. In terms of other additional aspects of the budget, upon which you're right, it's over 600 pages, this bill. I would point out that Bill C-69 provides support for small and medium-sized businesses by returning over $2.5 billion in proceeds from the price on pollution to an estimated 600,000 small and medium-sized businesses through an accelerated and automated return process. Rebates will also be provided every year going forward. I think that's a positive step. Small businesses are the engine of our economy, and many of them are suffering. So by extending that carbon tax rebate to small and medium-sized businesses in the billions of dollars, that's an important reason, I think, to support this budget, and one that I'd be interested in hearing my Conservative colleagues' reasoning as to why they would oppose that.
The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
And I would agree with the member opposite that it was very disappointing to see what happened with the Canada Disability Benefit. It certainly was not what the community was asking for. But would he not also agree that everything else the Liberals are delivering is disappointing, including $10 a day childcare with less childcare spots that existed before, a dental care program with no dentist subscribed, a pharmacare program that doesn't even exist and might end up having 2 drugs in it? Is it really worth carrying the water for this Liberal government for the last 9 years?
Good question.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, the NDP has been championing public, affordable, accessible childcare for decades, and while I agree that there aren't enough spots being created, I've seen more created in the last 6 years than I ever saw created under any Conservative government. That's for sure. I don't really understand the premise of my honourable colleague's last questions when she says things like dental care doesn't exist. I read stories over the weekend and saw pictures of seniors who had been to the dentist and were showing copies of their bill that was paid for by the Canada Dental Care Program. And I don't know which got the idea that dentists aren't signing up. Last I saw 6,500 dentists across this country have signed up, and frankly, there is no more requirement to sign up for the program. Dentists can just automatically enroll in the program by billing their first customer. So all I'm saying is that the NDP fought for 9 million Canadians this Parliament who will be able to go to the dentist for the first time. To us, dental care is primary health care. And every Canadian should have the right to get their oral health needs met, regardless of their ability to pay. And at the end of this Parliament, we'll be able to go to Canadians on the doorstep and say the NDP helped get dental care for 9 million Canadians. And I'm going to tell them that the Conservatives voted against that and think that's a bad idea, and we'll take that away from them. That's not illusory.
A quick question. The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I agree that it's very difficult for many people in Canada and in Quebec to find housing. Housing is difficult. It's at the heart of the budget. We must say this, but the way that the federal government is doing things is by butting into and interfering into provincial jurisdictions. It's never been a federal jurisdiction. The government is multiplying programs that will have to go through negotiations with the provinces in Quebec. It took 3 years before the National Housing Strategy was accepted by Quebec. So negotiations take years, but the problem is now. And so projects will be delayed. Once again, we need projects now. We need housing now. So why does the NDP approve a budget that will... I would just like to give the Honourable Member just a little bit of time to answer to that question, 20 seconds or less.
Very quick. Look, housing is a crisis in this country. Canadians in every community, including in the province of Quebec, have, people can't find affordable housing to buy or to rent. In my view, it takes all levels of government working on this problem. You can't solve the problem by leaving the federal government, which has the deepest pockets in this country, out of it. So I think the feds, the provinces, the municipalities have to work together. That's the only way we're going to make progress on it.
And we have to resume debate.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleagues who seem very enthusiastic that I'm about to take the floor. Just to begin, I would be remiss, Madam Speaker, not to say or deplore or think of what is happening in Rafah, where bombardments seem to have started anew, where the Israeli army seems to have asked tens of thousands of people to evacuate, refugees that are being asked to become refugees once again. These are forced displacements of civilian populations, which is very concerning. The east sector of Rafah, where people have to leave, is where the only public hospital is in Rafah, so we have to take stock of what is happening over there. The High Commission for Human Rights has qualified this as inhumane. So let us be vigilant and wary of what is happening there and what has been happening there for the past 6 months. After the last federal elections, we found ourselves here with a minority government, and we wanted to play a constructive role. So the NDP caucus accepted to have negotiations with the government to see if we could get certain victories, measures that have never been accepted by Liberals and Conservatives in the past. So now we have a historic agreement, not a perfect agreement, but we have a historic agreement where we support the federal government in exchange of a number of measures and programs that would tangibly help workers and their families, seniors, patients, students, etc., etc., etc. Without it being a new democratic budget, far from it, the last budget, this budget, shows NDP influence, and we have leveraged our position to get tangible results for Canadians and to bring true change to people's lives. We're in politics not just to give speeches and be in photo ops, it's also to really help those who truly need it and to help living and working conditions of those that we represent. So, Madam Speaker, I have certain positive things to say about this budget, things that we forced the Liberals to do because they had never accepted it in the past. I think one of the examples of this is dental care. This is a program that truly began last week on the 1st of May for seniors who registered in December and January. This will bring about significant change to their lives. Only in Quebec, there are 4 million Quebecers who do not have public or private dental care. With what we've managed to obtain, they will be able to get dental health. The Department of Finance has said that for a senior couple, this will be savings of $2,600. A family with 2 children will save close to $2,000. Having dental care reimbursed to the tune of 80 to 90% makes a huge difference to people's budgets. Some people simply do not go to the dentist because they can't pay. But now things will change. Will the program be perfect? No, it will have to have teething problems and changes will have to be made, but I believe that it will concretely help families and middle-class families and poorest families in Canada. The cost of living is going up incessantly. Housing is going up incessantly. Groceries are going up incessantly. Having almost all of our dental care reimbursed will have a major impact, therefore, on people's lives and people's budgets. I'm very proud of this victory, and I encourage everyone to register, especially dentists. But there will be a new system that will make payments even more easy, and that is thanks to the NDP's work. We promised it in our election campaign. We said we will come to Ottawa to fight for this. We did so, and we obtained results. I'm very happy to say today that we are delivering. There has also been a lot of progress with regards to Medicare, pharmacare rather. The best way to reduce or control the cost of pharmaceutical products is to have a universal pharmacare system. We are the only country in the world with a public and universal healthcare system that doesn't have an adjacent pharmacare system. Medication prices have been spiraling, so people are getting more and more sick, and then they have to go to emergencies, which leads to worse conditions in our healthcare system. Yes, in Quebec, we have a pharmacare system, and Quebec is always will be able to withdraw from the federal program with compensation. We have a hybrid public-private system where pressure is very high on supplementary healthcare policies. So, money that could be spent on pensions are having to be spent elsewhere on medication. We were told 30 years ago it was huge progress. Today we see what the issues can be. It's time to finish the work we started 30 years ago by having a universal and public pharmacare system. We'll have negotiations with the provinces. $1.5 billion has been provided. Why? To help those who are diabetic. That is 3.7 million people. 3.7 million people that will be able to have access to good treatment and good equipment for those who are diabetic. There will also be contraceptive measures that will help millions of women in our country. I ask the government of Quebec to be open to negotiating with the federal government so that Quebecers can benefit from this progress, from this offer. It would be, frankly, a shame, Madam Speaker, if Quebec were to withdraw for simple ideological reasons. It would be a shame for women in Gatineau to have no access to contraceptive products at the same level as women in Ottawa. All unions agree with this. The FTQ, CSN, CSQ, the Union of Quebec Consumers unanimously say this is what we have to do for pharmacare. In this budget, there's also something that we asked for, and that was asked of Quebec for years. A national school food program. Schools are under provincial jurisdiction, but if there's federal money, that could be used to buy meals or even snacks and lunches for kids who come to school with an empty stomach and who need this energy in order to learn, to be attentive, to have good results. then that's part of what determines our success in the future. I don't know if you remember, Madam Speaker, when I was young, we would receive snacks at school, and I think that was important. And I think it's important now for kids to have access to this kind of food. This is a request that comes from those who take care of kids' health in our schools. There's breakfast clubs who have been asking for this program for years. They want federal money to be made available, so I'm happy that something is being made, progress is being made in this direction. Bursaries for higher education have been frozen for a very long time, for 20 years in fact, and now they are being unfrozen. There's also measures in this budget for affordable housing. That was an NDP request. An acquisition fund to buy land for out-of-market housing. That was an NDP request. It's in the budget, a new $1 billion fund to have truly affordable housing. That was also the case. A number of things are interesting in this bill. I see that I'm at the end of my time, but I would like to say that there are many things that are lacking in this bill. $200 is not enough for people living with disabilities, for example, because it won't bring any people living with disability out of poverty. We could also talk about Indigenous affairs, like Indigenous housing, and the federal government has to do a lot more. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker. The honourable member will have questions and answers after question period.
Statements by members. Déclaration de député, the honourable member for Nepean.
Madam Speaker, I am pleased to attend the ribbon-cutting ceremony of New Salvation Army's Barhaven Church and Community Centre. This is a great addition to our Nepean community. Salvation Army is a social services organization that responds to disasters, feed the homeless, and run thrift stores. As a local branch of the Salvation Army, Barhaven Church and Community Centre aims to bring help, hope, and salvation to everyone without discrimination. The church is a place to build relationship with people who care, a place to belong to a community of faith, and a place to become a person of purpose. The people of Nepean and I are glad to finally see this wonderful facility built after many years of delay due to red tape. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Sarnia-Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, today is May the 6th. Exactly 2 years ago to the day, at a David Wilcox concert, I met the love of my life, my husband, Paul. He is wonderfully intelligent, wonderfully humorous, wonderfully loving, and wonderfully tall. From the day we met, he has brought joy to my life, and he has renewed my enthusiasm for doing this difficult job, from which I was considering retiring. He has restored again my pride in being the member for Sarnia-Lambton, and he has encouraged me and stood by me every step of the way. He has put the sparkle back in my eyes, a spring in my step, and made me even smilier than before, if that's even possible. We share a love for God, family, and music. Today, I want to thank him for his love and say how much I look forward to doing life together. Happy anniversary, my darling.
The honourable member from Surrey Centre.
Mr. Speaker, today is a special day on the Hill as we mark Dr. Ambedkar's Equality Day and Day of Jayanti. Widely regarded as the father of the Indian Constitution, Dr. Bhimrao Ramji Ambedkar was an Indian jurist, economist, social reformer, and political leader. A champion of civil rights, Dr. Ambedkar's vision for a free India was simple. He wanted equality for all, irrespective of caste, gender, or religion. He carried these values and goals with him as he wrote India's constitution, became India's first Minister of Law, and resigned from government when the Indian cabinet and parliament refused to support crucial civil rights reforms. Mr. Speaker, today, as we welcome guests from Ottawa, from across Canada, guests to Ottawa from across Canada, including the Chetna Association of Canada from Surrey and the Ravidas Sabha from Burnaby, to celebrate Dr. Ambedkar's Equality Day. It's an honor to recognize his long-lasting legacy and praise those who continue his work in India and abroad. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, The year 2024 represents a milestone in the history of the community of Saint-Benoît, now part of the city of Mirabel. Founded in 1799, the village is celebrating its 225th anniversary this year. From the rise of the Patriote movement of 1837-1838 for our freedom and democracy, where the entire village was burned down, to the expropriation of the Mirabel airport site, the people of Saint-Benoît have experienced many moments of adversity in their history. In spite of these trials and tribulations, the industrialization of agriculture, the diversification of agritourism, and the ingenuity of many entrepreneurs over the last few decades have breathed new life into the development of this village. Now you can see why I have such admiration for the people of my riding. The people of Saint-Benoît have in their DNA a sense of honor, solidarity, and innovation. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the constituents of the Mirabel riding, allow me to wish the people of Saint-Benoît a happy 225th anniversary.
The honourable member from Fredericton.
Mr. Speaker, today in this special place, I wish to recognize and celebrate the life of an extraordinary person from my home community, Daniel Richard Nichols. Fredericton was not the only city to benefit from Dan's presence, kindness, and dedication, but it would be his final resting place, and we are eternally grateful for the time we had together. I first met Dan after joining the Liberal Party of Canada. I was going through a lot of difficulty in my life, and it was a very tumultuous time. When I needed it most, Dan and his amazing wife, Susan, were there. They showed up. They believed in me, and I am forever indebted to them for picking me up, dusting me off, and offering me hope and energy. They gave me the courage to keep putting one foot in front of the other, to keep fighting for justice, for equity, for better. That's just who Dan was. He was a giver and an optimist with a realist wit, and anyone who was lucky enough to know him would attest to that. We were fortunate enough to gather this past December to raise a toast to our incredible community of volunteers. I was honored to present Dan with the Volunteer of the Year award, and it will forever stay in his name. Green's first hue is gold, its hardest hue to hold, yet Dan somehow stayed golden. Until we meet again, my friend.
The honourable member from Portage Lisgar.
Last Friday, I was proud to be at the sold-out Winkler Centennial Arena to watch the hometown Flyers sweep the Steinbach Pistons to win the Manitoba Junior Hockey League, their first league title since 1998. The atmosphere was absolutely electric throughout the game, but turned tense in the dying moments when Steinbach tied it up with only 40 seconds left to play to send it into overtime. But have no fear, it was the Flyers' Zach Nicholas who banged in the rebound to score the series-winning goal, and the crowd went wild. Leading up to the series final, the whole city of Winkler was buzzing, and it was amazing to see how the community rallied around the team. The Flyers are a big, heavy team built to win. Led by NHL alumni on the bench, they walked all over the Pistons in the final. And now, the Flyers are off to play in the Centennial Cup in Oakville, Ontario, and will take on the best Junior A teams from around the country. The entire province of Manitoba is cheering them on to bring home the cup. Go Flyers, go!
The honourable member from Charlottetown.
Mr. Speaker, the month of May marks Multiple Sclerosis Awareness Month. Last week, I met with MS Canada to discuss how we can work together to improve the lives of those living with MS and prevent MS before it starts. For more than 90,000 Canadians, including 1,000 Islanders affected by MS, hope for the future is found in research. It's research that will help us understand the cause, prevent the disease before it starts, discover new treatments, and ultimately find a cure. Here in Canada, we're at the forefront of MS research, but in order to make the progress needed, we must make MS research funding a national priority and commit $15 million in funding for global efforts. I'm proud to be part of a government that is investing in improved healthcare services, increased research funding, and greater accessibility and supports for individuals with disabilities. Together, let us build a future where no one has to face the challenges of multiple sclerosis alone. Thank you, Mr.
Speaker. The honourable member from Eglinton Lawrence.
Mr. Speaker, today is Yom HaShoah, the annual day to remember the 6 million Jews who were slaughtered during the Holocaust. We mark this somber occasion with the jarring reality that anti-Semitism has never been more pervasive in Canada. B'nai B'rith just published its annual audit reporting nearly 5,791 anti-Semitic incidents committed in 2023, more than double from the year prior. Jews are bombarded daily with epithets like Jews go back to Europe, all the Zionists are racists, and long live October 7th. Some diminish these incidents, but look at university campuses and you'll see Jewish professors and students intimidated and harassed, to say nothing of the synagogues, day schools, businesses, and neighborhoods targeted every single day. If this were any other minority, there would be outrage, and there should be, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, I met with Rose Lipsig and Pinchas Guter, 2 Holocaust survivors. Their fighting spirit is indefatigable. We owe it to them, the remaining survivors, and all those who perished in the Shoah, to remember what our eyes have seen and to teach our children never again. Never again.
Never again.
The honourable member from Tobique-Mactaquac.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an absolute honor to rise in the People's House today. And welcome to Ottawa guests from all over the country who are attending the 59th Annual National Prayer Breakfast, Leadership Dinner, and Young Christian Leaders Summit. We are excited that there will be a record attendance this year and are so looking forward to the message of hope that will be shared with all those attending. Our theme this year is Bridge Over Troubled Water. In times like these, when there is so much trouble geopolitically and there is so much uncertainty throughout our world, whether it's within nations or the hearts of individuals, the waters of life can become very troubled and our lives tumultuous and storm-tossed. But the timeless hope of the ages is that when we are in the storms of life, there is a promise we can hold on to, that we are not alone. And we can look towards a source that is higher than we are to find strength, comfort, and courage. It's our hope and sincere prayer that all of us in this chamber would experience the calming reassurance that is offered by the one who still calms the waters, speaks peace in any circumstance, and is our true bridge over troubled waters, Jesus Christ.
The honourable member from Niagara Centre.
Mr. Speaker, later today, Great Lakes and St. Lawrence stakeholder groups will be hosting a special event for MPs, senators, as well as officials and staff to learn more about the triple bottom line impacts of this massive freshwater system. Representatives from the Great Lakes Fishery Commission, the Lake Champlain Basin Program, the IJC, the Great Lakes St. Lawrence Cities Initiative, the OCFA, and many more will be on hand to take questions about what they do to help sustain the Great Lakes and the St. Lawrence River as economic and social drivers for millions of Canadians and Americans. This evening, we will be also treated to a special live performance of We Are the Water by Welland Centennial High School. Trust me, Mr. Speaker, a performance you do not want to miss. I encourage all members, as well as their respective staffs, to attend 6 p.m. at SJAM. Canada's freshwater resources are critical to Canada's future and deserve an unwavering respect. I am very pleased to share and support the binational work being done throughout the basins. Come out and see how we are keeping the great in the Great Lakes.
The honourable member from Niagara Falls.
Speaker, after 9 years of this NDP Liberal government, 2 million Canadians are using food banks each month. In my community alone, Project Share served more than 13,000 people last year, or 1 in 7 residents in Niagara Falls. This is a 97% increase over the past 2 years. What has been the government's response? They increased the carbon tax by 23%, driving up the cost of food and making it harder to buy groceries, thereby sending more people to food banks. And if that were not sad enough, a new report by Canada's food professor finds that nearly 60% of Canadians are deciding to purchase and eat expired food so they can lower their grocery bills. After 9 years of this incompetent Prime Minister, Canadians are deciding to run the risk of food poisoning because the price of food is so high. This NDP Liberal government is not worth the cost of going hungry or getting sick. It's time for change in Ottawa. It's time to elect a common sense Conservative government.
The honourable member for Portneuf, Jacques Cartier. Mr. Speaker, to hear this government talk, all is well, life is good. I invite this government and its ministers to take to the streets with me and join the real world. After 9 years of this government, its laxity has left us in a precarious situation. Unfortunately, the Bloc Québécois is complicit in this. A quick reminder, the Bloc Québécois felt it was too much work to check every single credit, so they instructed us to vote yes on all credits. That's $500 billion of public money. Yes, $500 billion of centralizing inflationary spending. For example, over $60 million for ArriveCan. Over $20 million for the Office of the Secretary to the Governor General. The Bloc Québécois says one thing and does the opposite. It's time for a conservative, responsible government that governs with common sense. Enough of this Bloc Liberal waste. They have both hands in the candy dish, or rather, in the pockets of honest Canadian citizens.
L'honorable député d'Orléans.
The Honourable Member for Orléans. Mr. Speaker.
May 5th was the World Pulmonary Hypertension Day. The rare form of the disease is called pulmonary arterial hypertension, or PAH, which severely impacts the health and the quality of life of patients who are affected. I commend the Pulmonary Hypertension Association of Canada and their patients' ambassadors, Donna Downs and Shirley Durham from my riding of Orléans, for their relentless efforts in raising awareness for Canadians with PAH. Which initiative like the federal government's national strategy for drugs and rare diseases, investments are being made to help increase access to and affordability of promising and effective drugs for rare diseases to improve the health of patients across Canada. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to work on ensuring those living with PAH are able to access the resources they need. Merci.
Thank you.
The Honourable Member from Courtenay, Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, today on this first day of Mental Health Week, millions of Canadians are unable to access reliable, quality mental health care as they cope with mental health disorders or mental illness in their daily lives. At some point in our lives, most of us will be touched by mental health issues. Yet cost-free universal care is not available for too many in need of mental health care in the same way as it is for physical health. Too many must turn to for-profit services if they can afford them. For some, compassionate care is available from chronically underfunded nonprofits in communities far away from hospitals and government services. Join me on this day and every day in the fight for parity of mental health care in our universal system, for sustainable funding for community-based service delivery, and for compassion and kindness in our response to the mental health needs of all Canadians.
The Honourable Member from Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to mark National Nursing Week. As we all know, nursing is a vocation. A glance, a smile, care, a presence, a person who listens and reassures us. They are at the heart of our healthcare systems, all too often holding the system together. We see them tirelessly working with the sick, the elderly, and the most vulnerable members of our society. Sometimes in remote areas, they are the only people who can assess people's state of health and provide the necessary care. It's a demanding role, requiring vigilance, commitment, excellence, and humanity. Thank you for being there for us day after day so that we have access to quality care. You're changing our lives and shaping tomorrow. Happy Nursing Week.
The Honourable Member from Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Medicina.
Mr. Speaker, the Oxford Learning Dictionary defines the word wacko as crazy, not sensible. And to many in British Columbia, what is happening in our beaches, in our neighborhoods and parks, on our playgrounds, in coffee shops, and even in our hospitals is truly wacko. Because this Prime Minister and NDP Premier David Eby have surrendered our most precious public spaces to illegal drug dealers. This is a wacko policy. These illegal drug dealers prey on our most vulnerable in society. This is not good for those suffering with addictions, nor is it good for public safety. In fact, even the BC NDP have now figured this out. Since the BC government asked 10 days ago to stop this wacko far-left legalization of hard drugs project, some 60 British Columbians have died due to the Prime Minister's political dithering. Mr. Speaker, let's end this wacko, failed, deadly, illegal drug experiment in British Columbia, and let's bring common-sense conservative solutions that will protect the public and those battling with addictions instead of supporting illegal drug dealers. Thank you.
St. John Rothson.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today on behalf of many Canadians who are looking for our government's continued commitment to our coastal communities and their families by standing with the Canadian aquaculture industry. Through investment and innovation in technologies and practices, Canada's highly regulated aquaculture industry can continue to grow and prosper. Our coastal communities on the East Coast and on the coast of British Columbia ask that we are given the chance to continue to thrive with a modern salmon aquaculture industry. 100% of the remaining salmon farms in coastal British Columbia operate with the support of coastal First Nations in whose traditional territories they exist. The activists have an ill-informed agenda that ignores the science. As we look to long-term renewal of BC salmon farming licenses, there's a question of growth and hope versus poverty for many Indigenous communities. The future of Canada's coastal communities depends on it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions. Questions orales. L'honorable chef de l'opposition.
Les titres au
The headlines in Quebec again today show that after 9 years, this Prime Minister is not worth the cost of housing, which has doubled in his 9 years tenure. It's a disaster about to happen. Organizations are calling for help. There are renters who are contemplating suicide, soon to be forced to live in their van. These are the headlines. After 9 years, why should Quebecers believe the Prime Minister now? The Honourable Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities. Mr. Speaker, I understand this situation is difficult for renters and people who don't have housing, and that's why the government, after discussion and negotiation, has entered into a deal with Quebec to build affordable housing. With federal officials, 8,000 to 10,000 affordable housing units will be built. The leader of the Conservative Party is opposed. That's not okay. We need to work with our Quebec counterparts to build affordable housing. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. More expensive promises. This Prime Minister is not worth the cost after 9 years. What's worse, the Bloc voted in favor of $500 billion in inflationary centralizing spendings. That's going to cause interest rates to shoot up. Quebecers will lose their homes, and taxpayers will have to pay even more now on debt service than on health care. When will the Prime Minister recognize that he and the Bloc are not worth the cost? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, we have a plan to build more housing more quickly, but the Conservatives voted against it. We have a plan for a green industrial transition, but the Conservatives voted against it. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to share some big news that Canadians got last week, and that is that our credit rating, our AAA credit rating, the highest possible credit rating, Canada still has that because of our budget policy. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The Minister is not worth the crime, chaos, drugs, and disorder. It has now been 10 days and 60 dead British Columbians since the government of that province has asked the Prime Minister to reverse his deadly and radical legalization of crack, heroin, and other hard drugs in children's parks, hospitals, on transit. Why will he not reverse his radical agenda?
The Honourable Minister for Mental Addictions and Health.
Mr. Speaker, communities in BC are facing an extremely serious challenge. It is a toxic drug supply on the streets and people are dying. We know that public consumption is an issue of concern, which is exactly why, Mr. Speaker, BC is amending their proposal, and we have been working with them every step of the way. We're treating this with the urgency it deserves, and all partners are at the table right now, Mr. Speaker, to find the path forward, working with law enforcement and health services so that we get this right and save lives, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, to find a path forward, the path forward is obvious. Ban hard drugs, invest in treatment, bring our loved ones home drug-free. That minister claimed last week that she was waiting for the BC government to provide information before she could decide on reversing radical legalization. It turns out the government had given her that information within hours of the request. She has all the information, so why are her and her radical boss clinging on to this insane policy?
The Honourable Minister for Mental Health and
Mr.
Addictions.
Speaker, on this side of the House, we follow science, we follow healthcare experts, and we follow the information. We are working with BC on a comprehensive amendment to their proposal. This takes collaborative work, Mr. Speaker, to get it right. This is a health issue, Mr. Speaker, not a criminal one. The Leader of the Opposition is misleading Canadians in not recognizing that people need health care. They do not need to be re-stigmatized and criminalized.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Abbotsford Soccer Association wrote a letter it entitled A Cry for Change. Volunteers with the organization have found dirty needles that can puncture innocent children in the playing field. Other BC fields have had women raped and overdose, have found addicts naked, have had pets actually overdose because there's so much drug contamination on the site. What are they thinking over there?
The Honourable Minister of Finance and Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, a pilot project was put in place at BC's request. BC now has serious concerns about some aspects of that. We share those concerns and we are addressing them. But I do want to say, Mr. Speaker, I do not think there is a family in Canada that is untouched by the tragedy of opioids. And I think that it is absolutely abhorrent to try to score political points off the pain of Canadians.
L'honorable député de La Prairie.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, the creative people working at Radio-Canada are worried. The cultural community is worried. The Quebec government's talking about a catastrophic scenario. In short, the plan to bring CBC and Radio-Canada closer together is disturbing and looks more like a plan to save CBC at the expense of Radio-Canada. And no wonder. The CBC's Liberal-appointed CEO has had no qualms about going after Radio-Canada. Internally, they say everything's on the table, including programming and management. Will the Prime Minister commit to maintaining Radio-Canada's independence from the CBC? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Mr. Speaker, I'll repeat what I said last week. In no way will services to Francophones in Canada, whether it's in Quebec or outside Quebec, in no way will those be affected by internal restructuring at CBC Radio-Canada. What upsets me is hearing the Bloc, and it's basically the same position the Conservatives took, that CBC and Radio-Canada should be completely separate and funded separately. I don't understand where they're going with that. It makes no sense. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. There's what's said publicly, and then there's anonymous information. What La Presse tells us is that nothing has been ruled out with this so-called rapprochement, including programming, and there's indeed talk of a management merger. That means a single management team for the French and English networks. In Canada, when you mix English with French, you always get English because French takes the back seat. Will the Prime Minister put a stop to this very dangerous idea of bringing the CBC and Radio-Canada closer together? The Honourable Minister of Heritage. Mr. Speaker, I would point out that the Conservatives are applauding when the Bloc talks. And when the Bloc talks about separating CBC from Radio-Canada, What's going on with the Bloc that they're so aligned with the Conservatives over something as important and fundamental as our public broadcaster? They were never able to protect the public broadcaster from the Conservatives when they were in power. And here we are saying that the Francophone programming and content will be protected. We don't want to cut the funding to the CBC or Radio-Canada.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals delay in protecting women's rights, and the Conservatives straight up want to attack women's rights. Last year, they brought in a motion attacking a woman's right to choose. Right now, they are blocking free birth control for women. And later on this week, they're going to go and attend an anti-choice rally. New Democrats want more freedom, more choices, and more affordability for women. So will the government support us in stopping the Conservatives from denying 9 million Canadians free birth control?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Let me state it clearly and unequivocally. Every woman in this country, every part of this country, must have access to the oral contraceptives that she needs to have control over her reproductive future. Any party that stands in the way of that is standing in the way of basic freedom for women in this country to have freedom and autonomy over their body. I will say to the Conservative Party of Canada, stop blocking this so that women can get the reproductive aids they need to have control over their reproductive futures.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South. Mr. Speaker, free contraceptives will save women hundreds of dollars and give them more freedom to choose. But the Conservatives want to block that. They want women to pay more and have less freedom. But New Democrats won't allow it. Will the government vote with us today to ensure that 9 million people have access to free contraceptives? The Honourable Minister of Health. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a question of freedom for women all across this country. The freedom to have access to medication that women need for their bodies. And I wonder why the Conservatives are blocking this bill, which will provide medications not just for women, but also for diabetics. It's time for action, Mr. Speaker. It's time to ensure that there are true freedoms for women all across the country. This is time to stop blocking this.
From Calgary Forest Lawn.
After 9 years of the Liberal NDP Prime Minister, it doesn't feel like Canada anymore. Life is more unaffordable than ever. Canadians, the Governor of the Bank of Canada, even random Liberals are saying this government is not helpful. They're out of control spending and not worth the cost. Canadians are living in their cars and in tents because they can't afford housing. They're lining up at food banks in record numbers because they can't afford food, and leaving in droves because they can't afford the high cost of living. When will the Liberals implement a common sense plan and bring in a dollar for dollar law, cap government spending so inflation and interest rates can come down?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we have put forward a budget that invests in the things Canadians need, first and foremost housing. And we're doing that by asking those at the very top to contribute a little bit more. And the good news, Mr. Speaker, is we are doing it in a fiscally responsible way. And you don't have to believe the partisans in any chair in this House. Talk to the analysts at Moody's, who last week reaffirmed Canada's AAA rating, the highest that exists, with a stable outlook. Doesn't get better than that, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Calgary Forest Lawn.
Speaker, common sense is chasing this finance minister. Just like in Alberta, she's speeding away from it. They've put taxpayers on the hook. $54 billion of taxpayer money is going to go to, just in interest to this Prime Minister's doubling of the debt. That means more money is going to bankers, bondholders, and this finance minister's Bay Street buddies than to doctors, nurses, and to the healthcare system. Why doesn't she pump on the brakes on the hypocrisy and let common sense catch up? Introduce a dollar for dollar law so inflation and interest rates can finally come down.
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, Last week, Moody's reaffirmed our AAA credit rating. These are objective analysts who have pointed out that Canada has the most fiscally responsible plan in the G7. But let's talk for a minute, Mr. Speaker, about hypocrisy. Conservative hypocrisy. Last week, Mr. Speaker, the Conservative leader wrote an op-ed asking business leaders to attack our budget. I guess that's because he doesn't have the courage to come out and say the truth, which is he stands for those at the top, not regular Canadians.
The honourable member from Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Last week, the Governor of the Bank of Canada confirmed what millions of Canadians already know. Liberal spending is making life more expensive. 9 years of NDP Liberal deficits had led to a lost decade, lowering standards of living, record food bank usage, and a housing crisis. Will the government finally commit to a dollar-for-dollar rule that allow Canadians to feed their families and keep their homes?
Great job, Phil.
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I respect the member for Northumberland, and he is better than actually misrepresenting the words of the Governor of the Bank of Canada. The reality is the Governor of the Bank of Canada, in testimony since the budget, has said, and I quote, "The budget does respect the fiscal guardrails that the government put in place." And I quote, that's what he said. And he said, quote, "Keeping the debt to GDP ratio on a declining track, and importantly, keeping the deficit below 1% of GDP in future years. The budget commits to those guardrails, and that is helpful."
The honourable member from Northumberland, Peterborough South.
I will quote the Governor directly. He said that this Liberal budget is not helpful. It's more distraction, more denial, in order to cover up their record of massive deficits, which has led to over $54 billion of interest being paid in this budget alone. We'll pay more in the GST. We'll collect more in the GST, or collect more here than in the GST in terms of interest. We will pay more in interest than we will in healthcare transfers. When will they finally get their deficits under control so that Canadians can eat and they keep their homes?
Hear, hear! The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, that is simply not true. I encourage people to read the testimony of the Governor of the Bank of Canada and news reports about that testimony. Here is what he said, and I am quoting precisely: "Keeping the debt to GDP ratio on a declining track, and importantly, keeping deficits below 1% of GDP in future years. The budget also commits to those guardrails going forward, and that is helpful." Those are the words of the Governor. People can just take a look at the transcript, Mr. Speaker.
Then I have
the honourable member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, Quebecers are struggling. Mortgage renewals are hurting them. Mortgage rates are high, due in part to the chaotic management of public finances by this Prime Minister and the Bloc. Over the past 9 years, more than $500 billion in additional spending has been voted in by the Liberals and supported by the Bloc. That includes $115 billion in June 2022 for pipelines. And yes, the so-called Green Bloc voted for a pipeline. Will the Liberals and the Bloc take responsibility for the high cost of mortgages and of living? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, Canadians hear one party that has no ambition, no vision, and no plan. Mr. Speaker, Canadians have a choice to make. They have a choice to listen to a party that has no vision, or a government that's investing in youth, in growth, in housing, in science, and in research. Mr. Speaker, here on this side of the House, we will continue to invest in Canadians because countries that have confidence invest in their people, and that's precisely what we'll do. The honourable member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the Conservative Party has a lot of vision and common sense, unlike the government opposite, which seems to have lost sight of that. The Bloc is doing no better than the Liberals. The Bloc supported $500 billion in extra spending. They've always voted against the budget, but they do vote for all of the budgetary appropriations. And that's why Quebecers and Canadians are struggling. Will the government ask the Bloc why they're always supporting them in their nonsensical programs? The Mr. Speaker, Canadians watching understand that that's not common sense. It's nonsense in 2024 to have no ambition for the country, no vision, no plan for the country at a time when we're in a full economic transition. People watching at home understand we're investing in science and research. We're investing in the next generation. We're investing in growth. It's the time for that. That's what we're doing. It's time to invest. We're a confident nation, and we will build the Canada of tomorrow together. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Let's come back to immigration. On February 12th, the House supported a motion giving the government 100 days to convene a First Minister's meeting on immigration capacity, 100 days to table a plan to revise federal immigration targets as early as 2024, 100 days to table a report on the gap between federal targets and settlement capacity, then 100 days to determine how to close this gap financially to ensure the successful settlement or integration of newcomers. There's 2 weeks to go. Have the premiers been invited to this meeting? Is the invitation in the mail? The Honourable Minister of Immigration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member should know, I met with my colleagues, ministers, on Thursday. I'm looking forward to what comes out of that meeting this Thursday, and they will explain what their settlement capacity is. So I'm looking forward to what follows. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you. As early as November, this House voted unanimously, calling on the federal government to review its immigration targets as early as 2024, after consultation with Quebec and the provinces based on their settlement capacity. Even the Liberals recognize that the targets should reflect needs in housing, health, education, franchisation, and infrastructure. Yet Ottawa continues to increase immigration in 2024 and again in 2025. When will the government listen to the reasonable demands of this House and stop blindly increasing immigration levels? The Honourable Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship. I believe I answered the previous question. It's the same question, essentially, so the question's been asked and answered. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Wow, that's going to get us really far. The federal government is blindly increasing its levels despite the House's request to adjust levels to suit settlement capacity, despite the House's request to start this process within 100 days with a meeting of First Ministers, despite the unfavorable opinion of the Public Service, warnings of economists, and despite CMHC figures showing that the housing crisis is getting worse. They want to know nothing about that. Why do the Liberals refuse at all costs to know how many people we can realistically accommodate without shortchanging them in terms of services or their basic needs? The Honourable Minister of Immigration. As I just said, Mr. Speaker, and I don't know if the member changed his sheet of paper for all three of those questions. They all sounded the same to me. I will be meeting with my provincial counterparts this Thursday to discuss our cooperation. We'll see what comes of that. But that's we are going to look at our levels. We haven't said which direction they'll move in. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister, supported by the Bloc, isn't worth the cost Quebecers pay for their mortgages, rent, food, gas, and taxes. Every day we hear moving stories of Quebecers who have to live in their cars or go without food, or of food banks that can no longer supply to meet the demand of their customers. All of this because of the Prime Minister's $500 billion in inflationary spending supported by the Bloc. When will the Prime Minister stop spending so people can finally start eating again despite the Bloc? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, Quebecers need investment in healthcare, and we're doing that. Quebecers need investment in childcare, and we've done that too. Quebecers need investment in housing. We're doing that. The only thing the Conservatives understand is cut, 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 and austerity, because they're afraid of raising taxes on the wealthy. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Quebecers are already experiencing austerity imposed by this government. They can't afford rent. They can't afford groceries. That's the reality Quebecers are dealing with every day. After 9 years, this Prime Minister has found a dance partner to spend and create even more inflation at the expense of families. He knows the Bloc won't vote against them because the Bloc loves this Liberal government. The Bloc House Leader himself told TVA, we're not going to scrutinize everything the government spent. What good is the Bloc if it votes for $500 billion in Liberal inflationary spending? When will the Bloc-backed Prime Minister stop impoverishing Quebecers? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaking of reality, the Conservative leader, when he was minister responsible for housing, he got 6 housing units, affordable units built, whereas we're getting 8,000 built. So the Conservatives have insulted Quebec municipalities, calling them incompetent. So 6 versus 8,000. Who is the more incompetent here, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, it's already been a few weeks now that there's been a grievance at the University of Quebec. The status of the university has changed. The question is, does the member for Quebec City, did the member request that advantage, or did he simply accept the University of Laval's offer? It's a queer question. Could we get a clear answer, please? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, I thought better of the member than that. He knows that Canada has among the strictest rules in the world when it comes to conflict of interest and ethics. This minister has been exemplary when it comes to strict adherence to conflict of interest and ethical rules. So I'm very surprised to hear that question coming from that member.
The Honourable Member from Vancouver East.
Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch and other advocates have called on the Liberals to end Canada's rights-violating immigration detention system. This system traumatizes people seeking safety. Provinces have ended immigration detention in their jurisdictions. Instead of following their lead, this federal government plans to lock up migrants and asylum seekers in federal prisons. They also want to codify this practice into law. This is in violation of international human rights standards. When will this government stop jailing people seeking safety and a better life?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate our honourable colleague's question. I share her concern that the rights of all individuals must be respected. I think she will understand that there are a very small group of individuals with perhaps violent criminal pasts, those that may be involved in terrorist activity, for whom releasing in the community is not an acceptable option for public safety. We'd worked for many years with the provinces that kept this very small group of individuals in the appropriate custody, and now we're going to take our responsibility at the same time respecting their rights.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member from Courtenay, Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, every minute, 2 garbage trucks worth of plastic are dumped into the world's oceans. Canada has the longest coastline in the world, and plastic and industrial waste are choking the shoreline, making its way into our food and harming vital ecosystems. But the Liberal solution? Cancelling the Ghost Gear Fund, which creates local jobs and removes plastic and marine debris from our waters. This government says they care about the environment, but refuses to act to protect it. Yeah. Will the Liberals immediately restore this funding so that we can continue to clean up our coasts?
Yes.
Here, here.
Mr. Speaker, at the DFO, we know how important the state of our oceans are, and we are working very hard. Projects have been implemented for recuperating phantom objects, and the work will continue, Mr. Speaker, with our communities and with those in the fields. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Mississauga-Malton.
Speaker, our government will always uphold the Charter of Rights and Freedoms to protect Canadians' rights. We even established a rule in 2019 that every government bill must be accompanied by a charter statement to ensure that Canadians' rights are respected in all legislation. Last week, the leader of the opposition admitted that he would overrule Canadians' rights using the notwithstanding clause. Can the Minister of Justice please reaffirm our government's commitment to upholding the Charter?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General for Canada.
I thank the member for the question. I will state that our government will stop at nothing to ensure that Canadians' Charter-guaranteed rights and freedoms are protected. You cannot claim to care about freedom and then vow to strip certain people's freedoms away when it is politically inconvenient. That is not democracy, Mr. Speaker. The opposition has said they'll start with criminal justice matters, but where will they stop? Religious rights, abortion rights, the rights of the LGBTQ2 community? Our government will always protect all Canadians' rights. It's a wake-up call that the Leader of the Opposition cannot and will not do the same.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lillet and Kamouraska-Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, after 9 years of this Liberal government, the crises are getting worse and worse and worse. Housing, cost of living, and now the opioid crisis. The situation in Montreal is getting worse and worse. Crack and heroin can be found close to schools, and people are afraid for their parents and their families. Who has helped the Liberals in this policy? The Bloc Québécois. They are simply not worth the cost, Mr. Speaker. My question is simple. When will the Prime Minister put an end to this radical, hard drug legalization process? The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House. The member knows full well that there have been no such requests from Quebec, and so there will be no change considered in treating opioids in Quebec. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, after 9 years, the Bloc continues to support this Prime Minister's full spending spree. The Bloc wants more transfers to the provinces, but then votes in favour of $500 billion in centralising and inflationary credits. We just don't get it on this side. Without housing, Quebecers are becoming homeless, which is having a major impact on the healthcare system. The Bloc and the Prime Minister are simply not worth the cost. When will this Bloc-backed Prime Minister stop wasting money so that Quebecers can be housed with dignity? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Finance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it would perhaps be a good idea for the Conservatives to talk to the Quebec provincial government, the mayors of Quebec's municipalities. This because we have an agreement with Quebec that seeks to invest in housing. The province of Quebec and the federal government know how important it is to invest in housing, to invest in order to help support Quebecers. But these Conservatives simply only understand austerity. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, after 9 years under this government, it is clear that the Bloc and the Prime Minister are simply not worth the cost. The housing shortage and high rents have forced a 42-year-old woman to live in her minivan, and she won't be the only one. While Quebecers are simply trying to survive, the Bloc has chosen to vote for $500 billion in Liberal budget allocations. This means they voted for bureaucracy, red tape, and waste, like the $60 million Arrive scam program. When will the Bloc-supported Prime Minister stop wasting money so that Quebecers can start living with dignity again? The Honourable Minister for Housing. Mr. Speaker, if the member thinks there's a problem in housing in Quebec, then why did he vote against housing projects in Quebec? 6, that's the number of total affordable housing units were built when the current leader of the Conservatives was Housing Minister. We are continuing to invest in affordable housing throughout Canada and in Quebec. We are investing in affordable housing, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, after 9 years of this government, the housing crisis has become so serious that Quebecers are having trouble choosing between housing and food. The Journal de Montréal let us know that a 42-year-old woman is living in her minivan while the government continues to spend. And yet the Bloc, which claims to defend the interests of Quebecers, is making the situation worse by voting with the Liberals for $500 billion in budget appropriations. So it costs a lot to vote Bloc. Mr. Speaker, when will the Bloc-supported Liberals stop their out-of-control spending? The Honourable Minister for Public Services and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very happy to be able to speak to housing with my colleague from Chicoutimi-Le Fjord. In his riding alone, 180 affordable housing units were built. It's a great result. The only issue is that perhaps he could talk about with his leader so that he can figure out why only 6 affordable housing units were built during his entire mandate. Great news for his riding, but the comparison is not the same. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, the initial report of the Haut Commission unequivocally reveals the extent of foreign interference in our elections. The government will today table a bill containing measures to counter this interference. Better late than never, but if the government wants to show that it is really serious, it must finally create a register of foreign agents, as everyone has been asking it to do. The Bloc Québécois intends to table a bill to create a binding registry. But there's nothing to stop the federal government from going ahead today. Will the minister commit to legislating to create a binding registry of foreign agents? The Honourable Minister for Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, of course, we appreciate our colleague's enthusiasm. He has a certain experience here in Parliament. He wouldn't want me to talk about a bill before it is actually tabled in this House of Commons. Mr. Speaker, I may be censured by yourself because it would be a violation of parliamentary privilege to do so, and I would never want to do that in my life. So I would like to ask my colleague to be patient, and I have full trust that we'll be able to work with him on these important issues in the future. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, the Haut Commission report also reveals the irresponsible attitude of the Prime Minister and the Liberal Party of Canada when faced with China's interference. The report confirms that as early as 2019, the Prime Minister was duly informed of irregularities in the candidate nomination in Don Valley North. The report even specifies on page 137 the reasons given by the Prime Minister for not withdrawing his candidate from the election. These reasons include, and I quote, given that the Liberal Party expected to win Don Valley North. In other words, the Prime Minister doesn't care about interference at all if, in the end, the Liberal Party wins. Should democracy take precedence over partisanship? The Honourable Minister for Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, I disagree with the last few words of my colleague's question. We are the full government that implemented measures to counter foreign interference. We have since improved them, following recommendations made by experts. We have adjusted them, fine-tuned them to strengthen them. We have worked with our friends in the Bloc and other parties in order to allow the Haut Commission to do its work. We are looking forward to the recommendations. And for sure, Parliament will have to work together in order to work with these recommendations.
Member from Mission, Mascree, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years, this NDP Liberal Prime Minister is not worth the crime, chaos, drugs, and disorder. Since the request 10 days ago to end deadly legalization, 60 British Columbians have died, and the impacts are felt in every community. The Abbotsford Soccer Association has to sweep their fields for dirty needles and deal with open drug use at our community parks. Patrons of the SkyTrain in Surrey Centre fear open use of meth on our transit system. Can the minister provide the date when they will finally cancel this wacko policy?
Here, here, here. Now ask the honourable member from Timmins, James Bay, to please keep his voice quiet unless he's recognised by the Speaker to speak. The Honourable Minister for Mental Health and Addictions.
Mr. Speaker, the pilot program in BC was set forth at BC's request to save lives. They have come to us now to amend their proposal, and working with the BC government, law enforcement, healthcare services to get this right to save lives of people who are dying because of a toxic drug supply is an urgent priority for us, Mr. Speaker.
Again, I'm going to ask all members, please, to hold their comments until they're recognized by the chair. The honourable member from Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
After 9 years of this NDP Liberal Prime Minister is not worth the crime, chaos, drugs, or disorder. It was 10 days ago that the BC government pleaded with this Prime Minister to end this wacko drug policy. There have been 60 overdose deaths since BC begged for this to come to an end. On what day will they finally act and give BC what they're asking for?
Again, I'm going to ask the honourable member from New Westminster Burnaby, please, not to take the floor until he's recognized for doing so. And I know that this is a very difficult issue for many, and so I ask members, please, to listen carefully to the questions and listen carefully to the answers. The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we have a very effective collaborative relationship with the province of British Columbia, and it is frankly insulting to the province to suggest that the province needs to beg us for anything. The province has serious concerns about their pilot project. We share their concerns, and we are working collaboratively and effectively to address those concerns. What we're not doing is playing partisan politics with the lives of real people.
The Honourable Member from Kelowna Lake Country.
After 9 years, this NDP Liberal Prime Minister is not worth the crime, chaos, drugs and disorder. The BC government sent the Prime Minister all the information he needs to end his wacko drug policy experiment. In his 10 days of inaction, it's estimated 60 British Columbians' lives have been tragically lost to overdoses. Wacko drug policies have the RCMP citing government-supplied drugs being diverted, and open drug use of crack in hospital rooms, meth in restaurants, fentanyl in parks and playgrounds. Wow. How many more days will it take this Prime Minister to end his failed drug policy experiment?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and of course, all members in this House are absolutely ripped apart by what we're seeing the opioid crisis do across this country. The responsibility that we have to the families who've lost loved ones, to the people who are in crisis right now, is to make sure that we follow evidence. And the reality is, Mr. Speaker, that the ideas proposed by the Conservatives have been tried and failed everywhere they've been tried. And that if we're going to have honest conversations, holding out false solutions is very disappointing on a subject so sensitive. We need to work collaboratively in an evidence-based way to make sure that we do everything we can to get this right, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, over 1.9 million seniors 65 and over have successfully applied for Canadian Dental Care Plan. Conservative chose to vote against funding toward the CDCP. However, the numbers speak for itself and have demonstrated Canadians' overwhelming support for this program. Can the Minister please update the House on the impacts of the work being done to provide access to dental care for Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I want to start by thanking the member for Richmond Hill for all of his work to promote.
The Chair has been pretty patient with the member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, on calling out when he doesn't have the chair. I'm going to ask him, please, to listen respectfully to the questions that are asked and to the answers that are given. The Honourable Minister from Health can start from the top, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to start by thanking the member for Richmond Hill, who has been such an incredible advocate to making sure all Canadians get the oral health care they deserve. And I want to say that in the first 3 days, we've had just extraordinary results, Mr. Speaker. 15,000 seniors have already, in fact, more than 15,000 seniors just in the first 3 days have already gotten service. And when you think about that, Mr. Speaker, it's a fundamental issue of dignity and prevention. Those are seniors who aren't going to wind up in a hospital room. Mr. Speaker, we need to continue that momentum. More than 8,000 dentists have now signed up, with more and more signing up every day. We're going to get
the Honourable Member from Wellington Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, on April 11th, the Prime Minister said that it wasn't simply an overall the election was free and fair, but that in every single constituency election integrity held and it was free and fair. Justice Hogue concluded otherwise. She concluded that well-grounded suspicions about PRC interference in Don Valley North could have impacted who was elected to Parliament. This is significant, end quote. Does the government agree with Justice Hogue that PRC interference could have impacted who was elected to Parliament in Don Valley North?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, we agree with Justice Hogue that there has been an increase in foreign state actors, hostile state actors, seeking to interfere in the Canadian democratic process. Obviously, that takes place at the riding level. We also noted Justice Hogue saying that this is the case for a very small number of constituencies, and she is not able to draw definitive conclusions as to the extent of that impact. So I understand my honourable friend is identifying some of what Justice Hogue said. I think it's important to put it in the context that she herself did.
Yes. The Honourable Member from Wellington, Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, I'll tell the government what Justice Hogue concluded in Steveston, Richmond East. She found that, quote, there are strong indications of PRC involvement, and there is a reasonable possibility that these narratives could have impacted the results in this riding. Again, the Prime Minister said just several weeks ago that every single constituency election integrity held, and it was free and fair. Does the government agree with Justice Hogue that PRC interference could have impacted the election result in Steveston, Richmond East?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, we think that Justice Hogue has done a very serious job in terms of understanding the extent and nature of foreign interference and helping Canadians understand also the tactics that foreign hostile state actors may use and how they seek to undermine the confidence of Canadians in democracy. So I think we should be very careful, Mr. Speaker, before we take out of context specific things that Justice Hogue has said. Our government, unlike the government that was in office before 2015, has taken this matter seriously and will continue to do everything necessary, Mr. Speaker, in this regard.
The Honourable Member from Leeds Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
The Liberal Employment Minister got caught cashing checks from his secret lobbying business. Turns out his own department got lobbied and then gave $10 million out, and the minister himself announced it. After 9 years of this NDP Liberal government, it's clear they're not worth the cost or that corruption. How much did the minister pocket, and is the government prepared today to announce that they're going to have the RCMP investigate this latest Liberal scandal?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
The minister has, of course, addressed that matter, Mr. Speaker, but let's talk about the member for Leeds Grenville, who in this House, in an alarming way last week, failed to rule out using the notwithstanding clause to deny the right of women to reproductive services in this country. There are 80 members of that caucus who have green or yellow lights from the Campaign Life Coalition.
That's right.
Who is going to be standing up over there to make sure that the rights of women are protected against these conservatives' anti-choicers?
The Honourable Member from St. John's East.
The pollution that is fueling costly climate change while building a strong, sustainable Canadian economy that creates jobs and invests in competitive, decarbonizing world is the key to success in the 21st century. The latest National Inventory Report confirms Canada has bent the curve and is reducing emissions toward achieving the country's 2030 emissions reduction goal. Can the Minister of Environment and Climate Change update Canadians on this progress and the next steps in climate action?
The Honourable Minister for the Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for her question. In fact, the emissions are down in Canada. And it's not only according to us, but the independent Canadian Climate Institute says that for the first time in the history of Canada, we're on track to meet our 2026 and 2030 targets, Mr. Speaker. 44 million tons less pollution in 2022 than in 2019. That's the equivalent of removing from our roads in Canada 13 million vehicles, which is basically half of our existing vehicles in Canada. More needs to be done, which is why we're the first and only country in the G20 to have eliminated fossil fuel fuel subsidies and the only large oil and gas producer to put in place a cap on emissions, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, the expected military invasion in Rafah will be catastrophic. Over 1 million people, half of them children, have no safe place to go. In Gaza, there's famine in the north and bombing in the south. This escalation threatens the safety of both Israelis and Palestinians. The Liberals should be doing everything to protect innocent civilians, and this includes the hostages. Where are the promised sanctions on extremist settlers? Where are the two-way arms embargo? Why won't the minister do what she promised and act to save lives?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The violence must stop. What is happening in Gaza is catastrophic. As we have said from the beginning, a military operation in Rafah would be devastating for the Palestinian civilians and foreign nationals. They are seeking refuge. They are mothers and children. They have nowhere else to go, and asking them to move again is unacceptable. We continue to call for a sustainable ceasefire. This cannot be one-sided. Hamas must release all hostages and lay down its weapons, and humanitarian aid must get into Gaza. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Saanich Gulf Islands.
Unfortunately, and contrary to what the Minister of Environment just said, Canada is not on track to meet our target for 2030, which is expressed to the United Nations as 40 to 45% below 2005 levels, only conveniently forgetting the range to 45%. And on top of that, we're still spending more money to support fossil fuels than to decarbonize. $34 billion on Trans Mountain, another $5.7 billion on fraud, carbon capture and storage, as well as underspending when they promise they're going to spend money on climate. We are at least $14 billion behind that promise.
The Honourable Minister for the Environment and Climate Change.
Mr. Speaker, if you won't take it from me, maybe the member will take it from organizations which you probably know very well. Environmental Defence said, and I quote, "New data released today by the Government of Canada shows that we're finally starting to bend the curve when it comes to climate pollution. GHG emissions in 2022 were the lowest they've been in 25 years, Mr. Speaker, with the exception of the pandemic years. The Pembina Institute said Canada's climate policies are starting to pay off. It appears the suite of measures introduced by the Government of Canada over the last years is starting to make a notable dent in our overall emissions." Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
As we bring to the end of question period, again, I want to encourage all members, please, to keep their comments to themselves until they're recognized by the chair. I did hear the minister give his answer, but I could see that some members are having some difficulty doing so. Out of respect for your colleagues, I'd ask all members, please, to only take the microphone when they're expected to take the microphone. Affaires courantes ordinaires.
Routine proceedings. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Order 3688. I have the official language.
Excuse me, I'm going to interrupt the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I'm going to ask all members, please, to take your conversations outside. I'm certain there are all members will want to pay attention to what is doing this. And if I could encourage all members who could hear my voice just to say to your closest partner, shh. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 3688A, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 28 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format.
Introduction of government bill. Oh, sorry, Mr. LeBlanc, seconded.
Mr. LeBlanc, seconded by Ms. Haidu.
Introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting Countering Foreign Interference. This motion is deemed adopted. Mr. LeBlanc, appuyé par Madame.
Mr. LeBlanc, seconded by Madame Haidu, stated that this bill now be read a first time and that it is adopted. When shall this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House.
Déclaration des ministres.
Statements by ministers.
Interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committee. The honourable member from Charlottetown.
I have the honour to table the following two reports of the Standing Committee on Health. The 17th report, entitled Patented Medicine Prices Review Board, ensuring the efficiency of the reform processes.
18th report, entitled Fostering Healthy Childhoods, a Foundation for Resilient Generations. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to each of these two reports. We are grateful to the diligent support that we've received from the procedural clerks, from the House of Commons, and the expert assistance from the analysts of the Library of Parliament. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank the honourable member. I see the honourable member from Mississauga East Cooksville rising.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the following three reports of the Standing Committee on Finance. The 17th report of the Standing Committee on Finance in relation to Bill C-59, an act to implement certain provisions of the Fall Economic Statement tabled in Parliament on November 21st, 2023, and certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 28th, 2023. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House with amendments. The 18th report, entitled Main Estimates 2024-2025, the 19th report of the Standing Committee on Finance in relation to the motion adopted on Thursday, March 21st, 2024, regarding the excess profit tax on large grocery companies. And thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the members and all those that helped us get these reports prepared for Parliament. Thank you.
Thank the honourable member. I recognize the honourable member from Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 18th report of the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates, known, of course, as the Maniogo, entitled Request for a Privacy Commissioner Investigation of the ArriveCAN application. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions. The honourable member from, I want to say Dauphin Swan River, Neepawa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always an honor to present petitions on behalf of my constituents. Mr. Speaker, I rise for the 35th time on behalf of the people of Swan River, Manitoba, to present a petition on the rising rate of crime. Jail has become a revolving door for repeat offenders, as Bill C-75 allows violent offenders to be in jail in the morning and back on the street the same day. And Bill C-5 allows criminals to serve their sentences from home. The people of Swan River are calling for jail, not bail, for violent repeat offenders. Mr. Speaker, the people of Swan River demand that this Liberal government repeal their soft on crime policies that directly threaten their livelihoods and their community. I support the good people of Swan River.
The honourable member from Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad I caught your eye this time. So I'm tabling a petition on behalf of Hong Kongers all across Canada. This one draws the attention of the House specifically to the treatment of Hong Kongers have received ever since the national security law on Hong Kong was instituted in Hong Kong by the Communist authorities on June 30th, 2020. And they draw the attention of the House to the fact that it's limited to the suppression of freedom of speech and peaceful expression of alternative views, and also it promotes the elimination of meaningful political opposition. Protesters from Hong Kong have been coming to Canada since then and are asking for the House of Commons for the following 5 things. So they're asking that IRCC should take a greater care when receiving the applications of Hong Kongers who are recently released from prison and have criminal convictions related to the pro-democracy movement. 2, they're asking for the involvement in the pro-democracy not be an impediment for Hong Kongers eligible for immigration pathways in coming to Canada. 3, IRCC should create a mechanism by which Hong Kong people with pro-democracy movement-related convictions may provide an explanation for such convictions. IRCC should create a mechanism by which Hong Kong people with convictions related to pro-democracy movement may be provided admission to Canada. And finally, the 5th point, ensure the translation of police documents on arrest charges and convictions, as well as personal declarations regarding criminal history, but remove an explicit requirement for a Hong Kong police certificate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Bow River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to present a petition on behalf of the residents in the area of Langdon who've been without a post office for over a year.
Wow.
I know the Environment Minister would be very concerned about this because now they've been redirected 30 kilometers away to another community. This is an environmental disaster. All of the carbon that they're going to use trying to get to a post office in a community 30 kilometers away. They need their post office. It's been over a year. We need the post office in Langdon. Thank you.
Presenting of petitions, présentation pétition, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to rise in this place on behalf of the people of Saanich Gulf Islands who are looking to see climate action and particularly looking at transit plans across Canada. They note that the federally supported 10-year transit plan will end in 2027, that we still lack an effective public transit plan that serves Canadians, particularly in rural and more remote areas, such as Vancouver Island. The petitioners are asking for a permanent federal funding mechanism for public transit to go beyond the 10-year plan, to work together with all orders of government to ensure predictable, long-term, and low-carbon transit, and they hope that the accountability measures will be in place to ensure governments work together to deliver public transit for Canadians.
Présentation de pétition, presenting the petitions, the honourable member Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as always, it is an honor to be able to stand in this place and present petitions signed by so many Canadians from across this country. Today, the first petition of three that I rise to present seeks to support the health and safety of Canadian firearms owners. These petitioners recognize the importance of owning firearms, and they are concerned about the impacts of hearing loss caused by damaging noise level of firearms and the need for noise reduction. These petitioners acknowledge that sound moderators are the only universally recognized health and safety device that is criminally prohibited in Canada. Moreover, the majority of G7 countries have recognized the health and safety benefits of sound moderators, allowing them for hunting, sport shooting, and reducing noise pollution. Petitioners are calling on the government to allow legal firearms owners the option to purchase and use sound moderators for all legal hunting and sport shooting activities. Mr. Speaker, it's great to be able to present that petition on behalf of so many Canadians here today. The second petition that I rise to present here in the House is numerous Canadians that are concerned about bill that are concerned about freedom of expression in this country. And they recognize that Bill C-27 seeks to add protection against political discrimination to the Canadian Human Rights Act. Therefore, these Canadians call upon the House of Commons to, number one, support Bill C-257, which bans discrimination on the basis of political belief or activity, and two, defend the rights of Canadians to peacefully express their political opinions, a very important issue indeed, Mr. Speaker. And the third and final petition that I rise to present today in the House of Commons is numerous Canadians that have, and it's not the first time I've stood to present a petition like this, but a host of Canadians that shared their concern about how the Liberal Party of Canada in its 2021 platform promised to deny the charitable status of organizations that have convictions that differ with those of the Liberal Party. It, in some cases, may jeopardize the charitable status of hospital, houses of worship, schools, homeless shelter, and other charitable organizations which simply do not agree with the Liberal Party on matters of conscience. Many Canadians depend and benefit from the charitable work done by these organizations, and certainly these Canadians are very concerned about the imposition of a values test similar to that which was used to eliminate so many organizations from the Canada Summer Jobs Program, as we saw a number of years ago. Therefore, a host of Canadians call upon the House of Commons to, one, protect and preserve the application of charitable status, rules on a politically and ideologically neutral basis without discrimination on the basis of political or religious values, and without the imposition of another values test, and two, Mr. Speaker, affirm the right of Canadians to freedom of expression. of expression. As always, Mr. Speaker, it is an honor to be able to stand and on behalf of so many Canadians in these 3 petitions to present these in the House here today. Thank you.
Présentation de pétition, the honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. An honor to rise to present a petition on behalf of folks who note, first of all, that thermal coal, the kind used to generate electricity, is the world's dirtiest fossil fuel. They note that thermal coal is responsible for half of the world's carbon footprint. They note that the world needs to rapidly move away from thermal coal if we've got any hope of holding on to the 1.5 degree target set in Paris to limit global warming. They go on to note many physical effects of the climate crisis, from permafrost melt to drought, wildfires, much of which we're seeing across the country and even more so around the world. They go on to note that Canada's greenhouse gas emissions are actually the worst of any G7 country since the 2015 Paris Agreement, and certainly since 1990. They go on to then call the Government of Canada to do 2 very specific things. First of all, add thermal coal to the priority substance list of the Canadian Environmental Protection Act, and as soon as possible to the toxic substances list of CEPA. And as a result of doing that, to go on to regulate the mining, use, export, and import of thermal coal in accordance with our international commitments, effectively banning the export of thermal coal. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation de pétition, presenting a petition, the honourable member for Barrie-Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honored to rise on behalf of Canadians to present a petition with respect to this large interventionist government proceeding again to take away consumer rights and health rights of Canadians, as well have a significant impact on the natural health product business in this country that employs literally thousands of people and represents multi-billion dollars of business. And it says that the undersigned residents of Canada, that the Liberal Party is threatening access to natural health products through the new rules will mean higher costs and fewer products on store shelves. New so-called cost recovery provisions would impose massive costs on all consumers of natural health products and undermine access for Canadians who rely on these products, and that the provisions in the latest Liberal omnibus budget have given the government substantial new arbitrary powers around the regulation of natural health products. Therefore, the undersigned call on the government to reverse the changes made by the Liberals regarding natural health products. And Mr. Speaker, while I'm on my feet, I do agree with many of my residents and businesses in Barrie-Innisfil who see this as an attack on their choice, consumer choice, cost, and will have a dramatic impact on business in this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I think a point of order from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
2 very quick points, Mr. Speaker. First and foremost, you're not supposed to be reading into the record a petition. You're supposed to give a summary of it. And petitions should not be as politically targeted in terms of the member giving a political statement at the same time.
I think we all should be judicious, of course, with what's been going on. Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member Pembroke Nipissing, or Renfrew Nipissing Pembroke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have 2 petitions. I'm pleased to present a petition signed by the great people of Pickering, Uxbridge, Ajax, and Whitby. They call on the House of Commons to immediately repeal the new regulatory constraints on natural health products passed last year that millions of Canadians rely upon, that has since affected their medical freedom of choice and affordability, as well as a petition organized by Pastor Joe Fiorentino of the Quadville Pentecostal Church in my great riding of Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke. They call on the House of Commons to immediately pass Bill S-210 without delay, which aims to protect our children from accessing harmful sexual and explicit pornographic content online. And I'd like to thank Pastor Fiorentino and all those in his congregation who have signed this petition.
Presenting a petition, présentation de pétition, l'honorable député de Charlebourg.
The honourable member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present a petition on behalf of Canadians concerned about what the Liberal Party has tabled around natural health products. So the people feel threatened by the lack of products available, and there's been a lot of correspondence we've received in our office too, so I think it's important for the House to receive this petition. They want the access to be maintained to these healthcare products. Thank you.
About point of order, the honourable member for Kingston Isles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I didn't want to raise it at the time because I almost felt that it was intended for this purpose, but one Conservative member, when presenting a petition today, was wearing a button that said, "I heart oil." And I just want to confirm, because I know there was a ruling on this before, that we shouldn't be wearing any buttons of political statements as such. Could you confirm that for the House?
Of course, we've said that we don't want to have buttons on that, of course, are supporting one position or another position in the House. Be very judicious in what we're actually wearing. I do believe the honourable member has a mix of buttons that he does wear. This one, I think, says "I love Canada." So I'll have to go back. I'll have to go back and check that one. Présentation de pétition, presenting petitions. L'honorable député de.
The honourable member for Mégantic Éclairable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today on behalf of 30 people who chose to table a petition in the House of Commons. It's a petition concerning access to natural health products. Access to natural health products is threatened by new regulations and new legislation tabled by this Liberal government. Those provisions are called cost recovery provisions, but they would impose passive costs on all consumers of natural health products. And so that would affect their access to these products that they rely on. So on behalf of those 30 signatories, speaking on behalf of many other people from all across Canada, I have the honour to table this petition, which calls on the government to scrap the changes in the last Liberal budget when it comes to natural health products. Thank you.
Présentation de pétition, the honourable member for Portage Lisgar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I, too, would like to table a petition from 26 signatories regarding the decision to threaten access to natural health products with higher costs and fewer product availability on our store shelves. The cost recovery provisions will impose massive costs on all consumers of natural health products and undermine access for Canadians who rely on these products. And stemming from an omnibus budget bill, have given the government substantial new arbitrary powers around the legislation of natural health products. Therefore, I am happy to table the petition of the 26 concerned citizens regarding this effort to quell their ability to have natural health products available to them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting of petitions, présentation de pétition. Voilà. Questions on the order paper? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, the following questions will be answered today. Questions 2456 to 2458, 2460, 2461, 2471, 2473, 2477, 2482, 2484, and 2485. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if the government's responses to questions number 2459, 2462 to 2470, 2472, 2474 to 2476, 2478 to 2481, 2483 and 2486 could be made for orders of return. These returns would be tabled in an electronic format immediately.
I don't know if anyone wants to go over that list one more time. Is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately? Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Finally, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand.
Agreed. Agreed. Orders of the day. Oh, the point of order from the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move, seconded by the Minister of Health, that
64, an act respecting pharmacare not more than 5 further hours shall be allotted to the consideration at the second reading stage of the bill, and that at the expiry of the 5 hours provided for consideration at second reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and, in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successfully without further debate or amendment.
Monsieur McKinnon, appuyé par Monsieur Holland.
Mr. McKinnon, seconded by Mr. Holland, moves the following.
C64, may I dispense? No, gee, I thought I'd make sure everybody hears this. An act respecting pharmacare, not more than 5 further hours shall be allotted to the consideration of the second reading stage of the bill, and that at the expiry of the 5 hours provided for consideration at second reading stage of said bill, any proceedings through the House shall be interrupted, if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of said stage of the bill shall be put forward with and successively without further debate or amendment. Pursuant to Standing Order 64-7, there will be now a 30-minute question period. I'll ask the honourable members to wish to ask questions to raise or to rise or use the raise hand function so the chair can have some idea of the number of members who wish to participate in the question period. On a
point of order, the honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, while you were reading the motion, unfortunately I was distracted by the Liberal government House Leader when you were talking about how many hours would be allotted for debate. So could you remind me the number of hours provided for in this time allocation motion for the bill? And I'd like to know how much the government is going to prevent us from debating this fully. The number is 5. It's not 1, 2, 3, or 4. It's 5. 5 hours. Thank you very much. Questions and comments?
The honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So the member from Burnaby South, who as part of the NDP caucus was the leader in actually bringing this bill to bear, pharmacare being so vitally important for so many Canadians, basically said last week that the Conservatives had up until noon today to remove their blocking amendment. They put an amendment forward that would block pharmacare. Now, Mr. Speaker, what that means for each and every Conservative MP is 17,000 people on average who depend on vital diabetes medication would still have to pay for it out of pocket, in many cases $1,000 a month. An unbelievable charge on their ability to put food on the table or keep a roof over their head, and Conservatives didn't care. The reality is 25,000 women who are looking for to take care of their reproductive health in terms of birth control or contraception are also being denied by the Conservatives blocking this important legislation. So my question very simply
is that Mr. Speaker, the debate with regards to the subject has already begun? Yes, and it's the Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby. He's starting to ask his question.
Should have stood up, but they should have the guts to actually defend the unbelievably negative things that they've tried to do around pharmacare. My question is very simple to my colleague. Why have Conservatives, when 17,000 of their constituents need access to the diabetes legislation, 25,000 need access to their reproductive health prescriptions that are part of this, why are Conservatives blocking the ability of Canadians to access this medication?
Yes.
L'Honorable Ministre de la Santé.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for his work in this legislation, and specifically I want to take an opportunity to thank the member for Vancouver Kingsway for his work. I think that Canadians expect parliamentarians to work together to get results, to get the services and the care that they need. And, you know, it's fine. The Conservatives are going to vote against dental care. They're going to vote against pharmacare, which means they're voting against medication for diabetes, vote against women getting access to the contraceptives they need. It's bad enough that they would vote against it, but to block it actively, to block the elected will of this House to be able to get care to people is extremely disturbing. And I'll talk about dental care. You know, it was really revealing to talk to dentists across the country who have been filled with misinformation, who are shocked by how easy it is to use the dental care plan. And the reason that confusion in many cases exists is because of the confusion deliberately being pumped into it. Again, I would say to the Conservatives, fine, you don't want people to get diabetes medication, you don't want seniors to get dental care, you don't want people to be able to get access to contraceptives that they need. That's one thing. But allow this House to do its work, allow us to be able to move the legislation forward, and allow us to be able to make sure that those people who need care get care.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was listening to the Minister. He said that the House should be able to do its work. Well, you do that through not gagging the House of Commons. The Minister is a reasonable man. Is he not irked by the fact that C64 is under closure? Because there's many important parts of this bill, and the Bloc Québécois, once again, is going to denounce interference in Quebec's jurisdictions. There will be two administrations, and so there will be a huge waste of money. Does he not find it uncomfortable to in stopping debate on such an important subject? Mr. Speaker, we will have time at the committee, after which there'll be even more time at third reading for debate and for the report stage. After that, there will be time at the Senate. So it is important to continue debate, one step at a time, to make sure that we can have a conversation with the government of Quebec. I had a good conversation with Minister Dubé, and Quebec is ready to act. But if the House takes too long, people who really need medication won't be able to get their medication for diabetes or for contraceptives. So it's important to have debates, yes, but there's a lot of time for debate at committees and through other processes in the House. It is time to progress, and it's time to act.
The Honourable Deputy House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is about for pharmacare, and in particular the contraceptive angle of this and the supports that it's going to provide. And at heart of this is really a woman's right to choose. And I found it very alarming that on Friday, the member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lake stood up in this House and said a common-sense Conservative government would use the notwithstanding clause only on matters of criminal justice. Well, Mr. Speaker, it was in the 90s that it was actually made a crime to perform an abortion. And what we've seen is that the Supreme Court, using those charter rights, overturned that law. And so now we have Conservative members saying that in terms of criminal justice, which that law was, Conservatives would consider using the notwithstanding clause. So in theory, Conservatives could bring back a similar law like that was in the 90s, using the notwithstanding clause to make sure that it stuck, something the Supreme Court wouldn't be able to overturn. I find it alarming that only a year after the United States has reintroduced legislation regarding a woman's right to choose and preventing it, that Conservatives are now toying and basically laying out the framework for how they would restrict those rights in the future. I'm wondering if the Minister of Health would like to comment on that.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my friend and colleague for his question. I think it really is reprehensible to see the backwards movement we're seeing over women's reproductive health and rights, where their autonomy over their own bodies is being called into question. And let me make it very clear as Minister of Health that we will do everything in our power to make sure that women have the full power and autonomy over their bodies. That is fundamental freedom. And that includes their reproductive future. And many of these instances is an inability to have real conversations about sex and about whether or not a woman should have autonomy to make a choice about the way in which she makes decisions with her body. And it is absolutely unacceptable in this country that when you take something like contraceptives, like a condom, has a failure rate of about 9%, when an IUD has a failure rate of 0.2%. How can people, first of all, have the position that they're going to tell a woman what she does with her body, but then secondly try to block her ability to get reproductive technologies so that she doesn't wind up with an unwanted pregnancy? Those things to me to be diametrically opposed. And if you're opposed to abortion, if you're opposed to a woman being able to make that choice over her body, it would seem to me that you at least stand up and support her ability to get reproductive medicine. And so for me, it is extremely disturbing that this is any kind of debate in this country. Everywhere in this country, every woman should be told she has autonomy over her body and that she has access to the medication she needs. That's fundamentally what this bill is about, in part. I'm sure we'll get an opportunity to talk about diabetes as well.
Questions and comments? Question Kamal-Taher, the Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Highlands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This debate right now is on time allocation on C-64. And I just want to put to the Minister of Health that I would love us to be having a debate on an actual proposal for pharmacare. It's been since June 2019 that the former Ontario Health Minister, Dr. Eric Hoskins, gave this government and this country clear direction that we need a national pharmacare program. We're the only country in the world with a national health care program that does not automatically include provision of needed prescription drugs. And we know from the Hoskins report that properly implemented, a full national pharmacare program will save this country $5 billion a year at least. But picking two things out only, which is what's so strange about this bill and which is why I object to seeing debate closed before we can actually discuss it. Why are we only talking about reproductive health care and diabetes medication? Because what that may end up doing is give those opposed to pharmacare evidence that it costs more than it's worth, when we need to prove to everyone concerned national pharmacare will save our healthcare system money and ensure Canadians get the health care they need.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And of course, this is a concrete proposal to move forward pharmacare in this country. The drugs are two classes of drugs. They represent more than 80 different medical drugs that are dealing specifically with diabetes and also with contraceptives. And it's part of a broader suite of actions that we're taking. For example, drugs for rare diseases, where I'm currently having conversations with every province and every territory about how we can take action on drug for rare diseases so that folks with rare diseases can get access to the medication that they need. It's part of what we've done on bulk purchasing to realize $300 million in savings for Canadians across the country. It also builds on the work that we're doing with the pilot and PEI, where we've been able to get co-pays down to $5 there, saving seniors hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of dollars in PEI. Look, action is taken one step at a time by demonstrating in evidence exactly what is going to be saved and exactly how this should function. As an example, in PEI, in British Columbia, when it comes to contraceptives, they are already showing that they're saving more than it costs them to run the program. I suspect that we'll also see that in diabetes. But Canadians rightfully want to see this in evidence. They want to actually see these things living out there, demonstrate how they work in each example, and then build on that successively. Our healthcare system was based on iterative process by making sure that the steps we take are prudent and smart and fiscally responsible, and that's the way that we need to proceed with pharmacare as well.
Questions and comments? Question Kamal-Taher, the Honourable Member for Portage-Lisgar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I view this legislation as not a pharmacare plan, but a spending plan and what will be another empty promise, broken promise, just like the carbon tax was going to be revenue neutral, just like housing was going to become more affordable under this government. Frankly, I can't see enough trust out of Canadians to see another project fail to be delivered properly. But I have been getting a lot of questions from constituents regarding the proposed plan. They're coming to me and saying, do I cancel my existing insurance plan? Because like many other Canadians, the majority of Canadians, they already are covered. They're worried that they are going to be, in fact, having a reduction in availability of coverage under the single-payer system that is being partially promised, partially proposed, and ultimately, I expect, poorly delivered. So perhaps the minister could clarify for the hundreds and thousands of millions of people across Canada that are out there wondering, am I in limbo? Am I going to lose the quality of the coverage that I have through my private insurance now? And should I be canceling it now and awaiting further clarification from this government as to what eventually may be covered under the pharmacare plan?
Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, the answer, of course, is no, and that point is not grounded in any kind of reality, Mr. Speaker. Of course, what this plan, there's no plan, and I used to be the head of Heart and Stroke. We would negotiate benefit agreements. You can't go and say, oh, well, you know, there's 2 drugs, now you're going to cancel the rest of your medical coverage. That's a preposterous notion that isn't rooted in anything resembling reality. Of course, what really will happen is people have choice. And what does that mean? And let me be very clear and put the question back to the member. For somebody in your riding who doesn't have the money for contraception, why should they be limited to the choice they afford, which has a 9% failure rate, when there's something available for them that has a 0.2% failure rate? Why should somebody who has less money not have access to the contraceptive medicine they need to have choice and autonomy over their own body? And I can tell you that I've had direct conversations with Minister Assaguara. We're ready to work together to deliver this in the same way that we're working together to create dental. And trying to undermine it. I mean, fine, you want to vote against it. You don't think those people in your riding should have access to those contraceptive drugs through the Speaker? Then that's fair. You're allowed to have that position, and you know, you go and you defend it. But don't try to, with misinformation, sabotage or blocking in this House, sabotage the ability of somebody to get dental care or to get contraceptives. Let's have debate rooted in reality, and the reality is there is enormous need, and that this bill makes sure that everybody gets exactly what they need and aren't left in a position without the critical medication that they require.
Question et commentaire. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to say I find it really funny that the Conservatives are talking about health care plans. Clearly, their life has been marred with privilege, especially because everybody in this House, including the member of Carleton, has had a pharmacare plan that he's been paid for by taxpayer dollars for over 20 years. But in saying that, I have a feeling why I know the Conservatives are stalling this, because something's going to freeze over before they support reproductive rights of women, and certainly trans folk, where the bodily autonomy of trans folk and women by this Conservative government has been demonstrated through things like voting for C-311, which was a backdoor anti-abortion legislation called out by anti-violence groups that the Conservatives supported. But let's not be too cozy with the Liberals either. I have to say, if you look in the out east, New Brunswick, you can't access an abortion. And, you know, I've actually spoken to the minister about it through you, Mr. Speaker. The fact that access to safe, trauma-informed abortion care out east is not a reality. And although they wipe their hands of it as provincial jurisdiction, I'd like to remind them that they do provide federal transfer payments, and they are obliged to uphold the Canada Health Act, something that is not happening in parts of the country. Now, I'm concerned about the Conservatives here. I mean, I know there was a whole revolution around women getting menstrual hygiene products, and now there's a whole revolution around women or folks that use contraceptions getting contraceptions, because not everybody has a health care plan. Not everybody has a health care plan. Not everybody has access to safe, trauma-informed abortion care. And I'm wondering if my honourable colleague will speak to what his government is planning to do to make sure that folks that need a safe, trauma-informed abortion can have it, and what he's willing to do to make sure that this pharmacare plan gets passed through.
Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I recognize and appreciate the work of the New Democratic Party in this bill. I think it was a good example of members coming across party lines and finding a way to work forward to solutions. And I think in the first order, every member should be very clear about where they stand with respect to reproductive medicine for women. It's a pretty basic question, and I hope every member would answer it in the affirmative. Should women be able to access the reproductive medicine that they need to have control and autonomy over their own bodies? I hope every member would say yes. I'm concerned that some may not agree with that statement. And then in the second order, in this country, you can have an opinion on whether or not a woman should have an abortion or not, but you do not have the right to tell a woman what to do with her body. It's that simple. And the ability, and the member's quite right, of every woman everywhere in the country to be able to have clear and definitive and unquestionable choice over who she is as a person and her sexual and reproductive health is essential. And anywhere a woman is blocked from that, then we have a collective demand for action. And so, yes, there are provincial and territorial considerations in that, but I absolutely and firmly agree as a matter of principle, and I look forward to working with the member to make sure that we live in the type of country that she and I both want to have, where every woman has full control over her body and over her sexual and reproductive choices.
Question et commentaire à l'honorable député de
The Honourable Member, Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree with the Minister when he says that everyone who needs it should get pharmacare. I think that we agree with that sentiment in the Bloc Québécois, but who is the best authority, the best government to manage such a program? The Bloc Québécois is convinced that it's the Quebec provincial government and other provincial governments who should have full jurisdiction over this responsibility. And I know that he wants time allocation because he fears that Conservative colleagues delay debate to stop this bill from coming through. But the Bloc Québécois wants to have debate nonetheless because this bill creates an agency that will manage a Canadian pharmacare program, which will be rather complex. What will this look like for Quebec? We have questions. We already have a hybrid program, a public-private program that is managed by the Quebec healthcare system. So there are many questions, and we need to hear from witnesses. And this kind of alacrity, I understand that they're afraid of filibustering, but we still need to have healthy debate. We still need to study this in depth. We still need to listen from witnesses in order to determine whether or not this bill is good for provinces and good for Quebec. Is this the best solution for good coverage for all Quebecers and all Canadians? That's my question, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Minister for Health. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and that was the case, certainly, with bilateral agreements with each province and territory. There is a spirit of cooperation. It's not a question. We need to figure out the best way for us to work together to make sure that we have indicators from coast to coast to coast. So that everyone can see what progress has been made in their province or territory. It is the case for dental care, and it will be the case for pharmacare. We have worked very well with Minister Dubé and the Government of Quebec this to make sure that the program will work well. So there will be a lot more debate at committee and no doubt at third reading as well. After this, there'll be good debate in the Senate, and then we will have good talks and we'll continue to have good talks with Quebec. And I'm looking forward to talking with the provinces because all of our objectives are the same. We want to make sure that our entire population has access to service whilst respecting various jurisdictions. We want to work in a spirit of cooperation to try and find a solution together.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, healthcare is such a critical issue, always has been in my 30 years as a parliamentarian plus. We talk a lot about healthcare. We've achieved healthcare accords or agreements with different provinces and territories. We made a $198 billion commitment towards healthcare. That's talking about future generations. For many years, I have been a very strong advocate for a pharmacare program. And my question to the minister is, as I see it, the pharmacare program is a huge step forward to the type of a healthcare system Canadians want to see here in Canada. And I'm wondering if he could just provide his thoughts in regards to how it is that the pharmacare legislation that we're proposing today is going to complement our healthcare system into the future.
Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague and friend for his important question, because each of these actions does not stand on their own. It is part of an overall plan to make sure that we have the best healthcare system in the world. You can't have the best healthcare system in the world, just as a point of fact, if 1/3 of Canadians don't have access to dental care. You can't have the best healthcare system in the world if you have women who don't have access to the contraception that they need, or if you have diabetes patients who don't have access to their medication. Just as an example, Sarah in an Ottawa clinic talking about people having to reuse syringes because they don't have the money to be able to get new devices. And also when we think of the food school program about kids getting the healthy food and nutrition that they need, when you think about what we're doing in the Safe Long-Term Care Act, or with, as you mentioned, the 26 agreements signed across the country, whether or not it's on aging with dignity or working together or primary care or nurses or doctors. And what we're seeing with the provinces and territories is that by working together, we're able to make huge change everywhere in our health system to improve it. And what we need to all be doing in the space of health is to be focused on data and evidence and moving forward. Because I'll tell you, and I know the member feels the same way as I do, that what Canadians expect of us is to not talk about our differences, is not to try to find problems and spend all of our energy trying to criticize things, but to find solutions and answers and to drive that forward and to make things better. And that's squarely where our mind is focused, and I know that it's squarely where the health ministers across the country of every political stripe are as well. And I look forward to the meeting we're going to be having later this week with all health ministers.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the honourable member of Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know that Conservatives have no problem with Canadians getting the drugs that they need, that's for sure. I'm doing something this government doesn't often do, and that is think ahead. I know that this is the first bit of the pharmacare legislation they're talking about with a couple of drugs, but I know there's plans to do more. And many Canadians already have drug care coverage, and I guess I'm kind of curious as to why the program has been developed the way it is, because there are a large percentage of Canadians who have coverage. And one of the big questions that I get often is are Canadians going to have to opt out and lose the coverage they have and go into this one? But really the costs are the big concern. And the PBO has said that there will potentially be tens of billions of dollars spent on health care, on this pharmacare program once it's implemented. And why are we spending money on something that Canadians already have? And so this is a question that I have. And on top of that, we know that Liberals can't be trusted. We look at the cost of taxes. Taxes have gone up. The cost of housing has gone up. The cost of groceries and food has gone up. So I just don't see how Canadians can trust this Liberal government to implement something like a pharmacare program at any kind of a cost that will not cause taxes to go up.
Fair question.
Well, Minister of Health.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the first order, of course, the member opposite would know that we're dealing with an inflationary crisis that exists across the world, and that makes it incredibly difficult for Canadians. It doesn't matter that Canada has one of the lowest rates of inflation in the industrialized world. In fact, the second lowest rate of food inflation in the OECD. I think it's ridiculous to pretend that exists in some kind of domestic bubble that only Canada is facing. It ignores the complete reality across the world. The question is, what do you do? What do you do when people are facing hard times in the world? Do you pretend that only exists domestically and tell people that cuts to government services and programs is going to somehow magically make things better? Or do you lean in and help people? And I would say that the member for Saskatoon West has an opportunity. Let me give you exactly. You say that people have access to the drugs that they need. That's not the case. Is absolutely not the case. For people who have an existing drug plan, they're going to continue to enjoy the access that they have to their drugs. The question here is, if you have a woman who's in an abusive relationship where her insurance coverage is going through her partner, and she doesn't have the ability on her own to get that medication, that's what this bill's about. If you're a young woman who's making a decision about your reproductive future, and again, your health coverage is through somebody else, it's about making sure that person has access. Or the absolutely millions of people who don't have any coverage at all, for whom dollars and cents mean they don't get access to life-saving medicine. So if the member opposite does indeed support the people who don't have access to these medications getting them, there's great news. There's something you can do. And that's vote for this bill.
Question and commentaire. Questions and comments. The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would be interested to hear from the minister, just in terms of the timing of this blockade by the Conservatives. Of course, we know every year, unfortunately, there's quite a lot of very young people who are brought up onto the Hill as part of a very anti-choice movement. They are susceptible to the forces at will that will bring them up for various reasons. However, that's happening actually this week on the Hill, and considering the Conservatives' focus on their own fundraising abilities, would he say that this has anything to do with their timing in terms of the blockage of this bill? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her work and advocacy in this space. I recognize that she has worked long and hard to try to make sure that women have the access to what they need to make sure they have autonomy over their own bodies and their sexual and reproductive health. I can't guess as to why the Conservatives would block something as important as this. I think underlying it is a conversation that we do need to have as a country about sexual health, and that we have to be able to have open conversations about sex. That when we don't have open conversations about sex, it means that people are more likely to be mistreated, are more likely to be manipulated, or more likely to be subject to abuse. That consent can only come from knowledge. That sexual shame does radical and destructive damage everywhere in the country. And so for me, women having access to the contraception that they need isn't just in and of itself enough. We also need to be able to say to women, to men, to those who are non-binary or those who are trans, that who you are is just fine, that anybody who tries to make you feel less than or to attack your identity is an act of sabotage that is totally and utterly unacceptable, and that the real villain is the shame that we push upon others for being who they are, and the damage that does is unspeakable and must be stopped.
30 minutes goes by quick.
It is my duty to interrupt the proceedings at this time and put forthwith the question on the motion now before the House.
The question is as follows. Mr. McKinnon Gatineau, seconded by Mr. Holland, moves that in relation to Bill C-64, an act respecting pharmacare, not more than 5 further hours shall be allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the bill, and that at the expiry of the 5 hours provided for consideration at second reading stage of said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, if required, for the purpose of this order, and in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment.
If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
Honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Request a recorded division. Thank you.
All in the members, convoquez les députés.
That was quick.
The question is as follows. Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau, appuyé par Mr.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau, seconded by Mr. Holland, moved that in relation to Bill C-64, an act respecting pharmacare, not more than 5 further hours shall be allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the bill.
Hours provided for consideration at second reading stage of the said bill. Any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. La période de 10 minutes pour les députés.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Garretson.
Mr. Garretson.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Fonseca. Pardon me, Mr.
Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Monsieur Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Bachrach.
Mr. Bachrach.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Melillo.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Redicott.
Monsieur Lou.
Monsieur Lou.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Tolney.
Mr. Tolney.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. Je désire informer la Chambre que la
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended.
Due to technical difficulties, may use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I was having trouble with my voting app, and I vote yay.
Yay pour.
Madame Fortier.
Je vote pour.
Madame Fortier, yay pour.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Oui, bonjour, j'aimerais voter oui, s'il vous plaît.
I would like to vote yes, please.
Yay pour.
Quelqu'un d'autre en charge?
Anyone else in the House? No?
Table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 180, 180. Nays contre 147, 147.
I declare the motion carried. Orders of the day.
Ordre du jour, ordre émanant du gouvernement, projet du gouvernement.
Orders of the day, government orders.
Resuming consideration of the second reading of Bill C-64, Pharmacare Act, and on the amendment of Mr. Ellis.
And just so we all know, it's my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the question is to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. L'honorable député de Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
The honourable member from Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
For Kitchener Centre on Foreign Affairs, and l'honorable député de
Honourable member from Calgary.
Du
Carbon pricing.
Je pense que c'est l'honorable député de.
I think it is the honourable member from Bellechasse, Les Etchemins-Lévis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I am speaking on Bill C-64 concerning the Pharmacare Act. I would like to underline two major concerns. The first is on the government overstepping into provincial jurisdiction. And the second concern is budgetary concerns. This neoliberal initiative stems from the NDP Liberal coalition, and it is quite concerning because it will have an effect on provincial jurisdiction. This Liberal government, after 9 years in power, was not even able to successfully manage its own files. And so, how does it allow itself today to intervene in provincial jurisdiction in the area of health by imposing Bill C-64 on provinces such as Quebec, who already offers since 1997, that's almost 30 years, its own Pharmacare program? It is continuing to step into provincial jurisdiction, but instead of doing that, the government should focus on its own affairs, managing passports, fighting against criminality, the immigration system that it broke, and reducing inflationary taxes. Here's an example of some things that the government needs to focus on instead of deciding to spend money and time on provincial jurisdiction. Mr. Speaker, Pharmacare is not a program that should be established at a federal level. This is a provincial affair. This is a pretentious and arrogant government that wants to impose itself on the provinces without actually having jurisdiction on this file. Was Pharmacare, Bill C-64, established in close collaboration with Indigenous groups and provinces and territories? Is it issued from rigorous review of the program and the provincial jurisdiction? Have they consulted with stakeholders and experts in the field? Mr. Speaker, you know the answer. Of course, it is no. Today, we can see this shameful attempt from the Liberal government to remain in power thanks to the support of the NDP. Yasmine Adelphebel from the Journal de Montréal stated that we should make no mistake. Justin Trudeau sold his soul to the NDP. It's the NDP that's really in power, but the NDP was not popular with Canadians during last elections. You can see, Mr. Speaker, that this is a fake form of good intentions. The Liberals
have found a dance partner, the NDP, to help them stay in power. And so they're trying to appease the NDP, focusing on things that the NDP is concerned with, such as pharmacare and dental care. But only just over 70% of Canadians supported this far-left province during the last elections. Also, dental care and pharmacare were not in the Liberal Party's platform during the last elections. So what we're seeing here is not the benevolence of the Liberal NDP coalition, as they want us to believe. This is more so a theatrical political performance, and they're setting the stage for the upcoming elections. Now let's talk about money. As it's proposed, pharmacare would create extremely high costs, and it seems that the government has taken this lightly or even completely ignored it. The PBO, in a report from October 2023, said that they consider that the cost would be over $11 billion for 2024, 2025, rising to $13.4 billion in 2027, 2028, end of quote. Mr. Speaker, in total, the PBO thinks that we will actually reach $40 billion with this program. I find it hard to have confidence in this government's ability to, on the one hand, implement an effective pharmacare program, but I also have a hard time trusting that they'll be able to maintain this in the long term. Since 2015, the government has proven over and over again its inability to balance the budget and its financial incapacity. And so we don't trust this government. Mr. Speaker, to all those Canadians watching us, I'd like to remind them that Canada's public debt has doubled since the Liberals came into power in 2025. And today, that debt is at $1,255 trillion. I would also like to remind you that we need to take loans to pay for the Liberals' irresponsible spending. And we have to pay interest on this debt. And that's $54 billion of interest, which is actually higher than the total of health transfers to the provinces, and is actually the equivalent of, it's actually more than what Canadians pay in GST. And they're creating programs that already exist. Pharmacare is an extremely important issue for Canadians, and this is why it is essential that we carefully look into the viability of this program to have absolute certainty that it will work in the long term. But above all else, Mr. Speaker, it's difficult to justify the creation of this type of program that would create more forms of bureaucracy and large spending when 4 out of 5 Canadians, according to Statistics Canada, already benefit from pharmacare from their province, which often offers them better coverage than what C64 is offering. The Minister of Health, Christian Dubé in Quebec, told La Presse they refused to give us the funding that we requested from the federal health transfers on the one hand, but also they want to overstep into our provincial jurisdiction. The federal government knows very well that this is provincial jurisdiction. We already have our own pharmacare program since 1997. It's been almost 30 years. We also likely have the broadest range of medication covered by our pharmacare program, more than other provinces. And he said that 45% of the Quebec population has pharmacare coverage through the provincial program, and 55% of Quebecers also have private insurance. So Quebecers are well covered. The government is responsible for so many crises in Canada since it came into power. And we can see that the government is incompetent every day with immigration, delivering passports. Mr. Speaker, we can see an increase in lineups again. How many Canadians have to go to food banks? The struggle to access affordable housing throughout Canada. Mr. Speaker, since the Liberals are in power since 2015, there has been a 40% increase in public servants, 100,000 new public servants. Now, listen to this statement. It's comparative to a black hole. They create huge deficits, and they don't offer proper services to the public. You can think of the Phoenix Pay system, immigration, ArriveCan, passports, the airports, despite the fact that they spend so much money. The Liberal government is not competent and not able to deliver proper services to Canadians. And this was a quote from Bucardio. Now, a journalist in economics stated that economists are concerned about Canada's credit score as they create new programs. They're multiplying these expensive programs. And to maintain these programs, it continues to increase spending. End of quote. Mr. Speaker, we do not recommend that we move forward with C-64. We currently do not have the means to implement this program, and Quebec already has its own program. Questions? The honourable member from Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my colleague for her speech. In 2010, Jean Charest said Charest would like the federal government to recognize Quebec's programs and would like to offer Quebec the ability to opt out with full compensation. The MP voted against the sub-amendment from the Bloc. Now, I'm listening to her speech. I'm wondering what her final position is on Quebec's right to opt out with full compensation. The honourable member.
Mr. Speaker, what is clear is that currently the economic situation of Canada is very precarious. It's very concerning even. We have a government that spends without counting the cost. Canada's debt has doubled since 2015. Debt servicing charges are $54 billion a year. This is money that is thrown out the window. It's not used for Canadians. This is money that is given to bankers because we've spent too much here in Canada. So this is a very bad idea to go forward with a pharmacare program when the vast majority of Canadians and all Quebecers already have that.
Kamal Tar, questions and comments. The honourable member for North Island Powell River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her intervention in the House. Now, I know that 3 million people across our country live with diabetes, and they pay about $18,000 a year out of pocket. This is going to make a big difference for those folks, especially knowing that they're going to have the devices as well. I know that this is a first step in a model that I really believe in, which would result in collective purchasing, which we know, any Canadian knows, that when you buy collectively, prices usually go down. And right now, of course, that's why Canada pays the second or third highest medication rates in all of the planet. So I'm just wondering if the member has any thoughts about the hopefulness for people who will finally get medication that they can afford.
The honourable member for Bellechasse-les-Échemins-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, this is, well, I read the bill carefully. There's nothing specific in it. Everything still needs to be done. There's no agreement with the provinces. The list of medications hasn't even been established. There will be a strategy that will be prepared. An expert committee will be struck. The only thing being done here is pure politics. It's frankly partisan, and the only reason, and I talked about it in my speech, the only reason why this has been brought forward here, this pharmacare and dental care, is just to keep these people opposite in power. The Liberal government, which is a minority government, they're supported by the NDP, and they've said if you want to stay in power, you have to put in your measures pharmacare. Let's not make anything up here this afternoon. That is the Liberal government's real motivation. It's a national shame.
Question commentaire, the Honourable Deputy House Leader.
Operating it under a multi-century-old Westminster parliamentary system, and the member is talking about a minority government as though she's never even come close to understanding what happens in a minority. I'm sorry if the NDP figured out how to actually get things done on behalf of Canadians, while Conservatives would rather just yell and scream all day long about what they wish would happen, but clearly they don't know how to use any kind of ability to act like an adult in this room to actually get things done on behalf of their constituents. But my question for the member is very simple, Mr. Speaker. The Conservatives are going to be voting against this. Is it safe to then say that if Conservatives are elected, they would remove this program?
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis. It's pretty spectacular to watch them. It wasn't even in their election platform, pharmacare. But because they're in a minority position, they're staying in power with their friends from the NDP and the Bloc in certain circumstances, and then they criticize us for supporting or not supporting measures that they themselves hadn't defended to Canadians, and they cozy up to the NDP that only had 17.7% of votes in the last election, and then they lecture us. We don't accept that, Mr. Speaker. Resuming debate.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Rural Economic Development.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Opportunity to speak on the C-64, an act, of course, respecting pharmacare, and I'm extremely excited, Mr. Speaker, to talk about this because this is a very important program, another transformative initiative for Canadians. We're again supporting Canadians, and we can bring you back to 1968, Mr. Speaker, when we brought in Medicare. And we knew the Conservative was against it then, and the Liberals brought it in, and today no one wants to get rid of Medicare because of its importance. So in this speech, Mr. Speaker, I'll be talking about the framework on pharmacare, also talking about diabetes and the 3 million people with diabetes and how that is difficult for them. Also, I'll share some information about the pilot project that we've been running in PEI, which has given us some information, and where we sit in the G20, of course, when it comes to health care and drug care. And finally, Mr. Speaker, we'll talk about all those initiatives that the Liberals have brought in, which is helping Canadians today in the many years forward. And it was the Liberal Party, of course, that brought those. So let me start off, Mr. Speaker, by saying that this act, of course, is focused on certain drugs that we'll bring forward and related products. And I'm to speak, of course, my colleague will be joining me afterwards. I'll be sharing my time, Mr. Speaker, with the member from Dorval-Lachine-LaSalle. So, Mr. Speaker, to continue as I was going, we're talking about certain contraception drugs, of course, and contraceptions, and also diabetes medication. And again, like I said, 3+ million people with diabetes in Canada. So back in December of 23, we created the Canadian Drug Agency, and their focus is on 3 major areas. One, the formulary, which is, of course, putting up a list of all the drugs that would be included into this pharmacare program. Bulk purchasing, as some has mentioned already, we have saved already millions of dollars, and there are billions to be saved through that process that will continue on, and we'll be publishing, of course, appropriate use of medication in Canada. Mr. Speaker, I want to also say that once this is started and passed and receives royal assent, within 30 days, the Minister will appoint a committee of experts to make recommendation within a year so that we can move on this as quickly as possible. Mr. Speaker, diabetes, when I go and get some medication at the drugstore, my pharmacist tells me often, You have to do something. For people with diabetes, the cost is unbelievable. Many, many Canadians are facing a cost that they can't afford to pay. You need to come forward with some type of initiative, and I'm so pleased to be here today to talk about that. People with diabetes, in the last decade, Mr. Speaker, we have seen the doubling the number of people facing challenges with diabetes, which is extremely important. 3.7 million people are living with us today, and if we don't do something to help them, if they can't, because 25% of those people have indicated that they can't afford to pay for that medication. And if we don't treat that illness, that disease, you know what some of the end products would be, and that's not very good. Of course, Mr. Speaker, we're talking about blindness, we're talking amputation, there's all kinds of challenges that come with that. Now, just insulin for type 1 or type 2 diabetes, the cost can range anywhere between $900 to $3,000 or $4,000 a year, which, as you can see, is extremely high. Mr. Speaker, the good news is we're going to work with the provinces and territories and have a deal so that they can have frontline services for these individuals. A quote from Diabetic Canada: "We are very pleased at the government's commitment to prioritize improve access to diabetes medication and devices. This monumental step demonstrates the genuine dedication from our political leaders to enhance the well-being of over 4 million people living with diabetes in Canada." Now, we have an example. We have, since last year in June, we started a pilot project in PEI. And what have we seen from that pilot project? Well, we've seen the medication costs drop over 60%, helping, of course, the residents of PEI. They have saved up to $2 million, very small province, already saved up to $2 million out of pocket. Extremely important. And when we talk about affordability, that's another step forward that our government is bringing to the table. Now, where do we sit in the G7? Well, it's important. People say, why are we bringing this in? We're bringing this in because we probably should have brought it in before, but the time is now. And if I look at the G7, we're the only country in the G20, I should say, that has health care insurance, but yet doesn't have the drugs. In the UK, they have included some prescription drugs. Australia has a mixed formula, private-public. France has, of course, a healthcare system and is now paying significant portions towards the drugs. And we have other countries in the G7 that has some type of form of pharmacare, which is Germany, Italy, Japan, South Korea, Argentina, Brazil, etc. A quote from the Federal Aid Advisory Council on the implementation of national pharmacare, led by Dr. Eric Hoskins, stress how people's living can suffer if they skip needed prescription drugs. Very dangerous. And noted that a Canada-wide program can eventually lead to a system-wide saving of nearly $5 billion. When you're talking how much it's going to cost, we can actually save up to $5 billion. I think that's a very easy answer why we should also move forward. Now, when I say, Mr. Speaker, that our government and the Liberal Party and the values of the Liberal Party, the ideology, has always been to tighten up the gap, to help the most vulnerable, make sure that all Canadians have opportunities to be successful. Well, let's look at some of the things that we brought forward. 1968, I said Medicare. In 1969, the Bilinguals Act, making both languages the two official languages of Canada. 1982, the Charter of Rights, which all Canadians should be very proud of course. Some of the opposition are hesitant today on some pieces of that. We'll see where they're going with that piece. The universal child benefit, the new and improved one, of course, because we know when the Conservative had it, it was 30–40% less, and it was taxable. Now it is not. The CPP, which we, again, the new and improved one in 2019, going from $11,400 a year to almost $20,000 a year. Those are programs that's helping every Canadian. These are opportunities. This is what makes Canada great. This is why people want to move to Canada. Let me give you some more initiatives that we're bringing to the table now. The National School Food Program is going to help over 400,000 young people. The new disability program, Mr. Speaker, that's going to help over 600,000 people with disabilities, which we know are the most individuals living in poverty. Those are major initiatives to help. We're also building the dental care program. 9 million Canadians will have access to the dental care program. These are big numbers. There's many Canadians that have challenges, and our government has been focused on how to support those individuals and those challenges. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to end with something that I think Canadians must listen to. They must listen to this carefully. When the Conservatives, if they ever come to power, what are they going to cut? They don't want to tell us. They say $1 for $1. So if there's a deficit of $40 billion today, we know they're going to cut $40 billion worth tomorrow. That we already know. We just don't know which ones. So I'm going to ask them, Mr. Speaker, are they going to cut pharmacare? Are they going to cut dental? Are they going to cut the disability benefit for people with disabilities? Are they going to cut the school food program we've been talking about for 20 years? Are they going to cut the CCB that's helping young families? Are they going to cut early years? I don't know, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure they do. I would love them to share that with Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before going to questions and comments, I just want to make sure that the honourable member has his cell phone away from the microphones, because we did hear a bit of a vibration there, so we don't know if it was you or someone else. There you go. Continue. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops Thompson Caribou. And before I begin my intervention, I want to recognize the life of Albert Bert Malfair. He was father to a young woman I went to school with, and he bravely served the RCMP to the point where he was chasing robbery suspects and was ultimately disabled from that in 1984. We're obviously grateful for him. He recently passed away, and I pass my condolences to his family. May perpetual light shine upon him. Now, Mr. Speaker, my colleague gave this speech, and he just so casually threw around the number. $40 billion deficits. It's just gotten that bad. This was a government that said that they would have modest deficits and the budget would balance itself. And what have they done? Spend, spend, spend. And what do Canadians have to show for it? Nothing. They're now struggling with heating and eating even more. Now, Mr. Speaker, my question is this. How does he say these numbers just so casually? 40 billion, 50 billion, 60 billion? We're spending more now on servicing the debt than we are on health care.
The deputy to Sackville, Preston Chiswick.
My colleague for his question, because the difference between his party and our party, they spend, we invest. We have invested in Canadians since 2015. And you know why, Mr. Speaker? Do you know why we can afford to invest? We can afford to invest because we have a AAA rating. One of the only countries in the G7.
Order. I mean, the honourable member for Sackville, Preston Chiswick is probably one of the loudest members in the. I can't hear him. So let's try to keep the ruckus down just a little bit. Finishing up, the honourable member for Sackville, Preston Chiswick.
Inflation down to 3% when the Bank of Canada wants it. Unemployment rate among the lowest ever in the history of Canada. The lowest net to GDP in the G7. What else do you want? We're in a good, solid position to invest, and we're going to continue to invest for Canadians.
Christian, come on.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, there's something I don't understand. How is it difficult to include a right to opt out with full compensation? Everybody would be happy. Those who want to participate can participate, and those who want to opt out can do so, can take the money and do what they want to do. We'll still want independence, but perhaps we will be less upset with them when we do it. That's all. That's not complicated. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. A Canadian is a Canadian is a Canadian. So we have a plan that's there for Canadians, and we will ensure that Canadians are respected in all provinces and territories of Canada, including Quebec. We are very proud to work in close collaboration with our Quebec colleagues, and we will continue to do so. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Entire questions and comments. The member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable colleague for his speech. I wanted to ask, we know, and he had talked a lot about the cost savings in terms of this program. Of course, this goes right back into Medicare, into our health system. The direct cost associated with unintended pregnancies per year in Canada is an estimated $320 million. So the benefits of a universal contraception don't just end at unwanted pregnancies in prevention and that cost savings, but it actually also helps in terms of prescription contraceptives for other health conditions like abnormal uterine bleeding, endometriosis, precancer of the uterus, polycystic ovarian syndrome, and the prevention of ovarian and uterine cancer. Can he talk about the importance of seeing those benefits and the cost savings to our system as well, in addition to the health of people who need that support? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary, the Minister for Rural Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for that important question. And it's a good question because often it's not throwing more money. There are ways of changing how we do things so that the investment the end result can be we can supply and support more Canadians by investing less. And there are cost saving. We've talked about the cost saving already in the bulk purchase, which has been the billions of dollars, and there's more to be had in other areas that she's sharing as well as contraception, etc. Thank you.
Questions and comments?
Deputy House Leader.
I find it funny that Conservatives are laughing when the member says that we're investing while they're spending, and they laugh as though it's some kind of joke. I mean, let's not forget Tony Clement, who had money to spend on the G8 and used it to build gazebos in his backyard. Conservatives' memory is so short-term. The reality is that the member is absolutely correct. We're investing in Canadians. We're investing in the future. We're asking those that make the most to pay a little bit more in order to keep those investments going. I wonder if the member would agree with me on that.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, my colleague is 100% correct. We're investing not in gazebos. We're investing in pharmacare, dental care, disability benefit, school food program, CCB, early learning. We continue to support Canadians. That's why people want to move to Canada. They're proud of our great.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Dorval-Lachine-LaSalle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I am very pleased to rise today to speak to Bill C-64, an act respecting pharmacare. Bill C-64 represents the next phase in our government's commitment to creating a universal pharmacare program. It involves the key elements of our universal pharmacare program and our intention to work with the provinces and territories in order to introduce a single-payer system for diabetes and contraceptives. This is an important advance in order to improve fairness and health results. This could enable our health system to also have great savings long term.
On the promise that no matter where you live or what you earn, you will always be able to get the medical care you need. Despite this promise, Canada is the only country in the world with universal health care that does not provide universal coverage for prescription drugs. Lors de la création du régime d'assurance.
Prescription drugs outside the hospital will cost less and play a less important role. When universal health care was introduced, that was the case. But today, medications are a key part of our health because they can control chronic illness, treat temporary illness, and contribute to our well-being overall.
What has seen significant changes is diabetes treatment. Over 100 years ago, thanks to a Canadian term of researchers, Frederick Banting, Charles Herbert Best, John J.R. McLeod, and James Bertram Collip, insulin was discovered. Since this monumental scientific discovery, there have been several advancements in diabetes treatment. from the introduction of fully synthetic human insulin to glucose monitors and insulin pumps. These breakthroughs have immensely improved quality of life for people who have to live with diabetes, enhances self-esteem, increasing social participation, and improving overall health and well-being of these individuals. They have also come with higher costs, creating affordability challenges for Canadians affected by diabetes. En dehors de l'hôpital,
outside hospitals, prescription drugs coverage comes from a mix of private insurance, direct payments, and various provincial programs. Most Canadians have access to some insurance program, but 1.1 million people do not have access to private or public pharmacare.
Some form of drug coverage. This does not mean that those with insurance have equal access to the prescription drugs that they need. The existing patchwork system of private and public drug plans leaves millions of Canadians underinsured. That is, their out-of-pocket prescription drug costs create a financial burden that leaves them struggling to afford an essential part of health care. In 2021, Statistics Canada found that more than 1 in 5 adults in Canada reported not having the insurance they needed to cover their prescription drug costs. Underinsurance can take many forms. For example, Canadians may have high deductibles, resulting in significant out-of-pocket costs before their insurance coverage even gets to kick in. Or they may reach the maximum annual or lifetime coverage limits for their insurance and have to pay out of pocket. Or they may have to make co-payments, which are often 20% of the drug's cost on private plans and sometimes more on public plans. Toutes les provinces disposent d'une...
All the provinces have pharmacare to protect Canadians from exorbitant drug prices. But the deductibles can be anywhere between 0 and 20% of net family income. In many cases, Canadians won't even reach the deductible, which leaves them without support for the cost of their drugs. This variability throughout the country creates a postal code lottery. Let's take once again diabetes and its treatment progress as an example. For a Canadian without private insurance, they may have to pay very high costs. They may vary widely. In some regions of the country, people with type 1 diabetes may end up spending $18,000 a year. And people with type 2 diabetes may spend $10,000. Even people with private insurance may find themselves with high fees because they've gone over their yearly coverage limit, which means that they end up having to pay a great deal out of pocket. Even in cases where people don't have to use very expensive devices, they may still have a lot to spend. For example, let's take the example of 2 women in their 20s working at minimum wage. In order to get an IUD, which is one of the most effective forms of contraception, to get it can cost $500 if you don't have insurance. And even with private insurance, the copay might represent 20% of the price, which is $100. Now, the device can last 3 to 12 years and will save the person money long term, but the high upfront cost can make it inaccessible.
Insurance can be a particular concern for young adults who age out of their parents' private insurance, but they do not have their own form of private coverage. Lower income Canadians also make up a disproportionate share of the underinsured. While most provinces have put in place drug coverage for those accessing social assistance benefits, a gap still exists. Many lower-income households that do not qualify for social assistance continue to struggle with out-of-pocket prescription drug costs. Employment factors contribute to differences in insurance coverage. People with low-paying jobs, such as entry-level, contract, and part-time positions, often report less adequate drug insurance coverage. This may even discourage people from accessing social assistance benefits or for applying for jobs, because once hired, they may lose their public drug insurance coverage. But many entry-level and part-time jobs do not offer drug benefits. One study found that only 27% of part-time employees reported receiving medical benefit coverage. Underinsurance can have serious consequences. Many Canadians with high out-of-pocket costs report foregoing essential needs, such as food and heat, or not adhering to their prescription due to drug costs. Statistics Canada found that in 2021, close to 1 in 5 Canadians spent $500 or more out of pocket for their prescription medication, and almost 1 in 10 reported not adhering to their prescription medication because of costs. This includes delaying filling prescriptions or skipping doses to contain costs. When people do not take their prescription drugs the way they are supposed to, their health can suffer. This results in serious consequences for the individual and their household, and unnecessary costs to the healthcare system in the long run, as patients are more likely to visit an emergency room or be admitted to hospital when they do not receive consistent treatment. For example, the full cost of diabetes to the healthcare system in 2018 was estimated to be around $27 billion and could exceed $39 billion by 2028.
I think we can all agree that no Canadian should find themselves in a situation where they must choose between prescription drugs that they need and food that they need to put on the table. It's completely unacceptable. And that's why we are continuing to work hard in order to make prescription drugs more accessible and affordable, and improve their appropriate take-up throughout the country while moving towards universal pharmacare. Thank you.
Madame la Présidente.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. Now, I know my colleague is from Quebec. The National Assembly of Quebec have unanimously asked for the right to withdraw with full compensation. We're not against Canada having its own program, but we're saying that we, as Quebecers, we have expertise, we have experience on social programs. We don't want this to be managed the way the borders or passports are being managed. So we're saying to just give us the money, we'll take care of it. If the other provinces want to continue like this, fine, we respect that. Does my colleague as a Quebecer agree with the position of her own National Assembly? The Honourable Member for Dorval, Lachine, Laval. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I am a proud Quebecer, and I will just say that our program is going to help many women, gender diverse people, and people with diabetes. This is going to help all Quebecers and Canadians.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to congratulate the member for her speech. And of course, we've spoken a lot today in terms of the money that's saved by individuals, the money that's saved by the system that we can reinvest into healthcare, by providing free contraception. An individual is said to have a lifetime savings of up to $10,000, which is huge. But I would like to hear a bit more about that larger issue of how this piece of legislation itself, through contraception, can empower women and those who menstruate. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
L'honorable député Dorval, Lachine, LaSalle.
Thank you to my colleague for her incredibly important question. We've been talking a lot throughout our speeches, all our colleagues, about how we are investing in Canadians, and this is an investment. As she has mentioned, we need to not just there's a saying, it's better to prevent than to cure. And this is one of those things where we can prevent, for example, botched procedures, or where women have to go out of their way to do things to protect themselves, to make sure that there are not unwanted pregnancies. And this is one form. This National Pharmacare program will help women and those who are gender diverse in being able to not just cure but prevent and make sure that they have optimal health and their well-being and mental health is at the same time taken care of. Thank you so much.
The honourable member for Châteauguay-Lacal.
The remarks of my colleague, and I listened to them with great interest, particularly around the risk of people being uninsured. And I'm not sure that everyone always realizes what that is, what that means until they get into trouble. So I'd like to hear her more on the different vulnerable population groups that can be, they could be working, but they could be underinsured.
L'honorable député de Dorval-Lachine-LaSalle.
It would be surprising for most Canadians to learn that there is a huge underinsurance problem in this country. Many people, we could say, slip through the cracks. As I mentioned in my speech, those who are part-time workers or who end up getting phased out of their parents' health insurance plans, those who are taking social assistance, there's always a gap between the two insurances. And so what we need to do is make sure that everybody is covered, every Canadian is treated equally. It's all about equality and equity. And this is how those gaps can be prevented. And as my honourable colleague from London, Fanshawe, mentioned, that it's important for women to be able to take care of themselves, and it doesn't matter what your income bracket should be. You should be able to access contraceptives and these services to create a more equal society. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it's a pleasure for me to rise today to speak to Bill C-64, but before I go any further, I'd like to let you know that I'll be splitting my time with my good friend and colleague from Souris Moose Mountain. And Madam Speaker, the debate today is about C-64. It's an act regarding pharmacare. At least that's what everybody is being told that is what it's about. I would rather call it, I guess, the so-called pharmacare bill, because I think this is the cost of keeping the Parliament going bill. It's probably a name that's already been used. But this bill is very, very tepid. It's not a national pharmacare program. This is actually just a piece of legislation that is meant to check a box to keep a supply and confidence agreement in place. Now, to the NDP, I can't believe that they actually think that this is the pharmacare bill that they envision. I haven't met a program that the NDP wouldn't actually want to nationalize, but they say it's a very, very sad day. They say it's a very, very sad day when
there seems to be some cross discussion and from one end of the chamber to the other, and so I just want to remind members, okay, I see that it's in front. I apologize for that. I just want to say it's disturbing when someone is trying to speak. It disturbs them, and so I just want to ask members to please be respectful. The honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker. So I guess the words I was trying to find is there's the joke that goes around. It says it's not how much. It's not knowing that a politician can be bought. It's knowing how little they'll let themselves go for. So if you're in the NDP caucus right now and you're thinking, this is what the misery that they're suffering in the polls, the misery that they're suffering nationwide, the same misery that Canadians are suffering. This is all they managed to get out of the supply and confidence arrangement with the government today. So. And it's not, Madam Speaker, it's not a pharmacare program. Healthcare is actually the provincial jurisdiction. It should be delivered by the provinces, simply adding diabetes, some diabetes measures into it, which is, I guess, on the surface of it, a good thing, and contraceptives. but to the tune of $1.5 billion. And I'll remind viewers watching at home, if you actually believe this is all it's going to cost, I'll remind you that the government bought a $7 billion pipeline and built it for about $40 billion. So if the history is any predictor of the future when it comes to what things cost under a Liberal NDP coalition, then you should be looking at least that example, if not more. And to us as Conservatives, the issue is one of provincial jurisdiction. I come from Alberta. This is a very important issue to our province, to our Premier. This is just another intrusion into provincial jurisdiction. And we think that during these financial times when Canadians are struggling to make ends meet, pouring more fuel on the inflationary fire is certainly not going to help. It's another financial albatross, I think, in the making that Canadians can't afford and are not willing to pay for. And it's not just me that's saying this, it's not just Conservatives that are saying this. John Ivison eloquently stated in a piece that he published back on February 29th when this bill first came out and this notion came out. He says, "This is the woebegone child of a loveless Liberal NDP marriage." And that's basically what we're dealing with, Madam Speaker. It's become clear to me that this bill is basically the cost of keeping the NDP's support until this Parliament, until the Supply and Confidence and the coalition partners can take this until October of 2025. It was supposed to be October 20th. It's going to be extended by another week to make sure that certain people here get the financial benefits that they think that they're entitled to. But it just goes to show that there is only one serious opposition in this House, and that is the Conservative Party. And the NDP is not an opposition party, but they're basically a willing accomplice to everything that the Liberal government has in its agenda. And they have been witting partners in creating a massive inflationary deficit, setting restrictive policies towards, for example, lawful gun owners, natural health products. Signed up for that 2 years ago without even knowing the NDP was going to vote in favor of that in Bill C-47 last year. Impeding on provincial jurisdiction time and time again, which is, of course, front and center with this piece of legislation. Continuing to cover up for the government's scandals, covering up for them at committee, but also here in the House of Commons, introducing soft-on-crime legislation or supporting that soft-on-crime legislation that's turned our justice system into a revolving door, sending Canadians to food banks en masse, a couple million visitors, and now where it's up over 300%, allowing housing prices to skyrocket and neglecting our military to the point where our soldiers are basically relying on food donations while they're in Ottawa for training. I could continue, Madam Speaker, but I've only got 10 minutes, but I think you get the gist of what I'm trying to say. It's bad enough that the NDP has backed budget after budget and shut down our work to hold the government to account at committee, but they're telling Canadians that they're doing their actual work as an opposition party. Well, you can't have it both ways. You can't be in opposition while you support everything that the government does. I don't buy it, Madam Speaker, and neither do Canadians. A December 2023 Leger poll indicated that only 18% of Canadians listed the establishment of a national pharmacare program as a healthcare priority, and the promise was not included in the 2021 Liberal platform. Canadians did not vote for a party promising pharmacare, yet here we are thanks to an NDP party that is keeping this weak and basically lame duck government in office. And no wonder, Madam Speaker, that some provinces are already saying publicly that they're choosing to opt out. Let it be known that the absence of the NDP as an opposition is also keenly felt in other areas. Just last year, as I was mentioning, the NDP Liberal coalition passed Bill C-47. I don't suppose anybody in the NDP was told when they signed on to this Supply and Confidence agreement back in 2022 in, I believe it was March, that they would be asked to actually regulate natural health products the same as therapeutics. But they did it anyway. As a matter of fact, they made that commitment. They made that commitment a year before that bill was actually passed. And it's going to basically shut down our supplements and our natural health product industry when they get classified and rebranded as pharmaceutical drugs. And what did the NDP do when this came up for debate? Well, they backed the budget instead of forcing the government to remove those clauses, 4 little clauses from Bill C-47, Budget and Implementation Act. The NDP had a chance. They could have flexed their muscles, said we weren't going to support this Budget Implementation Act unless you remove that, but no such request was forthcoming, and that bill passed, and it's caused unforeseen chaos in the natural health products and supplements industry across this country, and consumers, of course, are rightly worried. So in response, Madam Speaker, I had to table my own private member's bill, C-368, to reverse these changes. And this is just part and parcel. The NDP says one thing to Canadians, but they actually do another. Could you imagine such a thing as standing up, if you're the House Leader of the NDP, for example, standing up and saying time and time again for the 18 years that he and I have been in this House together, how much he doesn't like omnibus legislation, and yet gleefully passed Bill C-47 and told the government that they're going to continue to pass every budget and every Budget Implementation Act henceforth after March of 2022. So you can't have it both ways. You can't stand up and say we're going to hold the government to account while continuing to give them the keys to the House and to the government and do whatever they want. So in the case of natural health product governance and regulations, they tell Canadians that they're against omnibus legislation and that they're keeping the government accountable, but in turn, like I said, voted for C-47 and actually threw that industry into turmoil, and then criticized me for giving them an off-ramp on C-368 debate last week when I'm giving them a pathway to redemption, and all they could do is basically blame Stephen Harper for the mess that the country is in. It's just, I can't even make this stuff up, Madam Speaker. And Canadians are asking, this is the most common question I get, is when are we going to have an election? And who would believe anything anybody in the NDP had to say anymore when the actions are completely 100%, 180 degrees opposite of what they do in their actions with what they say with their words? And it should also be highlighted that this bill has been introduced with no public consultations whatsoever. So this comes as no surprise to Conservatives. This piece of legislation has been pushed from a government with a terrible record on transparency. It's a government that regularly rushes massive changes with little regard for whom these changes may impact. They talk about the intended consequences, but they never fully understand the unintended consequences of the things that they do, which is why we're in the mess that we're in today. Conservative position on C-64. Liberals know that this project is an expensive boondoggle. That's why they abandoned it in their 2019 election promise. And even former Finance Minister Bill Morneau noted in his book that a single-user system would cost an additional $15 billion a year. You can't believe the $1.5 billion number. And that's why, Madam Speaker, myself, and I know my colleagues here on the Conservative side, will respect provincial jurisdiction and will actually vote against this piece of legislation. And we encourage the NDP to change their ways before their party actually fades into oblivion forever. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Government Deputy House Leader.
So, Madam Speaker, I've heard a number of Conservatives use the same line. Only 18%, 1 out of every 5 Canadians think that this should be a priority. So I guess the fact that 1 out of every 5 needs something, that's not enough for the Conservatives. Okay, what is their number? When does it warrant a program? If it's not 1 out of every 5 Canadians, is it 2 out of every 5? Is it 3? Is it 4? Or is it when everybody demands this program? Can the member just tell me, if 1 out of 5 Canadians needing this is not good enough for him, what number will they realize, or will they accept that, yes, it is good enough for Canadians?
The Honourable Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Healthcare delivery is provincial jurisdiction. The private healthcare that's out there right now, the private insurance that's already out there, are already talking about how their systems and their programs, which deliver tremendous results for Canadians, are going to be undercut, and it's actually going to lead to a public system that's not going to offer the same value and benefits that the private system already does. So we're going to respect provincial jurisdiction. It's too bad that this government has squandered $600 billion in debt and the debt servicing that goes along with it, that we're actually spending more on servicing our debt than we are on healthcare transfers. If only we had prudent fiscal management, we could transfer the money to the provinces so that each province can make a decision for itself what coverage it wants to have for its citizens. That's the way Conservatives would have handled this.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
L'honorable député de Mirabel.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We're going to repeat the same question again because it is the most important thing for us. Our colleague finished his speech and said that Ottawa is mismanaging public funds. My colleague says we should send the money to the provinces who have their own jurisdiction, should decide what to cover or not cover. You know, Quebec already has its own coverage, better than all other provinces. So in this context, how is it that last week a colleague voted against the Bloc sub-amendment to request to be able to opt out with full compensation for these federal spending programs that intervene in provincial jurisdiction. Did he change his mind? Does he support opt-out with full compensation as members of the Legislative Assembly supported unanimously?
So, Madam Speaker, we simply oppose this particular plan because we know that this plan is nothing more than the cost of the agreement between the NDP and the current federal government. It's not a serious agreement in the sense that we're actually getting a national pharmacare program. So, as I said in my previous comments, which I would have already answered my colleague's question, this is much better delivered through provincial jurisdiction. And as an Albertan, and he as a Quebecer ought to know, there's one thing that Albertans and Quebecers often have in common. It's that we know how to look after our own people best, and we don't need these federal intrusions into provincial jurisdiction.
That's a good answer. Yeah. Questions and comments? The honourable member for London Fanshawe, brief question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm curious. It's shown that the Conservative Party of Canada is actually riddled with corporate lobbyists in terms of its governing body, lobbyists for big oil, real estate, anti-union companies, insurance companies, big pharma, and it's in fact being used using those same talking points from those corporate entities in their conversations today against this bill. So ultimately, I would like to know if this member is actually defending his constituents or the corporate interests of those big lobbyists. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe has 1 minute to respond.
Well, Madam Speaker, I think the individual that just asked me the question had her answer in the question itself. Support for Big Pharma. Well, who's supporting Big Pharma with this piece of legislation? The NDP and the Liberals. National Pharmacare Program will do more to help the pharmaceutical industry. Why don't we just examine that for a second? Everything that they say they're for, they're also against. This speaks to the same hypocrisy that the NDP has on everything that they do. They want more pharmaceuticals, and they're supporting Big Pharma with this piece of legislation. More government money, more costs going to the pharmaceutical company, and accusing Conservatives of being in the pockets of Big Pharma. Ridiculous.
I do want to remind members, I know that there seems to be a few of them that were trying to participate in the answer of that question. And I would just say that, unfortunately, if they're not being recognized, they should hold off on their thoughts until they can be recognized. Resuming debate, the honourable for Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the House for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the members of Souris Moose Mountain, and I appreciate the opportunity to participate in today's debate as we discuss C-64, an act respecting pharmacare and its amendments. I think it's important to ensure that Canadians truly understand what this piece of legislation is and how it might affect them in the future. In fact, if we read the amendment that has been put forward, it basically states that the House declined to give second reading to Bill C-64, an act respecting pharmacare, since the bill does nothing to address the healthcare crisis, and will instead offer Canadians an inferior pharmacare plan that covers less, costs more, and builds up a massive new bureaucracy that Canadians can't afford. Now, unfortunately, Madam Speaker, much of what I'm about to talk about in dealing with what this government has put forward is we need to determine what Canadians it's going to be to the detriment of most Canadians, thanks to the NDP Liberal government that only continues to make life harder for those that are just trying to get by in difficult times like these. C-64 is yet another example of an empty promise put forth by the Liberals in an attempt to please the NDP and maintain power in this country. It does virtually nothing for the vast majority of Canadians. The document is a measly 6 pages long, much of which is preamble and definitions. I can almost guarantee you that when Canadians were told that pharmacare plan was coming, they were expecting a whole lot more than 6 pages that lack any of the necessary details, like costs, like timelines, like formulary, like which drugs are in and which drugs are out, and other relevant information. The reality is that the majority of Canadians, 79% of them, already have private health care insurance to cover their medications, and many of them are afraid of losing their plans. Now, this legislation, however, has become typical of this NDP Liberal coalition government. Now, let's do a quote. Bragging is not doing. I wonder who said that. I'll get back to that, Madam Speaker. After 8 years of empty promises, brags, Canadians have lost trust in the so-called leadership of this Prime Minister. He promised affordable housing, yet housing costs have doubled across the country. Bragging is not doing. Let's remember that. He promised that the carbon tax would put more money in the pockets of taxpayers, yet 60% of Canadians are paying more because of that very tax. Bragging is not doing. In fact, in 2019, his then Environment Minister promised Canadians that the carbon tax would not exceed $50 per tonne, stating, and I quote, "The price will not go up. There is no secret agenda," end quote. Yet after the election, their hidden secret agenda came out, and the current carbon tax is at $80 per tonne and will be going up to a whopping $170 per tonne by 2030. How are Canadians supposed to believe anything this government says when they break promises after promise to the detriment of their own people? Madam Speaker, it doesn't take much to see that this sad little bill is simply a Liberal attempt to cater the NDP, who has been propping them up and keeping them in power since the last election. Since the Pharmacare bill contains almost no details about how the program will actually work, I'd like to touch on a similar plan that is about to be launched across Canada. More bragging, I hear. That is the Canadian Dental Care Plan, which is set to start providing coverage. This is a great example of the Liberals providing blatant misinformation to Canadians by omitting context. They will tell you that this plan is a huge success because 1.6 million seniors have already signed up to participate. What they don't tell you is that Canada only has about 26,500 dentists practicing in total, and less than 10% of them have enrolled in the new dental care plan, which also includes dental hygienists. Now, there are 8 dentists in New Brunswick. Ontario has 65, Nova Scotia 6, PEI has 0, Manitoba has 7, just to name a few of the provinces. Why? Too much paperwork, signing contracts, to name just a few of their concerns. Considering that Canada is already dealing with a massive shortage of doctors, the last thing taxpayers want to know and see, and have talked about many times, is the need to yet find another healthcare practitioner, and that struggle is immense. Another hugely alarming issue with the Canadian Dental Care Plan that is also a major concern with Pharmacare is the lack of consultation that the government held with the important industry players. When it comes to the dental issue, the Provincial Association stated that the federal Liberals only started consulting them in the late November, just 1 month before the program was announced. One dentist stated, "The dentists were brought in at the 11th hour. Why did we start so late? And are we rushing into a program that maybe we should be putting the brakes on?" Again, this lack of consultation has now become a hallmark of the NDP Liberal government's agenda, as they also failed to consult with insurance industry stakeholders during the formulation of the Pharmacare bill. If this is the Liberal track record on industry consultations that have the potential to greatly impact a key piece of legislation that will affect millions, then of course we need to be concerned that this is the same thing that is going to happen, and it could happen with Pharmacare. Misinformation is also something that needs to be top of mind when dealing with this NDP Liberal government. Initially, their dental care plan was pitched as being free, and yet now we know that isn't so. The program only covers some types of dental care and doesn't adequately pay providers in line with the fees that are recommended by the province and territorial guidelines. Will this be the same for Pharmacare? One wonders. Where Canadians are going to be told not to worry, and then all of a sudden required to pay for their medications despite the promises made by this government. Since the Liberals are completely inept at creating and implementing programs that actually work, this is unfortunately what Canadians have come to expect. Madam Speaker, after the Pharmacare plan was first announced back in February, physicians across the country have been vocal about the concerns they have with how the plan will actually work. Since the bill itself contains almost no information, there is worry that instead of filling the gaps left by public and private healthcare coverage, this bill could actually create more gaps with more Canadians falling through the cracks. There's also a lot of uncertainty over which drugs will make it onto the formulary. If there are extra steps involved in this, it places an additional administrative burden on physicians, which is frankly the last thing that Canada's healthcare system needs right now. And as we are all aware, wait times for health care in this country are longer than they ever have been. Currently, there is a median wait time of 27.7 weeks between getting a referral from a general practitioner and the receipt of treatment. This is an almost 200% increase in wait times since 1993. And we all know there are over 6 million Canadians without a family doctor. And we have an overwhelmed emergency department throughout Canada. Through ill-thought-out bills like this pharmacare one, the federal government is burdening our physicians with even more paperwork and administration, instead of allowing them to provide the care that Canadians need. By increasing the administrative burden on physicians, there is also a concern that doctors, nurses, and other healthcare providers will face a greater instances of burnout, causing them to leave the professions altogether. Now, a very important part that this government continues to ignore is the provision and administration of health care falls under provincial and territorial jurisdiction. And it is not the job of the federal government to make decisions on issues like drug coverage, which this bill could certainly do. We need to respect the authority of the provinces and the territories to do what is best for their populations, as this is not a situation where Ottawa knows best. Madam Speaker, one part of this bill that I personally take issue with is the fact that it will establish a committee of experts to make recommendations on pharmacare. The reason this concerns me is yet again due to the Liberals' track record when it comes to creating committees, to create committees, to create committees, with ultimately doing nothing to address the issues they were created to address. Ultimately, given that pharmacare bill is so short on any details, we still don't know how big the committee will be and what the qualifications of the members will be. If the Liberals failed so drastically with something like just transition, which affected a great portion of a small portion of Canada's population, how is it anyone supposed to believe that they will handle this? As an example, Madam Speaker, 1 year ago, the Liberals pledged $1.4 billion for drugs for rare diseases, yet there is still no deal with the provinces. So once again, to quote the Prime Minister, bragging is not doing, and this NDP Liberal coalition is all about brag and no action. Unfortunately, until they are out of office, Canadians will continue to pay the price of the Prime Minister's lack of leadership and broken promises. It is time to end the bragging. It is time for a change. It is time to assist hardworking Canadians, and it is time for a common-sense Conservative government.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Government Deputy House Leader.
The member talked about lack of consultation around the dental care program. Well, I'd like to ask him, how much consultation did he do? Because you know what I did, Madam Speaker, when this program was released? I wanted to make sure my dentists knew about it. I wrote all of them a letter. We followed up with them. We encouraged them to get involved. I went out and visited a number of dentists. As a result, 41 dentists in my riding, which is more than half of them, are on the dental care program. So the member, I'd like to ask him, how much consultation did he do in his riding on the dental care program, or did he not care enough about his constituents to bother making sure that they knew they had access to this new service, regardless of which political party brought it in?
The member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And to that question, the member said he had 40. So based on the numbers that I provide him, 65 dentists in all of Ontario have actually signed up. So it sounds like in Kingston area, most of them have all signed up for it. They're the only ones. And interesting, you should take a look at the number of actually dentists in. The member should look at the number of dentists in Ontario, significantly more than 65. So ultimately, to answer his question, Madam Speaker, I did consult with my colleagues in my riding because I happen to be colleagues with them. I spent many years as a professional dealing with the dentists, and not one of them has sat there. All they're asking is this government actually stepping forward to make socialized dental care in Canada so that all dentists will actually have to be mandated to apply and get paid what this government says?
Questions and comments.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened attentively to our colleague's speech. I liked how he denounced the Ottawa Knows Best approach. It's true there is a continual trend in Ottawa, mainly after crises like we have now, to centralize and to take advantage of power dynamics, to centralize and standardize, and to have their hands everywhere to impose their standards and priorities and values and rules on the provinces. That is also why I'm not going to resist criticizing my colleague for not supporting the Bloc's sub-amendment last week regarding the withdrawal with full compensation.
The honourable member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I apologize whether I missed something in the translation. I didn't actually recognize whether there was an actual question in the statement by the member. However, I will thank him for his comments. I think ultimately, as the member has indicated, we need to remember the fact that health care is a provincial issue. Dental care is health care, and it is a provincial responsibility to deal with that. The provinces determine who the professionals will be and determine how they will be regulated. That's up to the professional bodies, whether that's the dentists, whether that's the chiropractors, whether that's the physical therapists, whether that's the doctors, whether that's the dental hygienists. Those plans are determined by those provinces, as Quebec has done. And we need to recognize that and continue to focus on the fact that it is the province's responsibility to make those decisions, not the federal government to invade and intrude in that area.
Brief question, the honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
I find it hilarious that the Conservatives are protecting big insurance companies, and I really find it particularly entertaining how somebody who will not be affected by this, including with contraceptions, how him and his party fight so diligently against the reproductive rights of people. Yeah. I find it funny. I want to ask the member if he supports access to trauma-informed abortion care and access to reproductive rights, which includes free contraception care for those who don't have insurance and which are most who fall outside the programs, or if they should just keep violating our reproductive rights in real time as we're seeing in the House.
Brief answer, the honourable for Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. And I will say to her, as I've said from day one when I first was running to get nominated, I will never, ever tell a woman what she can and can't do with her body. As a doctor, I will provide advice, I will provide what I know, and it's up to that woman to make that decision.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Skeena-Balclay Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to begin by noting that I'll be splitting my time with the wonderful member for Port Moody, Coquitlam. Madam Speaker, I think in this debate this evening, we can lose a bit of the context, and that context is the historic nature of this legislation that's before us. And I'm so proud to rise on behalf of the people of Skeena-Balclay Valley and speak to Bill C-64, an act that will lay the groundwork for Canada's first national single-payer universal pharmacare system, a system that is going to help millions of Canadians, including many people in Northwest British Columbia. And the case for this bill is excessive.
Of order, the Honourable Government Deputy House Leader.
I apologize for interrupting my colleague, Madam Speaker, but I believe if you seek it, you'll find unanimous consent to table the total number of dentists in Toronto alone, which is well over 500, who are under the current program, despite what the member from Souris Moose Mountain said.
Does the honourable member have unanimous consent to table his document? Yes. No, I don't have unanimous consent. I'm sorry, I have another. I'm sorry, the honourable member is not in his seat, so I can't recognize him on a point of order. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just, through you, we generally do not interrupt speeches, so I would hope that the member from Skeena-Balclay Valley could start from the top.
I believe that, it's not the first time that individuals get stopped during their speeches. The honourable member still has 9 minutes and 16 seconds to continue in his speech. The honourable member for Skeena-Balclay Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his timely intervention there. This is a proud and historic moment. because Canada stands alone in the world as the only country with universal health care that doesn't have some form of universal coverage for prescription medication. And the case for this bill and the case for pharmacare is exceedingly strong. 1 in 5 people in this country have zero or poor medication coverage. Nearly 1 million people cut their spending on things like groceries and heat so that they can afford medication, and 1 in 5 households has a member who didn't take the medication they were prescribed because of the cost of that medication, Madam Speaker. This is something that profoundly affects the lives of the people that we represent, and I'm surprised, to be frank, that there isn't unanimity in this House to try to expand our healthcare system in this way and to get people the help that they so desperately need. I'll tell a really brief story. I held a meeting on pharmacare and had attendance by nurses and healthcare folks in Northwest BC and concerned citizens. And one of the nurses told this story about patients that she sees come into the hospital for a very routine procedure, a colonoscopy, something that many of us will be getting in order to detect what can be really life-threatening illnesses. And in preparation, I haven't had one of these procedures yet, but I very much look forward to it. In preparation for this procedure, Madam Speaker, you have to take a medication in advance that allows this procedure to take place. And that medication, at the time, cost about $40. And for many of us, the cost of a $40 prescription to get ready for a procedure, an important procedure, is something that is affordable. But she said she was surprised by the number of patients who came in for this scheduled procedure and went home with the prescription and never came back for the actual colonoscopy because they couldn't afford the $40 for the medication. That's what we're talking about. And what happens to those people, Madam Speaker? Well, they're not getting a diagnostic procedure that could save their life, and some of them, a percentage of them, are getting sick. And they're ending up back in our hospitals, back in our emergency rooms. They're having to have surgery, and some of them are losing their lives, all because they couldn't afford medication that wasn't covered under our healthcare system. And I think that's shameful, and it's something that we in this House can change. We can change it today by voting for Bill C-64. Now, why would anyone oppose this bill before us? And we've heard some of the arguments, and frankly, I think it's somewhat surprising. I was listening to the member for Red Deer Lacombe, and he was extolling all of the various, what he sees as problems with it, and then he got to the fact that it's going to cover diabetes medication and devices, and he said something like, which on the surface I admit is really a good thing. This bill is going to be incredibly positive for a lot of people, and yet we see this opposition. We also see this kind of a cynical critique of the legislation, and that critique goes like this, Madam Speaker. They say the NDP and the Liberals call this a pharmacare bill, but it's nothing of the sort. It doesn't go nearly far enough. Canadians who are expecting this wonderful vision of pharmacare are going to be disappointed. And when Canadians hear that, they're going to think that the Conservatives want something even better, want coverage that goes even further, want coverage that's going to help more people. But no, Madam Speaker, because what the Conservatives are proposing is to get rid of this legislation altogether, not to improve it one iota, Madam Speaker. They've brought forward an amendment to kill it outright. Shame. That's not contributing to the conversation. It's not going to make people's lives better in this country. And I think, with all due respect, that it's a cynical critique of the bill before us. It's also incredible in the Conservative opposition to pharmacare that they're parroting many of the same lines coming from Big Pharma. We've heard, quote, most people will be worse off under this pharmacare program. We've heard, quote, most people in Canada, we heard this from the Conservative leader, quote, most people already have coverage through their employer. And we heard that, quote, this law is somehow going to prevent people from getting their own private insurance. It's incredible that the Liberal or the Conservatives and Big Pharma are sort of harmonizing in the same beautiful key of total nonsense. And it's incredibly frustrating because none of this, of course, is true. This is a program that is going to help millions of Canadians.
Hear, hear.
We hear that healthcare is provincial jurisdiction, and yet nothing could be further from the truth because it's shared jurisdiction. And if you look at the Canada Health Act, if you look at the federal government's own website, it clearly lays out that while the provinces are responsible for healthcare delivery, the federal government is responsible for setting national standards and, of course, for funding healthcare in part through federal transfers. And so this is very much in the federal government's wheelhouse, and something I believe that the federal government has a moral responsibility and a practical responsibility to fulfill. Yet, despite all of this opposition from the Conservatives to pharmacare, we're here on this historic day to move this bill through the legislative process and to make it a reality, a bill that, among other things, enshrines the step-by-step implementation of single-payer, universal pharmacare in our country for the very first time in accordance with the principles of the Canada Health Act. A bill that forces the government to develop a list of essential medications within a year of this bill passing into law. And a bill that establishes an expert committee that is going to guide the implementation and the financing of pharmacare right across the country. And I'm very pleased, Madam Speaker, that not only will this bill lay the groundwork, lay the foundation for universal pharmacare that covers a wide range of prescription medication, but that it's starting in its first phase with 2 major classes of medication that are going to help a lot of folks who are struggling with the costs. And as people in the House know, those 2 classes of medication are, first of all, contraception, which can cost people upwards of $200 a month, which disproportionately that cost is borne by women in our country, and which, when it is not affordable for people, they're forced to make other choices. And sometimes they don't have choices. And Madam Speaker, ensuring that people have affordable contraception is going to improve the lives of so many people. The other class of medications is diabetes medication and devices. And anyone who knows someone who lives with diabetes knows the incredible out-of-pocket cost that can come with managing that condition. Diabetes Canada approximates that the cost of type 1 diabetes is upwards of $18,000 a year out of pocket, and type 2 diabetes is upwards of $10,000 per year out of pocket. These are the out-of-pocket expenses that our constituents, Madam Speaker, are paying. And this bill before us, as soon as agreements are struck with the provinces, this program is going to cover those costs for Canadians, and I couldn't be prouder to be a part of the process of making that a reality here in Canada. Madam Speaker, I'm going to leave it at that. I know that the constituents I represent want this bill. I know the healthcare professionals who work in our healthcare system recognize the importance and significance of this bill, and I hope that everyone in this House of Commons votes for this bill and that we pass it unanimously and make this law as quickly as possible. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Here. Questions and comments? The Honourable Government Deputy House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I think one of the things that I find the most perplexing about this entire debate is that not only are Conservatives against this bill, it's as though they're actively rooting for its failure, for the policy failure. It's like they're downplaying how many dentists have actually signed up. They're downplaying the impact that this will have on Canadians. They keep saying, well, only 1 out of every 5 Canadians wants this, as though it's not a good thing to do something when 1 out of 5 Canadians wants it. I'm wondering if the member can make sense of all this, that the fact that the Conservatives, they're not just against this, they're actively rooting for the failure of this program.
The Honourable Member for Skeena-Balclay Valley.
Yeah, in many ways, Madam Speaker, they're rooting for Big Pharma, whose profits, incredible profits, are threatened by the idea of bulk purchasing that would be enabled under a universal pharmacare plan. You know, the honourable member across the way, his question made me think about what it would be like to be debating the Canada Health Act in this House of Commons in 2024. And what are the arguments that the Conservatives would bring forward against the idea of every Canadian having the dignity of basic access to health care? I think we're very fortunate that all those years ago in the late 1960s, before I was born, maybe before he was born, yeah, very much, we're the same age, right, Mark? That act got passed, and now we have a chance to expand it to include pharmacare, Madam Speaker, and I think this is a wonderful opportunity. Thank you.
I want to remind the honourable member he's not to call a member by his first name or his last name. Only the honourable member is fine. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Madam Speaker, and I was struck. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I was struck by the member's comments about someone needing to go for a colonoscopy and not being able to afford the PrEP. I've heard this in my riding as well. I've heard it in regards to dental care as well, not being able to pay the $5 or $10 to go to dental care. So I would just ask the member if he could share just how important it is that people have basic access to medication to stay proactively healthy.
The honourable member Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Thank you to my colleague for the question, and this is something I didn't have time in my speech to get to, but the reality is that when people are able to take the medication that their doctor prescribes, they're able to get better often. And when they get better, that means that they're not showing up at the doors of the emergency room. They're not ending up in hospital beds for long hospital stays. We know it costs $1,000 a day to have someone in our hospitals. And these are all costs that are borne by our system. So this bill is about making people's lives better, first and foremost. But also, when we look down the road at public pharmacare, universal pharmacare, we see that it's going to save our society as a whole billions of dollars through bulk purchasing and through allowing people to lead healthier lives. And I think that's a huge positive move in the right direction.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Peterborough Kawartha.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague opposite. Listen, I think everyone at home, you know, if you're watching this, you're thinking to yourself, yeah, I mean, who doesn't want this? This is childcare 2.0. And the reality is we know, like this morning, there's a British Columbia mother who's saying she's going to go homeless because she can't find childcare. And I just had a text from a dentist. I said, what do you think of the dental program? Absolutely amazing election slogan. And that's exactly what has happened here. And so my question to the member opposite, who props up the Liberals continuously, is why does he think that the Liberals will actually deliver this? It's almost abusive what they do to the NDP, to watch this, because they will not deliver what they said they will. And my question is he okay with that?
The honourable member, order. The honourable member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
As I mentioned in my speech, Madam Speaker, pointing out the shortcomings of healthcare programs is an argument to make them stronger, not to gut them and get rid of them altogether. But I will ask my colleague this question. In a year from now, look forward to a year from now, when her constituents in Kawartha are looking west to British Columbia and seeing their fellow Canadians who are getting their diabetes medication and their diabetes devices and their contraception provided for free under universal pharmacare, how is she going to explain that to them? Why her constituents aren't part of that program because her province didn't get on board because she didn't support it?
Resuming debate, reprise the débat. The honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I really appreciate the speech from my colleague from Skeena Bulkley Valley. Such amazing points that he shared today about the importance of looking after Canadians. I'm standing today as a woman in Parliament discussing one of the most important aspects of women's health and daily life, access to contraceptives. A healthcare measure that is currently restricted by whether or not one can afford to access it or not. It shouldn't be that way. Every time I enter this place, I am aware of how different my experiences are from the men who have not had to deal with regular menstrual cycles, painful periods, ovarian cysts, PMS and PMDD, endometriosis, menstrual migraines, and unintended pregnancy. These are part of daily life when you have ovaries, starting in your teens. Having ovaries requires management and affects everyday choices for school, work, recreation, and more. And with that in mind, Madam Speaker, I'm going to take a moment to read a poem from my daughter, Coral. She's a writer and a poet, and I just wanted to share it because it just shows how periods affect women, girls, and non-binary people from very early teens. So it's called Late Bloomer. In the 7th grade, all my friends started menstruating, but not me. We would travel in a gossiping group to the school washroom, and I would listen as my friends ripped tape inside stalls. In high school, we had swimming in gym. I had a hard time with a box of easy applicators. I cried, one foot propped up on the toilet. I lied on the ground, tried to raise my hips and contort my body to be comfortable. The garbage filled with failure. I surrendered to pads. Diapers, my friends called them. I would hide, panic as girls exchanged tampons in cute pink wrappers. Once a pad fell out of my bag, I snatched it up, cheeks shame red. I concealed pads up sleeves and deep down in pockets. On days I forgot a pad, I settled for folded tissues and tied my jacket around my waist. Today I borrowed a pad from a stranger. Her cheeks weren't red and neither were mine. Bloom, bloom, bloom. Bloom, 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 Madam Speaker. This is how I see this bill. It's time to blossom. A bill that sets in place a framework to consider the needs of women, girls, and transgender people who menstruate. My message to the men in power across the globe, including in Canada, who have spent their legislative time trying to control women and their bodies while ignoring the enhancements that are there in basic health care. Stop it and let this bill bloom. At a time when the possibility of gender equity remains elusive, what gives me hope is that in this bill and currently in the tabled budget, the needs of women are starting to make their way onto the main stage after 150 years. Yes. Affordable childcare, free contraceptives, the red dress alert from my colleague here, the member from Winnipeg Centre, a caregiving strategy, a sectoral table on care economy, all women's issues that the Conservatives and the Liberals have ignored for decades. With that in mind, that's what causes me worry. The Conservatives in this very House who are rejecting these important advancements for women and at the same time working against us by espousing that they will override women's charter rights on a whim. Conservatives are dangerous to women. If they ever had the power, they would immediately go after a woman's right to choose, just like what has happened in the United States. I never want to see that happen. Bill C-64 doesn't just help women as a framework for historic expansion of health care to single-payer pharmacare. The first rollout will give access to life-saving medication for medication and devices for diabetics. Linda, a resident in my riding, recently told me that she estimates that since she was diagnosed with diabetes over 40 years ago, she spent over $120,000 on medication and devices to manage it. This is unfair. She's had to spend thousands of dollars a month just to stay alive. And while I'm on the topic of gender equity, Madam Speaker, I wanted to share that when Linda was sharing her story, she was 26 when she was diagnosed, and she went to the doctor. She was single at the time. And the doctor said, just go find yourself a husband and you'll be fine. This is what happens, Madam Speaker, when you cannot afford your medication or society decides that you're a woman and you shouldn't have economic empowerment, and you wouldn't be able to afford your medication on your own. Even with the loss of life of a diabetic if they do not get their medication, the Conservatives have decided to block this pharmacare bill. All while they enjoy their MP taxpayer-funded health care and dental benefits, they deny them to others who need them. With this new pharmacare bill, NDP know that Canadians will have the access to medication that they need, not with a credit card, Madam Speaker, but with a health care card. This means close to 10 million Canadians will not have to suffer in pain, discomfort, put their health at risk, let their conditions get worse. This will no longer have to happen. And Madam Speaker, the reason that the Conservatives and the Liberals have let it happen in the past, profits from Big Pharma, Madam Speaker, as my colleague from Skeena-Bulkley Valley mentioned. It's about trying to keep Big Pharma happy, not trying to keep Canadians healthy. We need to do the work to keep Canadians healthy and to make sure we do preventative medicine and that we can release the burden of the expenses of contraceptive, diabetic medication, and other medications as they come out. And this is why we must pass this bill as quickly as possible. People are waiting on us, and the provinces are ready to come together and make life better for people. The NDP has gotten this victory for Linda and for all women, people that use contraceptive that haven't been able to get access to contraceptive. All those people will be able to get access very, very soon, and it will roll out to be even more, and they will be able to keep the money in their pocket rather than in the pocket of some rich CEO. So, Madam Speaker, I wanted to close. Madam Speaker, what do I have left for time?
25 seconds.
Minutes and 45 seconds. I really wanted to just close, Madam Speaker, to double down on the fact that this is not the time to let our guard down as Canadians and as the NDP. This is not the time to let our guard down. Ideologies south of the border are coming up into Canada. There is conversations in this House. The Conservatives are trying to open a conversation about removing a woman's right to choose. They're using bills like this pharmacare bill around contraceptive to have that conversation. Madam Speaker, we cannot let it happen. Also, for all Canadians that are paying some of the highest drug prices in the world, this is not fair, and this is legislation. This is because of Conservatives and Liberals before that have let Big Pharma take advantage of Canadians, gouge Canadians, and made Canadians sicker because of their lack of compassion and their desire to control a woman's body. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Awesome. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Châteauguay-Lacolle.
The honourable member for Châteauguay-Lacolle.
Colleague for her very interesting speech and for sharing the poem from her daughter. I think very special, and boy, have we come a long way, because there was a time I can certainly remember when talking about menstruation cycles and so on, very, very taboo, and here we are in the House of Commons and we can talk about it. And we need to talk about it because, of course, contraceptives being a very important priority for the Pharmacare Act that we're discussing tonight. I would like to hear from my colleague because she alluded to it, that people that are not insured or underinsured, they may be working, but they're underinsured, but they still can't afford the care that they need. The stigma that can surround vulnerable groups when they're seeking proper medical care.
The honourable for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Absolutely, Madam Speaker. And I think about those that have episodic health conditions where they might go to work on a regular basis, but have episodic. So one I think about is debilitating menstrual migraines, Madam Speaker. And a lot of teenagers go through this, and they don't actually have necessarily access to medication for that. So lots of teenagers that go out to university, they're no longer on their parents' plans, or they don't have a plan, cannot get access to this. And I know a number of young women that have come through my home. I have 3 daughters that have suffered because they couldn't afford access to any kind of medication for their menstrual headaches. unbelievable. Can't work, can't go to work, go to school. It takes them out of the workforce. It takes them out of their school time, and it's really not fair just because of the price of medication.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Peterborough-Kawartha.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. And I just want to put on the record, the best thing we can do for women is to give them financial autonomy, make life affordable so that they can make the choice to leave an abusive relationship, which under this Liberal NDP government, domestic violence is up 72%. So my question is, the Canadian Health and Life Insurance Association has stated that this bill will spend billions of dollars unnecessarily on drugs for people who already have coverage. In a cost of living crisis, in an inflationary deficit where people cannot afford to live, is she okay with this wasteful spending?
Yeah, I'm not sure who's trying to participate in the debate. I would just ask them to wait until I recognize them. The honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Madam Speaker, I think this just magnifies my point. There's an old saying that says, if I think about the fact that the member here wants to control what women can have. You can have this, but you can't have that, but, we want you to go out there and work. There's a saying that says, everyone should live like that, but then the Conservatives come back and say nobody should live like that. So what I'm saying, Madam Speaker, is that there shouldn't be a choice between you can only have a little bit of this, women, we'll give you a little bit of this, but we're not going to give you that. We deserve in Canada for every Canadian to be able to fulfill their life in work, in schooling, in family. Whatever their choices are, they should be able to fulfill. And pharmacare is a fundamental piece of that, Madam Speaker. Not just on contraceptive and diabetic medication. We're starting with those two. All kinds of medications that keep people alive in this country.
The commentaire, l'honorable député de Berthier-Masquinongé.
Merci.
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. I'd like to thank my colleague for the speech. I would like to say something in confidence. I find it difficult to sit alongside members from the NDP because they're very nice people that I get along with very well, and we have values that are very close to each other. But it feels like they're not applying those values in the right parliamentary assembly. They seem to have a very abstract notion of jurisdiction. They don't seem to fully understand it, maybe because they're not from Quebec. They don't seem to understand that in Quebec, the government of Quebec has a much larger role in people's lives than other provincial assemblies. And the unfortunate result is that often, even though we have similar values, we end up voting in opposing ways. So in this case, considering that wholesale drug purchases, according to the Canadian Pharmaceutical Association, that matter is already settled. Would she be able to sleep well at night if we told Quebec that Quebec has full right to withdrawal, full compensation, and everyone has pharmacare and everyone's happy?
Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I know I've stood many times in this House to say how wonderful it is and was to raise children in Quebec. There was access to many programs that aren't available across the rest of the country. I've said before about access to swimming lessons, diving lessons, sports. All of that is affordable and accessible in Quebec. I think that everyone should have access to those type of life-changing and family-changing opportunities. And I think that there's always a way for the Bloc to come and want that for everyone in Canada.
Reprise de débat, l'honorable député de Jonquière.
The honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will be sharing my time with my colleague for Berthier-Masquinongé, my very respected colleague, and I hope I won't embarrass him during the next 10 minutes. Madam Speaker, I don't know if you've heard what the Prime Minister has said. He said that people don't care about jurisdictional squabbles. And that's what he said when we had questions about pharmacare and dental care. But a Léger poll just showed the opposite. It shows that 82% of Quebecers hope that the federal government will respect provincial jurisdiction, and 74% of Quebecers believe that Ottawa should get Quebec's approval before putting in place programs like pharmacare and dental care. So people do care about jurisdiction, and they care about it because they know that the federal government has a poor record when it comes to supporting social safety net programs, which it doesn't even have jurisdiction over anyway. Now, let me come back to an issue which I think is very important. Does Quebec society need the federal government in order to apply social programs? Does Quebec society need the NDP and the Liberal Party in order to have a social democracy? No, I would say absolutely not. The best family policy in North America is in Quebec. The most generous policy with parental leave, childcare, and in fact, childcare was copied by the federal government 20 years later. Access to post-secondary education. Of all North America, the cheapest post-secondary education is in Quebec. There are generous grants and loans for post-secondary education. There is also the most progressive tax system. Quebec's inequality rate is 0.31 according to the Gini rating, which is similar to Sweden at 0.29. But if you look at all of Canada, the index is 0.37, which is closer to the US, 0.42, one of the worst in the G7. Therefore, and this is not something we should have to prove, Quebec society is in a very advantageous position. And as I will have to repeat once more, we already have pharmacare in Quebec. It may not be perfect, but it exists. And Quebec is currently in a process to make it even more effective so that it meets the needs of people. So why here are we seeing the federal government bring in a pharmacare program? To maintain its agreement with the NDP? Assuredly, it is. My colleague for Mirabel, who likes to joke around, likes to say, oh, let me just interrupt. I hear a telephone ringing. I'm so sorry to interrupt. But when you make a speech, you need to make sure to turn off your phone. We also need to consider the health and well-being of the interpreters. The honorable member. Yes, I'm very sorry, Madam Speaker. As I was saying, my colleague from Mirabel goes so far as to say that the Liberals, that the NDP are getting the Liberals to bring in dental care because they spend so much time at the feet of the Liberals that they're developing dental problems, perhaps from their interactions with their boots. But in any case, I wouldn't go that far, but I would simply say that Quebec has been in a very favorable position since 1996, 95 rather, and no other province in Canada has done something similar. The other provinces clearly are not sure that they want to have pharmacare. And what really bothers me is that this Liberal NDP coalition is a patently clear example of this Ottawa knows best attitude. Let me give you an example. Some time ago, the leader of the NDP wrote a letter to Quebec's Minister of Health. And he also decided to reach out to his sister party in Quebec, Québec Solidaire. And the letter was also sent, therefore, to an MNA from Québec Solidaire. In the letter, the leader of the NDP explained why we need pharmacare. That's incredibly paternalistic.
Pourquoi?
He's trying to explain why we should have pharmacare when we already have one and we're actually more advanced on these social issues. than the federal government. So it seems that the leader of the NDP was a little confused. And now, if he was smart, he could have asked the MP from Rosemont Patrie to help him out. The MP from Quebec could have explained how Quebec's pharmacare system works, since we already have one. So here we have the clear example of a centralist paternalism with the government. And it's quite predatory because they want to step into our jurisdiction. Madam Speaker, you know, as Quebecers, there is no way in which we would put our social program development into the hands of a neighbor. Really, why would we trust a government that has a hard time managing its own issues? Why would we put the development of our social programs into their hands? When I think of the federal government's issues that they should focus on, I think of Phoenix, passports, borders, immigration. They don't seem to be looking at any appropriate thresholds for integration. There's ArriveCan. So the federal government has its own issues, its own jurisdiction. And so I don't think they should be telling us in Quebec how we should be managing our social programs. Honestly, it's almost insulting. So if you ask a Quebecer if they want Canada to manage their social programs, it's almost the equivalent of asking a Canadian if they want the United States to manage their pharmacare program. This would never be accepted. Madam Speaker, the other thing I want to note is that historically, in terms of social programs, has not been very reliable. Let's think of Jean Chrétien, who spoke very clearly at the G7. He said that he could balance his budget by cutting into federal health transfers and that he wouldn't have to pay the price for this on a political scale because it's the provinces that would pay the price. You may remember after 1976, for example, they cut into health transfers. This was the beginning of budgetary imbalance, and it's Bouchard that actually paid the price for this in Quebec. So, Madam Speaker, to finish, I'd like to share the unanimous motion from 2019 from the National Assembly of Quebec, where there was the suggestion of implementing pharmacare. That the National Assembly take into account the federal report that recommends the implementation of a universal pharmacare program. That the government recognize the exclusive jurisdiction of the province in healthcare, that the government recognize that for the last 20 years, Quebec has had its own pharmacare program, that Quebec refuses to participate in a Canadian pharmacare program, and that Quebec requests from the federal government the opportunity to opt out with full compensation from a Canadian pharmacare program if Bill C-64 passes. So Quebec Solidaire signed in favor of this. And at the end of the day, I hope I've explained why we'll be voting against C-64.
Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, it doesn't surprise me in terms of the Bloc Party's positioning on this legislation, in the sense that they don't believe in national programs for separatist type of reasons. And the issue that I have is more so with the Conservative Party's opposition to the legislation. And if you listen to the speeches, where they seem to be acknowledging that the federal government has no role to play in healthcare. I would like to remind my Conservative friends across the way and members of the Bloc there's a thing called the Canada Health Act. The Canada does have a responsibility, and a vast majority of Canadians in all regions of the country recognize that the federal government does have a role to play in healthcare that goes beyond just handing money over to provinces. And my question to the member is, would he not acknowledge that at the very least we have a healthcare system that we have today because it was a province of Saskatchewan that kind of started it, but it was the federal government that made sure that all Canadians would be able to receive it. And was that not a good thing?
The honourable member from Jonquière. This is quite exceptional, actually. The parliamentary secretary is asking us if we recognize that the federal government has a role to play in healthcare. The answer is yes. And at the same time, he's saying that they should not simply be just transferring funds to the provinces. But they have no expertise in healthcare, yet they want to play a role in healthcare. This is a 50-50 role in terms of healthcare. So 50% of the funding comes from the federal government, 50% from the provinces. But today, it's much less than that in reality. So if the federal government was serious about this, they would invest more than what they are suggesting now and would respond to the recommendations from the PBO, amongst others, that the provinces will not be viable in terms of healthcare in the future because of the massive amount of spending they have to face. The honourable member should speak through the speaker, please, and not directly to MPs.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his interesting speech, and I think this is a place of debate and looking at complex issues and trying to find solutions that will better the reality of Canadians across the country. I do really have a belief and understanding that bulk buying would allow the cost of medications to go down quite a lot. I'm just wondering if there's a way that this member could envision a respectful process that really looks at us buying collectively as a country to see those costs go down, but also honoring the provincial distinctions. Thank you.
The honourable member from Jonquière. Well, what would be the most simple if we want to have a robust system? That would be that the federal government does not intervene with what's happening already in Quebec, that we have negotiations with large pharmaceutical companies. The federal government has negotiated prices that are not as good as what Quebec has already negotiated. This is what happens when the federal government intervenes in our jurisdiction. At the end of the day, what we produce is something worse than what we already had. So the government needs to come to an agreement with the provinces before working on a bill like this to avoid wasting Canadians' money for nothing. The honourable member from Mirabel. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The MP from Winnipeg North has shared some very arrogant statements, and he has cited the Canada Health Act, which shows the federal government's power to spend. The federal government has allowed itself to overstep its boundaries and go into provincial jurisdiction. The federal government has far too much revenue to justify what its jurisdiction is in this field. A brief response, honourable member from Jonquière. An interesting question, very relevant. My colleague is completely correct. The Séguin report really shows this, and the Minister of Finances of Quebec is not a sovereigntist. He's a federalist, and he has stated clearly in his report that federal revenues are higher, and yet they have less spending, and so provinces face extreme pressures. So if we have a conservative government, they're going to cut health transfers, and it's going to be the burden of provinces after that. Resuming debate, honourable member from Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I commend the brilliant speech from my wonderful colleague from Jonquière. It's always difficult to speak after my friend here. Madam Speaker, I wanted to talk to you about a motion from the National Assembly that my colleague just read, so I won't reread it. But I think we need to add something to my colleague's speech, who mentioned, and he was very correct in saying this, that all political parties were in favor of this unanimous motion, not just those who want Quebec to be independent. It was all MPs from Quebec. The Liberals, Québec Solidaire, that has a relationship with the NDP. Of course, the parties who are closer to us. And, well, there are no Conservatives because the Bloc Québécois doesn't vote for the Conservatives. That's not bad news. But all parties at the National Assembly requested to be able to opt out with full compensation. Now, after that, what follows is simple. I'd like to reply to my NDP colleague. Very honestly, I found it difficult to work with those from the NDP in many cases because on a foundational level, we have very similar values. We want to take care of people. We're progressive. But what differs is the form. There's a real conflict here. The NDP wants to look past provincial jurisdiction, Quebec's jurisdiction, and decide what happens for us. And so when I see this, the NDP says the Bloc Québécois should want Canadians to have access to pharmacare, but we want Canadians to have access to pharmacare. The Bloc Québécois is not here to harm the rest of Canada. We are here simply to advocate for the needs of Quebecers. We don't oppose to anything that would be beneficial to other Canadians. We're happy for you to implement this system. It is really time for it. This is a very important social domain, and you're far behind us in Quebec. We've already had this for more than 20 years, so go ahead. All that we're asking for is that you give us our fair share of funding. This is our right to receive this funding and to continue to have our system that is already working well. Not a single Quebecer today does not have access to pharmacare. It's really important to state that, Madam Chair. We're far ahead with this. And I could speak more to this, but the point here is that we do not need the federal government to help us with this. And this really highlights very clearly the Canadian problem. That is the fiscal imbalance. This harmful federalism, harmful to Quebec. They say we should work in an alliance for the well-being of everyone, but in doing so, they overstep into Quebec's jurisdiction. They don't respect the differences between regions, differences in priorities between Alberta and Quebec, for example. Albertans may make different decisions concerning pharmacare. And that's okay. That's understandable. They can do what they want. As long as they are receiving the funding that they deserve based off of, the taxes that they are paying, they are making their own choices, and Quebec has made its own choices. The government is acting in a snobbish way. I don't know what the right word is for this. Quebec has been doing this for a long time, but at this point, we're just going to ignore that, trample on top of their system, and replace it by the proper Canadian system. I would love for the parliamentary secretary to talk to me about daycares. Is daycare working well in Canada? I don't think so. Things are going a bit better in Quebec because we have a little bit more money than before. This is all we want. We don't want to harm anyone else. Madam Speaker, the bill shares great principles. Public management. I'm happy about this. It's better than the dental program because when we subcontract to private agencies, well, we know what happens. For example, with ArriveCan, we do not want to see this happen again. It's atrocious. It's wasteful, a waste of public funds. But if we put a federal system on top of the Québécois system, it's not going to work well. There will be a lot of friction. We already have our own formulary for drug coverage in Quebec. If the federal minister offers us a different formulary, what will happen? That's what we're trying to avoid. We don't need this. I would like to say through you, Madam Speaker, because you mentioned it before, through you, we do not need anyone else to manage our pharmacare system because we already have one. So there it is. It says the federal government should support the provinces through an agreement. Could we have an agreement that allows us to opt out with full compensation? Could that simply be the agreement to recognize that Quebec already has its own program and we want to improve it through receiving more funding? Unfortunately, that doesn't seem to be possible. When we talk about the federal government's role in healthcare, they have the power to spend in this area, as my colleague from Mirabel said. And the parliamentary secretary won't like this, but in Quebecers' opinion, the federal government's role is to send over funding. Because the federal government receives half of tax revenues, but doesn't carry the burden of 50% of the spending in healthcare. Like I said, we want to be able to opt out with full compensation. And now people are interpreting this as if I want to harm Canadians in other provinces, but we have never said that. That is not the case. An expert committee should be established within 30 days to examine how the national universal pharmacare system is working. Now, how is this going to work? Now, I told you, Madam Speaker, my speech will be rather repetitive today because, once again, I'm going to say what we are requesting is to opt out with full compensation. When we talk about the bill, in this bill, we do not recognize what already exists in Quebec. At no point in the bill do they mention this. Now, they could say that we're going to look to Quebec for what they've already established because they have expertise in the field. That would be logical, Madam Speaker.
At the end of the day, I always end up saying, and I'm an independentist, it's in my veins, how is it that Federalist parties are not able to respect the contract they imposed on us in '82? It doesn't seem hard to me. We're showing our good faith. Not only did we not agree and not sign, but we're working with it because we've had no choice since '82, and when we're here, as members of the Bloc Québécois, we respect the institutions very rigorously. Despite that, Madam Speaker, despite that, when we ask for compromises on medical assistance in dying, a little amendment that would have allowed Quebec to be 20, 40 years ahead of the rest of Canada socially, we were told no. When we ask, give us a right to opt out with full compensation, we're told no, even by the people who all day long have told us we should respect Quebec's jurisdiction. Those people voted against it. So what you vote has to the way you vote has to reflect what you've said. Even the oath to the king, it doesn't cost anyone anything. We were going to say we were going to respect the Constitution that we didn't sign. Even that, they sang God Save the King to us. So go ahead, keep attacking Quebec's institutions, and on our side, we'll get ready, and in a few years, we'll have a nice debate, And when you come with your red flags, the decision will already be made, and we will be independent, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, and I just look more so for clarification from bloc members. They seem to give the impression that prescription drugs are in fact free in the province of Quebec. And I would ask the member if he could just for clarity purposes give an indication whether or not people are charged any sort of a deductible or any sort of fees. Different provinces have different mechanisms. Some have private, some have public. I'm wondering if you could just expand in terms of exactly what type of plan is there in the province of Quebec, and how would that apply in particular for contraceptives?
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Nice question, Madam Speaker. And in fact, contraceptives aren't yet covered, and that's why we need the money so we can improve our system. When he asks questions on how it works, I'll tell him quickly that those who aren't covered by private insurance, it's a mixed system we have in Quebec. So, based on memory, there's premiums based on their income. And so we have the most progressive tax system in North America. Our tax system is based on the income you make, and there's no better place in North America for that. So those who are in the public system, it works like that. For the others, it's the employers from their salary. Quebec's system is not perfect, Madam Speaker. I said it in my speech, but we will improve it. Let us manage it ourselves. That's what we're saying.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I studied the pharmacare system when I was at the Health Committee. And of course, the Liberals have done nothing until this bill. But the system in Quebec, there's a list of medications, a formulary, and I think it's the best in the country. And I'd like to ask, what does the member think of 2 medications in this bill, in this pharmacare system? The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for her question, and a smart question. She's recognized that the list in Quebec is working well. My fear here, I think the system we have is good. It could be improved, as I said earlier. So that is why we want to have the money. We're often told by the government, we know the Bloc thinks we're an ATM, you want the money, but it's our money. It's our people who paid those taxes. So yes, we want our money to provide the service to our people in our jurisdiction. And to complete the answer to my colleague, that list could be improved, of course. That's what we hope to do. My major fear is that the federal government will arrive with a list that won't be as good as Quebec's, because in social matters, we're in advance.
Questions and comments? A brief question. The Honourable Member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
I really like my colleague, but I find it hard that the Bloc Québécois is refusing to hear the voices of Quebec that are in favor of this bill. Different unions are in favor of the tabling of this bill. The Centrale des syndicats de Québec says that the mixed system in Quebec, with a public system and private systems, hasn't fulfilled its promises. It should not be a model for the rest of Canada. It's an expensive, inefficient system. And so those people from the union movement in Quebec have said that we need to adopt this bill. Why is the Bloc Québécois not listening to these voices from Quebec? The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé, 50 seconds to answer. Oh, I needed more time than that to answer my colleague. But the first thing is that unions can be quoted. There are people that he quoted who are in favor of Quebec separation. So they know we're in Canada for now. They want to have more money so their members can pay less for their medication. And when we meet with these people and explain that if the federal government gets involved, it will be less efficient, it will be more expensive, it would be better for us to have the money, I think at the end of the day, they will agree, Madam Speaker. And we also mention what the National Assembly has said.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, it's been an interesting process in terms of listening to what members actually have to say about Bill C-64. And in some areas, I'm not surprised. In other areas, I am surprised. And let me kind of provide a bit of an overview before I get into some of the, some more details. When I think of the pharmacare and the potential that pharmacare actually has for all Canadians, I think that we undervalue and underestimate to the degree in which Canadians as a whole would support not only the concept, but the implementation of a true pharmacare program. This is something that's not new for me, Madam Speaker. I've been talking about pharmacare for many years. I have been an advocate because I understand and believe in the benefits of a national program. There is no province in Canada or territory that has absolute free prescribed medications for its population. Everything depends on the province that you go to. It could be based on ages. It could be based in terms of affordability. But there's all sorts of different types of variations. You get public sector participation. You get the private sector participation. You get a wide spectrum, Madam Speaker, of a smorg of different types of ways in which pharmaceuticals are in fact being delivered in Canada. And that's the reason why I asked the bloc member to provide more detail in terms of what actually is the plan in Quebec. Because when you stand up and you say, well, in Quebec it's free, this bill clearly demonstrates that it is not free. Many people would say that if you have to pay a deductible, if you have to pay an annual premium, if there's things that are not on it that should be incorporated in it, it's not free, Madam Speaker. I'm glad the member said, well, you know, there's room for improvement. No matter what program we're talking about, there's always room for improvement. I would suggest to you, Madam Speaker, that the way in which we should be looking at the whole issue of pharmacare is to take a holistic approach in terms of expectations that people have and put it in the, you know, in the sense of healthcare in general. I said many times in the past how important the issue of healthcare is to all people in Canada, in all regions of our nation, Madam Speaker. And that has not been lost with this government. As the Bloc will say, we don't want Ottawa to be involved other than to hand out money. And as I say, it doesn't surprise me with that particular attitude. But maybe I'll add some further comments on it in a bit. But what really surprises me is the Conservative Party's approach with health care. And it's demonstrated in Bill 64. And people need to be aware of this. Because at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, we value and treasure our health care here in Canada. We have the Canada Health Act there that is there to protect the integrity of the system in all regions, I would suggest to you, Madam Speaker. And it is one of the reasons why the federal government allocates the billions of dollars it does towards federal transfer payments. We have seen a national government, in particular a prime minister, this prime minister, that has taken the initiative of health care, recognizing how important it is to Canadians and looking at ways in which we can enhance it, build a stronger health care system, Madam Speaker. You know, when they first came out with the nationalized health care, or the Canada Health Act, Many other countries today that have that form of legislation or that sort of a delivery of health care, they've already incorporated a national pharmacare program. You don't have to be a liberal or a New Democrat to see the benefits of it, Madam Speaker. You know, I used to be the health critic in the province of Manitoba. I understand just how critical medicine actually is to our healthcare system. And to think about it in the sense that, look, if you get sick and you go into a hospital, and this is virtually universal now across Canada, Madam Speaker, you go into a hospital and the medications that you're actually receiving in that emergency setting, I don't believe any province is actually charging for that, Madam Speaker. And if you have to stay in a hospital facility for however long of a time it might be, because maybe you have an ulcer issue, some sort of a bleed, any sort of other need that might be there, they don't say, well, you know, here's a bandage, and by the way, you're going to have to pay for that. Or here's the medication, maybe it's a painkiller, and they don't put out their hand saying, we want money before we inject the painkiller. But the moment that you leave the hospital, then it changes, Madam Speaker. Maybe not in every province. Some provinces might cover some medications, some prescribed medications more than others. Some might not charge as much. Some will have a deductible. And as I say, some will have those annual premiums. But what happens, generally speaking, is the individual leaves the hospital, and what they find themselves is now they're going to have to start paying for the medications. I cannot tell you how many 55-plus facilities that I've been into, or personal care facilities, Madam Speaker, or independent living facilities, where they will talk about the costs of medications. Diabetes being one of them, Madam Speaker. And what happens is they will tell you that, look, we cannot afford the medication, and as a result, I would suggest to you, Madam Speaker, that there are many people that end up going back to hospitals because they're not getting the medications that they actually require. And it's because of decisions that they've actually had to make in terms of buying and purchasing the medication versus food, or even possibly rent, Madam Speaker, or the amount of medications that are required and the bill that's associated with that, Madam Speaker. Those are the type of things that end up costing communities, society, the taxpayer a whole lot more when that individual ends up returning to the hospital because they weren't taking the medications that were necessary in order to keep them out of the hospital facility. The problem with the debate that I've seen in the pharmacare issue is I would have liked to have heard more about, yes, collectively as a House, we see the value and we want to move forward, and that's what Bill 64 is doing, is it's moving us forward on a very important issue. What I would have rather seen is everyone come into an agreement that, yes, this is good stuff, we should be supporting it. But then adding value to that, Madam Speaker. You know, I think of Cardine, who I met at a local restaurant on a Saturday, Madam Speaker, and she's talking about the issue of shingles. And how shingles is something in which people should not necessarily have to pay for. I raised it, Madam Speaker, with some of my colleagues. And at the end of the day, I know it's not on the list. Madam Speaker, at the end of the day, some provinces, from what I understand, provide shingles for 55 and over, or maybe it's 60 and over, and some provinces don't. But I was suggesting by bringing it up, I think that's the type of discussion that I would have liked to have heard more about. Not in terms of how we keep Ottawa away from the issue of pharmacare or developing a national program. I don't think that's what our constituents want to hear, Madam Speaker. I think they want to see consistency where they can in the different regions of our country, Madam Speaker. That's what I believe. You know, I have tabled many petitions in the House on the issue of pharmacare. I have consulted and talked about pharmacare for years at the door, Madam Speaker. I understand who's got what kind of responsibility in health. As I say, I was a healthcare critic in the province of Manitoba. I understand who's responsible for what. But to deny the opportunity for a federal government to participate in providing contraceptives or diabetic medications, Madam Speaker, I don't understand how opposition parties would oppose that, no matter what province you're from. Tell me a province, Madam Speaker, and I say that to all members, tell me a province that today provides any form of support for contraceptives, Madam Speaker. I'm not aware of any, and I could be wrong on that. So how can you say that this legislation is not of benefit for all Canadians, Madam Speaker? It is a major part of the legislation. When you think of diabetes, we're not talking about a few hundred or a few thousand. We're talking about hundreds of thousands of Canadians that will be affected by Bill C-64, Madam Speaker. What are opposition members afraid of? You know, if they were truly listening to what people are saying in their communities, I would suggest to you that they talk more about the issue of health care. I can assure you, Madam Speaker, I talk a great deal about health care in my riding because I understand why it's so important. And as a Conservative heckles across the way, and she is consistent with others, Conservative members, it's provincial. And that is the attitude. Remember I said at the beginning, Madam Speaker, the Bloc does not surprise me. I understand why it is they don't support it. They're a separatist party. You know, they just assume Ottawa just hand over the money and then Quebec would take the money and develop the programming. On the other hand, the Conservative Party, and this is where people need to be aware, because it's an off-the-cuff heckle that the member says. It's a provincial responsibility. Madam Speaker, let me suggest to you that it is not just a provincial responsibility. And if the member truly understood the Canada Health Act, and more importantly, if she truly understood her constituents, I would argue, that she would quickly realize that it's not just a provincial responsibility. Even when I was in the Manitoba legislature, I had argued and articulated that health care is not just solely the responsibility of the province of Manitoba. I like to think, Madam Speaker, at the end of the day, that all provinces have a responsibility to follow the Canada Health Act. And what I have found is that when I talk to people about the pharmacare program and Bill C-64, I see it as a positive discussion. I have yet to hear anyone tell me that Ottawa moving forward with respect to a national pharmacare is a bad thing outside of the Conservative Party, Madam Speaker. I can't recall anyone saying that we should not be doing this, Madam Speaker. Now, that might precipitate a few emails coming to me from some, but at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, I believe it's because people truly appreciate and understand the value. And that's why I said before the interruption, you have to take a holistic approach to healthcare. Look in terms of what has happened since the 2015, when a new Prime Minister was elected, and the agenda of healthcare started to change in a very positive way. It wasn't that long ago, and I made reference to this earlier, when we actually had the Prime Minister in Winnipeg at a press conference at the Grace Hospital. My colleague would be very familiar with the Grace Hospital. And at the end of the day, we had the Premier of the province, the Provincial Minister of Health, the Prime Minister, and the Federal Minister of Health. And we talked about the future of healthcare and how the $198 billion over 10 years is going to have a positive impact not only for today, but for tomorrow, thinking of generations ahead, Madam Speaker, and how it was going to impact the province of Manitoba. Think of the number of agreements that have been achieved with this government, with the different provinces and territories and Indigenous community leaders, Madam Speaker, all dealing directly and or indirectly with the well-being and health of people, Madam Speaker. And that is something in which was missing previously. The type of financial commitment, along with the sense of cooperation. And then you take a look at the type of programs, national programs that we're bringing in that are going to make a difference. People will talk about the dental program as an example. Having a dental program will ultimately help literally thousands of children over the last year because of it, Madam Speaker. Children that would not have been able to see or get some of the dental work that they have received as a direct result of a national program. You know, there are actually children in the province of Manitoba that end up going to emergency because of the dental work being neglected, Madam Speaker. Moving forward with the dental program is a good thing. We just came out with the National Food Program, Madam Speaker, where we are delivering food for children throughout the country. You're talking about hundreds of thousands of children that will actually benefit by it. A more nutritious program, Madam Speaker. And that's why I say when you think of healthcare, healthcare is a lot more than just a hospital facility. You need to look at everything from independent living, community living, to what takes place in our schools. Think in terms of the medications, Madam Speaker, and that's what this bill is about, to get people talking about medications and the important role it plays in healthcare. Along with, Madam Speaker, I would suggest to you a general attitude that says we are committed to the Canada Health Act and making sure that we continue to provide the type of progressive programs that is going to complement the health and well-being of Canadians, Madam Speaker. And that's the way in which I see Bill C-64, is that it complements the Canada Health Act, and people shouldn't fear it. They should accept it and look at ways in which we can improve upon it. We often hear about the issue of bulk buying, as an example, and the hundreds of millions that have been saved in that area. I would suggest that we could even do more, Madam Speaker. And I look forward to seeing the ongoing debate on this very important issue, Madam Speaker. And I would hope that, in particular, my Conservative friends would revisit their positioning with the idea of getting behind the legislation and voting in favor of it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Not too long ago, in fact, it was the beginning of this year, there was a shortage of Ozempic, which is a medication that diabetics take. Now, for some diabetics, this was the only type of medication that would help them with their particular condition. So there was a shortage, and there was not enough to go around. With the government in charge of deciding who will get this, who would get life-saving medication in the event of another shortage, because there will be one, how is it that the government will decide who lives and who dies?
The honourable member, Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Well, Madam Speaker, look at the option of the Conservative Party and what the Conservative Party would be saying. They'd be saying, don't come to us, we don't care. We don't care. Go to the province. Go to anywhere else, but don't come to Ottawa. Because the Conservative Party does not believe that Ottawa plays a role when it comes to the health and well-being of Canadians, Madam Speaker. Right. If this debate that we were having today was on the Canada Health Act, this Conservative leader, Madam Speaker, and the Conservative members of Parliament would be instructed by the leader to vote against it, Madam Speaker. They do not believe in yes, it is true. That's what we are.
Not, order. It's not about having debate back and forth unless someone is being recognized. I would ask the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to ignore the comments that are being made on the other side, but I would also ask the other side to wait until they are recognized to make comments as opposed to heckling or trying to ask other questions or make comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, think about it if you're a Conservative. You're standing up in the chamber and you say, and many of them have said this is provincial responsibility. Healthcare is provincial responsibility. Wow. If they say it's provincial responsibility, I, for one, believe what they are saying is what they believe. And if that's what they believe, Madam Speaker, Canadians need to be concerned that the Conservative Party of Canada today has dropped the issue of being progressive, and they will cut health care. That is the bottom line coming from the Conservative Party.
Order. Again, wait until I ask for questions and comments if you want to be recognized. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Berthier.
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I'll try to calm things down by asking a substantive question. I have a question for my colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary. First of all, does he think that the childcare program is a good one? Does he think that it's working well throughout Canada? And then the second part of my question, does he not think that the pharmacare program could work just as well if, for once, we respected Quebec and its jurisdiction, and to give the money that Quebec is owed to the government of Quebec? It wouldn't cost the rest of Canada anything. It would just mean respecting the programs that already exist, these cutting-edge programs.
To the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I think that the province of Saskatchewan kind of led the way, which encouraged Ottawa to ultimately come up with the Canada Health Act, and today Canadians have a fantastic healthcare system. Sure, there are some imperfections that are there, Madam Speaker, but at least we have a quality national healthcare program. The province of Quebec had a wonderful child care program. Ottawa Ottawa was able to look at the Quebec example and establish a national childcare program, and all provinces have signed on board with it, Mr. Speaker, thereby ensuring that we have a strong, healthy national healthcare program. I think that Ottawa is in a good position to be able to deliver for Canadians in all regions of the country. And I would hope that you would get participation, and I would encourage provinces to look at ways in which we can continue to work together in certain areas to ensure that we have healthier communities, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I know it's the NDP that pushed for the beginning stages of this pharmacare plan. I'm very proud that the NDP government in Manitoba already has free contraception in place. And, I'm glad that the Liberals are finally coming on board after a lot of coaxing. But here's one thing that they're not. Although they say that they support the right to choose, they have not done due diligence about access to a safe, trauma-informed abortion care, including out east, where women can't even access abortion. And I'm wondering if my honourable colleague agrees that his government is responsible to ensure that women can access safe, trauma-informed abortion out east, and that his government needs to do more to make sure that they uphold that right. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, whether it's the Prime Minister, members of Cabinet, members of Parliament within the Liberal ranks, I think that we all have been very strong advocates on that particular point. I would suggest to the member that there is a potential. As I cited, Saskatchewan played a very important role in regards to health care. Quebec played a very important role in regards to childcare. I would love to see Manitoba play an important role on the further development of a pharmacare program that would be something in which we could share with different provinces. I believe that the best way we can deliver the best type of pharmacare program is when you get the different levels of government working together for the betterment of Canadians. And I'm an optimist, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to hold out and believe that the province of Manitoba and others will seriously look at ways in which we can even make the program more successful.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Waterloo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think it's been quite the fruitful debate today, and what's been interesting is to actually hear the diversity of perspectives and experiences as to what different provinces are doing. I know right here in the province of Ontario, it's been really challenging to have the provincial government step up at the level that they should. So the federal government's been doing more than their fair share, but to have a partner, as the member has been referring to, I think would be quite interesting. To hear what other provinces are doing, it really does make me say, hey, if other provinces can do it, would it not be great to see my province be able to do that? And perhaps there's something Ontario is doing that other provinces can do. What I would like to hear from the member is really on the matter of pharmacare. I know he stood up in this House numerous times in regards to petitions and what constituents have been saying. Within the riding of Waterloo, constituents are saying those who have access to pharmacare, great. Those who don't, we want access to pharmacare. We want access to medication. Is the advancements of this legislation something we can take for granted? I know tonight there's been comments in regards to hoping everyone is unanimously supporting it. Can the member just reiterate and to share what is he hearing within this chamber as to the voices of all parties? Are they all supportive to ensure that every Canadian has access to pharmacare? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I appreciate the question. What has become very clear, Mr. Speaker, is that Canadians should be concerned. If you support the concept of a national pharmacare program, know that the Conservative Party of Canada will not support pharmacare in a national pharmacare program. The member after member has stood up. They're clearly going to be voting against this legislation, and no doubt this will be on the axing block with a conservative, if the conservative leader were ever to be forming government, Mr. Speaker. And I would really suggest that people should not take it for granted. I think the Conservatives need to be clear together with Canadians on this very important issue. As I say, it complements our healthcare system, and this is something in which we should all be voting in favor of, and I'm very much concerned that the Conservative Party appears to be voting against this legislation.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sarnia Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, when I studied pharmacare on the Health Committee, we heard from the Parliamentary Budget Officer and multiple stakeholders that 95% of Canadians already have prescription medication coverage, and most of them are covered for 15,000 drugs, not 2, like this lame bill that we have before us. Not only that, but these Liberals want to have the critical medications for Canadians delivered to you by the same fantastic bunch that can't get a passport out the door in 7 months, that have a 30% error rate in CRA. This is who you want to manage the critical medications of Canadians? What could possibly go wrong? So would the member just admit that this bill is just a pacifier for the NDP to keep them from pulling their support and calling an election?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary with a quick answer.
Mr. Speaker, I've been advocating for this type of legislation for a number of years. This is something that has been brought into Liberal platform positions in the past, Mr. Speaker. This is something in which the government is very serious about. And again, the member just reinforced that the Conservative Party does not support national pharmacare, and I think Canadians need to be fully aware of that, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member Peterborough Kawartha.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it is an honour, as always, to stand in the House of Commons to represent the incredible people of Peterborough Kawartha. So tonight on the docket, what do we have here in Ottawa in the House of Commons? We have a bill that is put forward by the Liberal NDP coalition, and it's called Pharmacare. But I just want to give some context for folks at home of the summary. Like, this is the official summary. This enactment sets out the principles that the Minister of Health is to consider when working towards the implementation of National Universal Pharmacare, and provides the Minister with the power to make payments in certain circumstances in relation to the coverage of certain prescription drugs and related products. It also sets out certain powers and obligations of the Minister, including in relation to the preparation of a list to inform the development of a national formulary, and in relation to the development of a national bulk purchasing strategy. And it requires the Minister to publish a pan-Canadian strategy regarding the appropriate use of prescription drugs and related products. Finally, it provides for the establishment of a committee of experts to make certain recommendations. So you can tell with the word salad here that we often see put forward by this government that it often just leaves a lot of loopholes to say, well, you know, we're not going to overcommit, we're not going to do anything, and then they can skirt out of it when it fails. So what is this bill? Well, it is really the crux of the supply and demand agreement, and it is simply a bill to keep the Prime Minister in power. The leader of the NDP sold his soul for this bill, and it is sad because he's also sold out Canadians. It's frustrating, it's infuriating, and it's exhausting for everyone at home. Because after 9 years of this Prime Minister, here's what we have. And I actually have to read it off paper because there's so much that has happened. Doubled housing costs. Highest food bank usage in history. A steady decline in the Canadian economy, meaning Canadians are now poorer by $4,200 per person. This is Canada's worst decade for real economic growth since the 1930s. Facebook groups called dumpster divers because people can't afford food. Crime and chaos at all-time highs. Yep. Criminals running free and terrorizing neighborhoods because of this Prime Minister's soft on crime policies. Domestic violence has increased. Compared to 2014, intimate partner sexual assault is 163% higher.
Wow.
Online child predators up 300%. Recruitment and retention in the armed forces is the lowest in history. Young people believe they will never own a home. People have no motivation to go to work because 46% of their paycheck goes to taxes. I had one gentleman message me and he said, you know, Michelle, we work so hard. And he said, I'm almost embarrassed to say this because he says, I make $100,000 a year. And he said, do you remember, like, that sounds like so much money. But our interest rates have increased. Our mortgage costs have doubled. He said, so I decided I'll go take some overtime because we really can't make ends meet. We really have no money left at the end of the month. We can't afford to feed the kids. We're having to cut their sports. It's taking a toll on my marriage. It's taking a toll on our life. And so he said, I'm going to go work overtime. So he goes and works $30,000 worth of overtime. And he took home he was taxed $22,000 out of that $30,000. So time away from his family, time away from his kids, time away from everything to go to work, to do the right thing. Work doesn't pay. So why are people going to work? Why would you go to work? And what a devastation to the soul. Because you know what? People love to work. It's purpose, it's structure. You do work for two things, because you have a purpose in this world and to collect a paycheck to provide for your family. And this Liberal government has taken away both of those things. Our birth rate is the lowest in history. Have you noticed a trend here? These are historical numbers, never before. So people can't afford to have a baby. They're saying, I can't afford a home, I can't afford to have kids. And then they're terrified because you have headlines like, bear with me for a second here, let me see if I can find it. You have headlines like, a BC mother, this is a Global News article, BC mother says lack of childcare could leave her homeless. Oh, guess what? That was promised by the Liberal NDP government, that they would make affordable, accessible childcare and it would save everybody and everything would be great. What have they delivered? Chaos. Absolute chaos. You have women entrepreneurs who've given their life. They've sacrificed everything to care for care for kids in their home, losing their business. Because this Liberal NDP government is so ideological that they don't offer flexibility and choice. It has to be their way, always their way. Control, control. And that is what has happened. I visited a child care facility in Manitoba this past weekend. Absolutely incredible. And they're able to build 22 child cares in 18 months. It's remarkable what they've been able to do. And this woman said to me, she said, Michelle, you know, it's actually at risk that the CWELC program, or the $10 a day childcare program, is actually a risk to children. She said because moms and parents are having to choose between feeding their kids and putting their kids in an unsafe childcare. That's the reality of what has happened under this Liberal government. Every day there are viral videos of Canadians who say they are moving because Canada is broken and no longer recognizable. No longer recognizable. We have a Liberal Prime Minister with historical records of corruption and scandals. Every single day is another scandal, another corruption. There's zero trust with the Canadian people. This guy came up to me on the street and he said, Michelle, I just want you to know we're exhausted. He was a restaurant owner and he said, I'm exhausted. I can't believe we have a Prime Minister who's destroyed our country in the way that he has, and we are so tired. And it is this NDP leader who keeps him there with this bill that will deliver nothing again. That's right. 22 people a day are dying from overdoses, and drugs have flooded our streets, and addiction has taken thousands of families hostage. Shameful. I want to tell you this story because I think it's critical. Right now, we have a huge, the Conservatives are the only party saying enough with this wacko drug policy. Safe supply. So how does this work? So I want to explain this to you because I think it's really important. I know it's pretty loud in the House. I don't know if people at home can hear me, but there's a lot of talking going on in the House. But safe supply is ultimately this idea that somebody who is dealing or battling with addiction would walk in and they would be given a supply of Dilaudid. On the street, they're called dillies. Okay, this is a highly addictive opioid. They are given 30 of them, Dilaudids or dillies. They go out and maybe they want to do the right thing and take them and try to level out, but it doesn't work and they need something stronger. So they sell that. It's called diversion. They sell that on the street. It brings down the value of the drug, and then they go out and they seek something stronger. And now you have all of this safe drugs. This is how the drug dealers sell it to the kids, high school kids. They go around and they say, hey, this is safe. It's only $1. Your parents can take it. They buy this. They now get addicted to opioids. You have a whole new generation addicted to opioids. Okay? And then what happens is you have people, the addict is progressing and they go and they take fentanyl, street drugs, and they die of that fentanyl overdose. And that's why you have people, especially in the NDP, that say they're not dying of safe supply, they're not dying of diversion. They're dying as a direct result of the failed experiment of safe supply. True story. And you have the #1 cause of death for children in British Columbia between ages 10 to 18. #1 cause? Opioids. 10 years old. It's unbelievable. You know, there was an outreach worker who works in Ottawa and tells this story. Tells the story of what is happening on the streets of Ottawa, outside of pharmacies, of dillies being diverted to teenagers. There was an arrest in my community, just outside of my community, of a 14-year-old with safe supply and fentanyl. This is the reality of what has happened after 9 years of this Prime Minister. We have record applications of MAID, including those who simply cannot afford to live, so they are applying for medical assistance and dying. What a time to be Canadian. I've just read you historical stats. Never before in my lifetime have I ever seen Canada like this. It's certainly why many of us chose to run for politics, to correct the course we're on. It's not a fluke. It's not random why we are here. It is all a lack of leadership. That is the reality of what we are dealing with in this country. When you have a leader whose sole mission is power and control, guess who loses? Canadians. Canadians. There are consequences to actions. And there are consequences to policies, and Canadians are feeling the misery and suffering after 9 years of this Prime Minister. So how does this impact pharmacare? Well, this Prime Minister knew he was tanking in the polls, and he had to think up a plan, and he had to think it up quick, just like the good old Grinch. So he says, I know who I can exploit. I'm going to go to the leader of the NDP. He will never be in power, so I will make him an offer, make him think he has power, and that's what I'll have to keep myself in power. In case an election is called, this is how I'll do it. Every single day, I get calls. Why is there not an election? Why is there not an election? Why is there not an election? We are done. We are done. Everything has an expiration date. Every single thing. That Prime Minister is long overdue his. But he's in power because, you know what? This pharmacare bill is a big piece of it. So, the leader of the NDP signs a coalition, and you know what? Maybe he had good intentions. Maybe he thought he was actually going to help Canadians, and maybe he thinks he's going to get something out of this, which I thought at the beginning of my term, and now I know, nope, power. Power and control. That's what we want. That is what is the driving force for the leaders of the NDP and the Liberal in this House. So, the pharmacare bill is yet another marketing slogan. Sounds wonderful, but like everything the Liberals announce, they promise you one thing and they deliver another. In so many instances, they actually deliver nothing. I want to tell you a story that is really sad. So they often hurt the most vulnerable because they set the expectation here. I'm going to promise you the moon, the stars, the sun. Hey, free day, $10 day daycare for everyone. Woo! Oh, except you don't get it, and you don't get it, and you don't get it. But one of you, oh, you get it, that guy right there. But everybody else, you're a loser. Oh, there's one winner. Winners and losers. That's what this Liberal NDP government does.
Like all their policies.
And so they set out this Canada Disability Benefit. And we had the Minister at the time of Disabilities Inclusion come and testify at the Human Resources Committee in October of last year. And we were waiting, we were having witnesses, we were studying the bill, and we said, okay, what is this benefit going to do? And she said, this benefit will lift people out of poverty big time. Those were her exact words. So along comes Budget 2024. The Liberals are so proud. They come out and they say, yep, here's our disability benefit, $6 a day. $6 a day. So Rachel and John come to my office. They're counsel for persons with disabilities in Peterborough. And I say, listen, tell me how you feel about this disability benefit. Well, we're grateful because this is what this Prime Minister does. He shames you because you can't speak out because, you just got to be grateful for the scraps that they give you, right? They take everything away from you and then they give you little scraps and they make you feel little and they belittle you and make you feel small and worthless. And they said, it's basically like this. You know that old game of trust, the trust fall exercise we used to play as kids, and you'd close your eyes and you'd fall behind and the person behind you was supposed to catch you? And Rachel and Jason, sorry, I think I said John, Jason and Rachel said to me, Michelle, it's like the person who catches you is the Liberals, but instead of not catching you, not only do they not catch you, they got out of the way and didn't tell you. And that's the reality of this bill. And they make it seem like, the Conservatives don't care about this. No, we don't believe you. Yes. We don't trust you and we don't believe you because you haven't delivered anything you said you will. And we are the only ones standing in here fighting for the Canadians who are genuinely struggling to survive. That is the problem with this bill. Not once have you proven to us that you will deliver what you said you will. It is historical highs in this country of food bank usage. Housing costs have doubled. Young people believe they will never own a home. And they get up, the Liberals get up and say, we have done a great job. We are such good people, and you should be grateful. We're really good. We're great. Guess what? Canadians have caught on. They know so much. They see right through it. And this is just another distraction. We'll give you this. We'll give you this. So let's break down the facts. Okay, here we go. So let's break down this. Currently, we are spending more on serving this Prime Minister's out-of-control debt than we are on health care transfers. True story. And guess what? That's going to get worse and worse and worse because he keeps spending and spending and spending like a maniac. This is basic economics, basic household budget for anybody who has to... How much time do I have? 4 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Who has anybody who's ever had to balance a household budget knows this. If you make $100 a month, but you spend $150, what happens?
You lose your house.
You have to borrow the money. Okay, and then the next month you make $100, and again you spend $150, you have to borrow another, so now you're at $200. And then you had to use your credit card to do that. Now your credit card, you're paying the interest, so you're just putting money toward the interest. You're not even paying down your debt. Your credit score goes down. You go further and further into debt. You can't spend time with your family. You're stressed out of your mind. This is the cause. This is Mental Health Week. The number one thing a good leader would do is make life affordable. That's the greatest gift we can give our kids. They don't need money and things, they need us. They need connection and they need time. And parents can't do that because they're too busy working, trying to pay for food and housing that they can't afford because of this Liberal Prime Minister. Yeah. Okay, so there are 6 million Canadians without a family doctor and wait times have never been longer. Where's the bill on that? Don't see one. Okay. The wait time to see a family doctor to specialist is getting specialist treatment. This is crazy. Listen to this. So the wait time to see a family doctor to getting a specialist, so something is wrong with you, so you need to see the family doctor. Well, you don't have one, so there's problem number one. Number two, then the family doctor has to recommend you to the specialist. The wait time to get to that specialist has increased 195%. This is the longest it has been in 3 decades. People are literally dying waiting to see specialists and to get surgery. We have the longest wait times in the world at 25 months for new life-saving therapies. Okay, don't see any money in the budget for that. Do you know who writes prescriptions? Doctors. So if you don't have a doctor, how are you going to get the prescription from this magical pharmacare bill? The Canadian Health and Life Insurance Association has stated that this bill will spend billions of dollars unnecessarily on drugs for people who already have coverage. But hey, who cares about monetary policy, right? Who cares about monetary policy? What possible consequences could come from not wanting to balance a budget? 27 million Canadians who rely on workplace plans are placed at risk by this legislation. It would create the Canadian drug. I love how the Liberals across the way are defending their Prime Minister, who said to the reporter, Glenn, we took on debt, so you don't have to.
Order. No, I mean, there is going to be 10 minutes of questions and comments after this, and I'm sure if we put your hand up, the honourable members can get to ask questions exactly on this. So I'm just going to make sure everybody's ready. Is it out of you? Is it good? No, we're still at it. All right, the honourable member for Peterborough-Kawartha.
27 million Canadians who rely on workplace plans are placed at risk by this legislation. It would create the Canadian Drug Agency, which would cost about $90 million to create and perhaps another $35 million a year to continue. And the Parliamentary Budget Officer says it will cost tens of billions of dollars. But when asked, they don't have an answer. They're not sure. It's kind of like that carbon tax that was supposed to be revenue neutral, but made $1 billion, but we're not really sure where that money went. Nobody seems to know. Okay. The major cause of their inability to afford their medications for people is the cost of living. The number one reason people say they cannot afford their medications is because of inflation and the cost of living. Oh, and this one's my favorite. Who remembers that $4.5 billion promise from the Liberals of a mental health transfer?
Oh yeah, that rings a bell.
Hey, where is it?
That's another detail.
I can't find it. I haven't seen it. But you know what I do know? I do know that we have ranked 35th out of 38 of teen suicide in the world. That's where we're at in Canada. But you know what? They're going to come save you. They do not deliver. They are the guy who promises...
Order. Out of time. almost 30 seconds at a time. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Châteauguay-L'École.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And boy, I'm just glad I don't live in the world that member lives in. It's other dystopia. The last time that I listened to this member go on in a speech in that vein, it was actually the C-35, the child care bill, where she went on and on and on, arguing against it, and then at the end of the night she voted for it. Wow. In fact, every single member on that side voted for the bill. And so I'm wondering, Mr. Speaker, is that going to be the same story with this bill, with the pharmacare bill?
The honourable member for Peterborough-Kawartha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm so glad that member brought up childcare, because what chaos has been delivered by this Liberal NDP government. And I would strongly encourage her to reach out. There is a call right now from childcare operators and families across this country. They are in dire straits from coast to coast to coast. They cannot access childcare. Women can't go to work because they can't access childcare. Children have nowhere to go. Operators who've built their entire life are losing their business. And you know what? 77% of high-income people are accessing this program. That is on their watch. It is another failure, and it's exactly what this pharmacare bill will be.
Here.
Commentaire, l'honorable député.
The honourable member from Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, the member from Château-L'École just responded to a colleague's question, stating that we don't live in the same world, but my colleague lives in this same world where the National Assembly voted unanimously on a resolution requesting that Quebec have the right to opt out with full compensation from Ottawa's new program that interferes with Quebec's jurisdiction. So they're talking about this alternative world, but in this world, the federal government should be able to manage a hospital, for example. So my question is, or rather, what I would like to know is if they agree with Quebec's right to opt out with full compensation when the government implements programs that intervene in Quebec's jurisdiction.
Thank you to my honourable colleague for that question. Yeah, this has been, again, it's a great example of the childcare. So the federal government loves to, the Liberal government loves to weasel its way into provincial jurisdiction. And that's what they did with childcare too. And things were fine, everything was in their own little jurisdiction, and nope, we're gonna meddle in there, we're gonna disrupt that, we're gonna cause chaos. And then when it fails, we're gonna blame them. And that's the way they operate.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
I'm both shocked and saddened by the member's speech. Shocked because, as she mentioned, Conservative government, and I lived through, as Canadians did, the shockingly bad years of the Harper regime, the record deficits each and every year, bad financial management, the scandals one after another, the fact that they gave $30 billion a year in the infamous Harper tax haven treaties to the wealthy. $30 billion a year, $300 billion over the course of a dismal decade. The cuts to healthcare funding, the slashing of veterans' benefits. It was one of the worst periods in Canadian history, and this was certainly the worst government in Canadian history. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm saddened because the member herself, in her own riding, has seen the benefits of dental care already. Dozens of people, 15,000 seniors in the first 3 days, got dental treatment, dozens in Peterborough, Kawartha, and the reality is 17,000 people would benefit in her riding from pharmacare. Why doesn't she listen to the 17,000 constituents that will benefit from pharmacare?
Honourable member Peterborough, Kawartha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know what's sad for me is a Liberal party that props up, or an NDP party that props up this Prime Minister so that he can stay in power. And if he listened to anything I said, if you really care about the most vulnerable, the disability benefit, the record highest use of food banks in history is because they are keeping him in power. That's right. Yep. So who is really standing up for people? That is what I would like to know.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for her excellent speech and certainly holding the Liberal NDP government to account on many of their promises, which is in many cases just a marketing project and actually never following up on the actual hard work of governing. Yeah. Now, my colleague mentioned a couple of times that this pharmacare bill is nothing more than window dressing, that there's nothing in this bill that actually is a pharmacare plan. This is merely a bill to talk about a pharmacare plan, to maybe talk about a pharmacare plan, to maybe later down the road talk about a pharmacare plan. I would like to ask my colleague just if there's anything in this legislation that the NDP is championing, that this is such a big win for them just to keep the Prime Minister in power. Is there anything actually in this legislation that promises Canadian any change or additional access to healthcare or healthcare products?
The honourable member for Peterborough, Kawartha.
I love that question. No.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Deputy House Leader.
So this is what I'm worried about, Mr. Speaker. So, you know, this bill talks about contraceptive medication, and in particular, when we talk about a woman's right to choose, what I'm worried about is that what we have is we have the Conservative Party of Canada.
Order. Let's just make sure we get the questions and comments, and we can continue on. The honourable member for Kingston Island has the floor.
So the Conservative Party and the leader of the opposition has been suggesting recently that he will use the notwithstanding clause where he sees fit. On Friday, the member from Lanark Frontenac Kingston specifically said it will only be, he said, a common sense Conservative government would use a notwithstanding clause only on matters of criminal justice. Well, performing an abortion back in the 90s was considered a crime. Can this member, listen, she can very, very, very easily put my concern to rest by answering this question. Can this member categorically say that a future Conservative government would absolutely protect a woman's right to choose and not use the notwithstanding clause on a matter such as that? Yes or no?
Member for Peterborough-Kawartha.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. And what a question coming from a man. You know, Mr. Speaker, I would love him to tell me what to do with my uterus, because it's great. Let me tell you, through you, Mr. Chair, you will never tell me what to do with my body. And I will tell you this. You know the Liberals are losing real bad when they bring up abortion. We will never bring this up. And to that member opposite, if you're going to get up and talk about my reproductive rights, you better put a woman up and stop mansplaining to me.
You can't. Order. Order. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In my colleague's speech, I think there was a direct reference to how many things in this bill should not be implemented, and I'm talking about jurisdiction, obviously, because it's not up to the federal government to decide on health matters in Quebec and other provinces. Does she have anything to add to that? Thank you.
Peterborough.
The Honourable Member for Peterborough-Kawartha.
I thought I was done with questions. I didn't even hear that.
2 minutes.
Thank you so much. I didn't realize I still had time, Mr. Speaker. Absolutely, we believe in provincial jurisdiction, and I think, again, you've just seen a federal government and a prime minister who wants more and more control wade into an area that has nothing to do with him, to do with their government.
Couple of seconds left. The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
I'd like to thank the member for her animated intervention. This to me is such an important bill because it will help individuals that need it most, whether it's women who may need medicines for their reproductive health, or people who suffer from diabetes. These are two areas of pharmaceutical care that are desperately needed in Canada, throughout Canada, in the territories and all the provinces. And I wonder if the member can better explain how it is that this bill is not supporting those people, specifically women who especially need maybe access to abortion because of the unplanned pregnancy that they may have experienced.
We are out of time. Allow the Honourable Member for Peterborough-Kawartha to answer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to tell that member I was actually with a member of a constituent of hers on the weekend. His name was Josh, and he was an incredible young boy who was accessing the services at Toba Child Advocacy Center, and what that young man has been through and what his family endured up north is absolutely incredible. And he said to me, I'd like to see the government, the Conservative government, win so that we can deal with drugs and drug addiction and help people who are most vulnerable. And that's what I would like to focus on, Mr. Speaker. I think we can help all of the folks that she's referring to, in particular women, and have, be out of poverty, have access to housing, have access to all the things that they need, because there are truly people struggling in this country, and it's just not in this bill. That's the reality. This is a failed prime minister who won't deliver anything he says he will. It's time for a competent government who delivers what they say they will and restores confidence in the people, restores trust, and makes life affordable again.
Reprise du débat continue.
Resuming debate.
The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure and an honor to rise in this most honorable of houses. This evening, I would also like to say that I'll be sharing my time with the honorable member for Milton. So the honorable member will be up after myself. Mr. Speaker, before I begin into my formal remarks, when I think of Bill C-64, an act respecting pharmacare and implementation of a piece of legislation that will obviously strengthen our healthcare system and the delivery of it, Mr. Speaker, I would not be remiss to say that this is not only an excellent piece of legislation that will help Canadians, specifically those in need of contraceptives, and help Canadians dealing with diabetes, nearly 4 million of them, but also this is another sign of our government strengthening our social fabric, our social system. And it builds on other programs that we've implemented, the Canada Child Benefit, which we know has lifted hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty and helps families every month. In my riding, it's nearly $80 or $90 million a year that arrives, tax-free and monthly. The Canada Workers Benefit that we know helps our working poor or those trying to make ends meet and get ahead. And we know that helps literally millions of Canadians. Introducing middle income class tax cuts in 2015 and raising the basic personal expenditure amount and accelerating that pace. We know those are literally delivering $10 billion annually of tax relief to Canadians as we speak. More recently, Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Dental Care Program, which we know literally thousands of dentists have signed on for, which we know is benefiting individuals in my riding of Vaughan Woodbridge. And in fact, in the heart of my riding at Weston Road in Rutherford, there's a big billboard. There's a big sign up put on by one of the dentists in the community stating, welcome patients that are eligible and approved for the Canadian Dental Care Program. Again, at the corner of Weston and Rutherford in my riding. And this is literally helping thousands of residents already in the riding of Vaughan Woodbridge and in the city of Vaughan, Mr. Speaker. And the work that we're doing on Bill C-64, again, continues to build on that work in terms of helping Canadians receive the services they need, in this case, improve health care. And when we speak about health care, Mr. Speaker, I was at the event, at the announcement with the Prime Minister and the Premier of Ontario, Doug Ford, where we announced a $3.1 billion bilateral agreement in terms of health care funding for more nurses, for more doctors, more health teams across the province of Ontario, building, really a piece in a part of the $200 billion that the federal government is committing to health care across this beautiful country. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to speak to the important work underway through Bill C-64 with regards to the Canadian Drug Agency, or CDA. The CDA is one of the key features contained in Bill C-64. On the 18th of December 2023, the Government of Canada announced the establishment of CDA, built from the existing Canadian Agency for Drugs and Technologies in Health, and in partnership, again, with provinces and territories. The government committed $89.5 million over 5 years to establish the CDA, providing dedicated leadership and coordination to make Canada's drug system more sustainable and better prepared for the future. This investment is in addition to the existing funding of $34 million per year to support CADTH's current work. The CDA will build on CADTH's existing mandate and work, expanding to include new functions such as appropriate prescribing and use data and analytics and system coordination. Developing the CDA recognizes the organization's reputation of excellence, performance, and results. It also ensures that we are adding value to the system by building on what is already working with regards to the CADTH. Let me tell you a little bit about how we got to this important milestone. Canada's pharmaceutical system evolved slowly over time, often responding to address new challenges as they developed. When Medicare was first introduced in Canada in 1966, drugs used outside hospitals were primarily inexpensive medicines for common conditions. A growing number of specialized drugs are now helping to cure or manage a range of conditions, and rising rates of chronic disease have made prescription drugs a central part of our current healthcare system. New pharmaceutical system organizations and functions have been created to manage the access and use of prescription drugs, but this has happened in ad hoc and a fragmented manner. Canada currently has over 100 public drug plans and 100,000 private drug plans, creating a patchwork of access and coverage for Canadians. Despite improvements in recent years, high prices and the patchwork of drug coverage leave many people in Canada facing barriers to access the prescription drugs they need when they need it. Stakeholders and landmark reports have underscored the need for federal leadership in addressing these gaps. In recognition of concerns around the sustainability of the Canadian pharmaceutical system, Budget 2019 provided $35 million over 4 years to establish the Canadian Drug Agency Transition Office, or CDATO, to provide dedicated capacity and leadership to work with provinces, territories, and key partners on a vision, mandate, and plan to establish a CDA. Since its establishment in 2021, the CDATO has conducted extensive engagement and analysis, holding over 400 meetings and roundtables with a diverse range of stakeholders to understand the gaps and challenges in the pharmaceutical system and obtain advice on how to make improvements. Extensive engagements has taken place with provinces, territories, patients, pan-Canadian healthcare organizations, healthcare professionals, industry insurers, and international partners. Based on this engagement analysis, the CDA will build on CADTH's existing mandate and functions, expanding to include new work streams that better support patients and sustain sustainability, namely, improving the appropriate prescribing and use of medications, increasing pan-Canadian data collection, expanding access to drug and treatment information, and reducing drug system duplication and lack of coordination. Through our engagement, we learned that the appropriate prescribing and use of medications is a clear priority for many stakeholders. This is about ensuring patients are prescribed the safest and most effective treatment for their outcomes and conditions. Each year, $419 million is spent on potentially harmful medications for seniors, and $1.4 billion is spent to treat harmless effects. However, there is no unified approach to guide and inform prescribers or patients on appropriate prescribing and use. To date, we have launched an appropriate use of advisory committee involving patients, clinicians, experts, and leading organizations in the field. The committee is advising on the development of a pan-Canadian appropriate prescribing and use strategy. Later this spring, the committee will issue its final report that will inform the work of the CDA to create and implement an appropriate prescribing and use program in collaboration with partners. Stakeholders have also pointed to the need to improve pharmaceutical data and analytics to better understand the impact of drug treatments. However, there is limited ability to access, link, or share drug data, which is siloed in different sources, such as hospitals, private drug plans, physicians' offices, and jurisdictions. This fragmentation limits our ability to understand a drug or treatment's use pattern and effectiveness, including how it performs once it's being used by patients in the real world and how it compares to other available treatments. We are working with several organizations in the health data field, such as CADTH, the Canadian Institute for Health Information, Canadian Health Infoway, Health Data Research Network Canada, and the Pan-Canadian Pharmaceutical Alliance to improve access to and use pharmaceutical data. Stakeholders also consistently emphasize the importance of incorporating a patient, equity, and a living experience in the CA's developments and operations. They noted that patient engagement in the pharmaceutical system is limited. Incorporating patient perspectives through engagement and governance were key recommendations for an organization that is transparent, accountable, and meaningfully involves those who need it most, patients. We've also heard of significant challenges regarding system coordination. During the course of our engagements, most stakeholders highlighted at least one coordination-related issue that they face. Challenges include a lack of information sharing, confusion about roles and responsibilities, or limitations to meaningful engagement. Our pharmaceutical ecosystem is managed by multiple organizations that have different purposes, priorities, and areas of jurisdiction, Mr. Speaker. There's one organization mandated to convene players, focus the agenda, ensure efficiency, and enhance collaboration. Because of this, there are both gaps and duplication in the system. Building from CADTH is a significant step in promoting system alignment, Mr. Speaker. CADTH is a highly reputable organization with strong leadership and a shared federal, provincial, territorial governance model that works. Through CDATO and CDATH's extensive partnerships and building on the work to date, we will build a CDA that is well positioned to convene key players and focus on promoting better outcomes for patients. We will develop an organization that has the capacity to adapt to the ever-changing pharmaceutical landscape. Our work to date reflects the significant input provided by stakeholders over the last 3 years and also highlights the strong interest across the system to make meaningful improvements. The CDA will support pharmaceutical system modernization in Canada and lay a strong foundation for future growth, including by providing the capacity to support the commitments outlined in Bill C-64 that is now before the House. The CDA will assume a leading role in the pharmaceutical system to ensure Canadians have better health outcomes and are well informed about the medications that they need now into the future. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And question commentaire, the honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I think Canadians are used to, by now, broken promises from the Liberals. You know, in 2015, you can remember They were going to make affordable housing, and now housing prices have doubled, mortgages have doubled, rents have doubled. Last election under first past the post, maybe not. But on pharmacare, I think Canadians need maybe a history lesson, because the Liberals have been promising to do pharmacare since 1992, and they've never done it. And so this bill is also not pharmacare. It's a plan to get a plan to maybe do pharmacare. And it's not going to be national. Quebec has already said they're not going to participate. So could the member just admit that this is an attempt to pacify the NDP to make sure they don't pull their support and trigger an election?
Member Vaughan Woodbridge.
I thank through you, Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member from Sarnia-Lambton for their question. Mr. Speaker, 2015, when I was first elected to this most honourable House, my focus has been on helping and ensuring the success of the residents of my riding of Vaughan Woodbridge and of all Canadians, and that's what we continue to do. We continue to implement policies that strengthen our social system, including what's contained in Bill C-64, specifically what's regard to diabetics or folks with diabetes, and also individuals in the need of contraceptives. Obviously, the rare disease strategy is something near and dear to my heart, with a nephew who suffers from a rare genetic disease, and I understand the issues that my brother and sister-in-law go through in terms of taking care of our nephew. So it's very near and dear to my heart, the issue of expanding pharmacare and also expanding our national system and strengthening our social safety net. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
In comments, the honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my friend from Vaughan Woodbridge for his speech. We heard several times this evening from Conservatives talking about childcare, and if we look at how that legislation came about, something the NDP pushed for years, eventually was written into legislation and passed, and in a very similar format to pharmacare, required the participation of provinces, and we heard all sorts of opposition from the Conservatives, but what we saw is that provinces, one by one, came on board. And now we see the same thing with pharmacare, and I'm just wondering if he can project forward whether we're going to see over the coming months and the coming year, as agreements are signed with British Columbia and with Manitoba, that other provinces are going to have a hard time explaining to their people why they don't get free contraception and free diabetes medication, and slowly they're all going to sign on to a national universal pharmacare plan. Is that how it's going to roll out?
For Vaughan Woodbridge.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley for their question. Mr. Speaker, leadership is about having the confidence to invest in Canadians and invest in Canada. We continue to work with all the provinces. We've signed all the agreements for the childcare, National Early Learning and Childcare Agreement across the country with all the provinces, Conservative and Democratic or Liberal. We've done the same on health care. As I said in my speech, I was there the morning with the Prime Minister and the Premier of Ontario, Doug Ford, when we signed the bilateral health care agreement of injecting $3.1 billion as part of the agreement with the province of Ontario. That is real leadership. That is not hot air. That is real leadership. That is providing real solutions to the individuals in the province of Ontario and across this country that we call home. We will continue to introduce measures that I know make a real difference in the lives of everyday Canadians, including the ones that live in my riding of Vaughan Woodbridge.
Comments, l'honorable député Dorval.
The honourable member for Dorval-Lachine-LaSalle.
I listened with great interest to my colleague's speech. I'd like to ask him what he thinks about something as simple as monitoring diabetes, testing sugar levels, how that can prevent hospitalization and additional costs that can occur due to hospitalization if they did not have this equipment to be able to take care of themselves at home. And also if he has a few moments to talk about oral contraceptives or care for women as well. Thank you so much.
In a whole 30 seconds, the honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable colleague from Dorval-Lachine-Laval for their questions. Very important. We know almost 4 million Canadians have a form of diabetes. We know that we want to prevent those individuals from their condition from deteriorating and ended up in the hospital. It just only counts. It only costs our hospital system even more. So we want to prevent that. That is a big piece of here in Bill C-64. Obviously, with contraceptives, Mr. Speaker, we know there are individuals out there who may not be able to afford the costs associated with women. Women may not be able to afford that. We'll be there to assist those individuals, especially the most vulnerable in our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat, continuing the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Reproductive and sexual rights are human rights. Our government recognizes that, and we stand by it as a matter of principle. Members of the Conservative caucus can stand in this House and say they aren't interested in pursuing anti-abortion legislation to infringe upon women's reproductive rights, but sadly that conviction is far from a universally held one in the Conservative Party caucus. In fact, the entire Conservative caucus has been designated as anti-choice by the Abortion Rights Coalition of Canada. I'm proud to say that on this side we are walking the walk. We're leading by example, and we're putting forward Bill C-64, an act representing pharmacare, which will provide universal access to prescribed contraceptives to Canadians. In collaboration with provinces and territories, we will support universal coverage of contraceptive medications and devices so that 9 million Canadians of reproductive age will have access to the contraception that they need and deserve. This ensures that Canadian women can choose whether or not they are going to have children. It'll give them greater control over their bodies and their futures. Actuellement, Monsieur le Président, le Canada...
Right now, Canada is the only country in the world where health care is universal, but access to contraceptives is not. And therefore, women have less choice and incur more of a risk of having undesired pregnancy, which can have consequences on their lives.
Gives women the freedom to plan their families and pursue their long-term goals and dreams. Unintended pregnancies, on the other hand, can cause a great number of negative health and economic impacts on families. At present, coverage for contraceptives varies across the country. Most Canadians rely on private drug insurance through their employer for their medication needs, and some populations are disproportionately affected by the lack of coverage. Women, people with low incomes, and young people, all of whom are more likely to work in part-time or contract positions, often lack access to private coverage. And only a fraction of Canadians are eligible for prescription birth control at low or no cost through a public drug plan. When a person pays out of pocket for their contraceptive needs, regardless if they have coverage or not, cost has been identified as the single most important barrier to access the contraceptive medications or devices that they require.
A study shows that women who are from low-income households are more likely to use contraceptive methods that are less efficient or to not use them at all. The price point is a hindrance to the access for efficient contraceptives.
Approximately $25 per unit or $300 per year compared to intrauterine devices or IUDs. They're often more effective for up to 5 years, but they have an upfront cost of approximately $500 per unit. Contraceptive methods, such as IUDs, are a much more effective method of contraception since they have a lower failure rate of 0.2% compared to oral contraceptive pills, which is at 9%. Furthermore, they do not require daily doses to remain effective, which is a long-standing challenge with the pill. And at this time, Mr. Speaker, I'd also point out that as a matter of choice, women can have that choice, but sometimes it's not so much a matter of choice, it's a matter of how a woman's body reacts to these various interventions, and it really shouldn't be a matter of choosing based on cost, but based on what works best for them. If you're a young woman in your 20s and you're working towards a part-time job or working at a part-time job that doesn't offer private coverage, accessing an IUD or other contraceptive methods can be a big cost while trying to manage other basic life expectancies such as rent or grocery bills. Mr. Speaker, as you can see, this is the reality that many Canadians are currently facing and they're trying to manage, and we have decided to intervene and help. Bill C-64 will help address this lack of access by working with provinces and territories to provide universal coverage to contraceptive medications and devices so that Canadians can access the contraceptives that they need. Furthermore, some provinces already paving the way, similar to how Saskatchewan led the way by implementing universal health care in the 1960s. Last year, British Columbia became the first province to provide universal access to contraceptives to their residents. Recently, Manitoba has also announced a commitment towards implementing universal contraceptive coverage in their province, and I would join my colleague in clapping. And there's a certain trend I'd see with certain provinces offering these services to Canadians. What is that common trend, you'd ask? I think we can leave it to our imagination, but it tends to be parties who are left of center, parties who are more progressive, parties who are willing to step in and help where people need it most. Studies from the United Kingdom show that universal access to contraceptives provided a 9-to-1 return on investment in health and social services for every investment in universal contraceptive access. In the Canadian context, evidence from the University of British Columbia estimated that a no-cost contraception has the potential to save the BC healthcare system approximately $27 million per year.
We commit to working with provinces across Canada to make sure that everyone across Canada has universal access to contraceptives.
Coverage to be delivered by provinces and territories that enter into a bilateral agreement with the Government of Canada means that Canadians, no matter where they live or how much they earn, will be able to receive the contraceptives that they choose. In turn, Canadians will be healthier, be empowered to make important life decisions, and not have to opt for less effective or less desirable methods of contraception due to cost for this essential medicine. In closing, we'll work with provinces and territories to provide Canadians with universal coverage of contraception, and this is just the first phase of a national pharmacare plan, which can show how much of an impact universal coverage of contraception, and indeed more than just contraception, will have on the lives of Canadians and further enshrine reproductive choice in Canada. We look forward to working with all parliamentarians to pass the Pharmacare Act so that all Canadians can have reproductive choice and rights and get the contraception that they need and deserve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite opened up his speech by talking about the morning after pill. I'm wondering if he knows that in his province of Ontario that is already covered. And with respect to all the money that is going into protecting women from going full-term in pregnancy, I'm wondering, would the government instead or in addition at some point choose to direct the funding towards in vitro fertilization? Our birth rate in Canada is lamentingly low. Rather than focusing on wiping out or tapering off the population, would they consider helping women to have babies?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, that is a shameful display of the type of anti-choice rhetoric that happens in this House far too often with Conservatives. The facts remain: women want the right to choose. They want the right to choose how to have their bodies. And as I'm being heckled by a Conservative...
Order. Ask questions, get answers, comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Look, the Conservatives can find all the excuses that they want to deny women access to free contraceptives, whether it has, I continue to be caucused or heckled by a caucus that has a perfect score with the Abortion Rights Coalition of Canada as being completely anti-choice. So they can deal with that on their own time, Mr. Speaker. We will stand with Canadians, we will stand with women, and we will stand for women's rights and reproductive rights.
I love democracy.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to try to lighten things up a little bit. I'd like for the MP to tell me the following. Does he consider that the childcare program in Quebec works well? We know that in the rest of Canada there's an issue with regards to childcares. And the right of Quebec to opt out with full compensation was recognized. Does he not believe that the Pharmacare Act could work very efficiently, all the while respecting the place of Quebec and the rights of Quebec by delegating the money as well? Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for the question. It's true that Quebec is a leader across Canada with regards to various issues, including that the rights of women and reproductive rights. It is important to take note when a province takes a position that makes progress and takes leadership. We still need a federal government to level the playing field.
Find ways to ensure that great ideas in provinces like Quebec, Manitoba, or British Columbia are shared by all Canadians.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
So as I've heard in the House tonight, I know the Conservatives think providing free contraception is communist. But I'd like to ask the honourable member across the way. I mean, they talk about reproductive rights, but in New Brunswick, you can't even access a trauma-informed abortion care. And, you know, we have a Canada Health Act that they have to uphold, yet, you know, and I'm glad that he supports that, but his government actually doesn't support an action. There's one thing to say we support the right to a safe, trauma-informed abortion, but it's another thing to provide access to that right. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I'm grateful to the member opposite for her intervention tonight because it underscores the importance of electing good provincial governments and the necessity to look at a province's leadership and read their platforms very carefully and consider who they are when they demonstrate exactly who they are, whether it's their approach to how they support LGBTQS+ kids in New Brunswick or frankly in Alberta, whether it's their position on abortion in New Brunswick. It's demonstrated very, very clearly. Canadians know what they get when they elect Conservative governments in Canada. It's a questioning of the enshrined rights of women in Canada. And as I continue to be heckled by a caucus that has a perfect score with the Abortion Rights Coalition for being anti-choice, I think they're demonstrating exactly who they are.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. And I'm so proud to rise today to support what the NDP has fought for, which is now the beginnings of a pharmacare plan to start first with one of the things the NDP has already championed for years, and that's the reproductive rights of women and people who menstruate. It's a significant step forward to promote reproductive rights for women and gender diverse people in Canada, because we know for far too long leaders have neglected calls to improve reproductive health services. And I've heard in this room today, Mr. Speaker, Conservatives saying things like, we already paid for abortion, knowing very well that even the Liberal government still does not provide access to safe, trauma-informed abortion care. Because we're talking about the gamut of reproductive rights. And that includes the ability to, if you so choose, have access to contraceptions. Now, I used to be a sex ed teacher in high school, Mr. Speaker. And one of the things that we would talk to the kids about was choice and how to protect oneself and their reproductive rights should they want to avoid pregnancy. Now, I know there's Conservatives smiling because I know the discussion around sex and abortion and contraception is a difficult one. But these are important discussions, Mr. Speaker, that we have to have. Open discussions, especially as we change as a society that's becoming much more inclusive in our gender diversity. I support that, Mr. Speaker. There are now, this will allow, this bill, 9 million people of reproductive age in Canada to access contraception, providing them with reproductive autonomy and reducing the risk of unintended pregnancies. But we know that the bodily autonomy is currently under attack. We have heard in the House, in fact, petitions that have been put on the floor by the Conservative Party that attack the trans community. The March for Life is happening on Thursday, and I'm wondering which Conservative faces we will see again this year at the March for Life campaign. And as the colleague across the way, the Campaign for Life Coalition has labeled the Conservatives as anti-choice, which is not surprising because in this very own session of Parliament, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-311 was named a backdoor anti-abortion anti-abortion legislation in the name of pushing forward a backdoor legislation in the name of so-called violence, even though it wasn't supported by any women's groups working with women and diverse gendered people experiencing violence. Bill C-311. This bill is also a major win for promoting the rights of women's economic empowerment and those of gender diverse people in Canada. We have a right to choose what we want to do with our own bodies. And I find it disturbing that it's 2024 and most of the people opposing this bill in the House on the Conservative side are not even impacted by it. I don't know many men in the House who have to run to the drugstore to get birth control pills, or have to use diaphragms, or IUDs. This is a gender-specific issue for women and gender-diverse people. And it's appalling. It's really appalling because this very conservative government that's talking about freedom, a leader that talks about freedom, doesn't believe in freedom when it comes to bodily autonomy, certainly doesn't believe, the member from Carleton doesn't believe in freedom of religion with the kind of Islamophobic, visceral garbage I have to hear on that side. And now their direct attack on women's rights to choose.
Leave it a point of order. The honourable member for Sarnia Lambton.
You certainly have done lots of advice on people not impugning other members with motives. I think the member's gone quite far enough, and I'd ask if you return her to the theme of today.
On that point of order, the Honourable Deputy House Leader.
The member has not impugned anything. The member is just simply stating what she knows to be true. And so I don't think that there's any motive being impugned here. I just think that the Conservatives are slightly offended by what they're hearing.
We are descending into the honourable member for Sherwood Park for discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was eating my dinner in the lobby and was horrified to hear the member throw out these accusations of Islamophobia, very serious accusations against members with no basis. I think that is actually unparliamentary. She's providing no support because she's talking utter nonsense. If I casually said that member's anti-Semitic or that member's Islamophobic or that member's anti-Christian, well, if I were to say that, I think you would find that unparliamentary, and I hope you'll call that member to order.
Okay, well, while we're on the round of points of order, the honourable member Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, these are obviously not points of order. I think the member should continue her speech.
Honourable House Leader for the NDP.
Completely agree with my colleague from Kitchener Centre. Let the member from Winnipeg Centre speak, and hopefully the Conservatives will not provoke any more interruptions.
I'll just remind everyone to just be careful in what we say about one another, and make sure that we stay within the parliamentary rules of this institution. The honourable member of Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll give some examples then, because we're talking about facts. So I'm going to give some examples then. This is from Rabble.ca, the inconvenient anti-choice record of apparently in quotes, pro-choice Pierre Poilievre. The Abortion Rights Coalition.
Order. That is against the rules to use someone's name in the chamber. So, leader or the honourable.
Sorry. My apologies.
He's holding it up to the camera.
Let's. When I know the honourable member is ready to speak, but I just want to make sure the rest of the chamber is ready for her to speak. Okay. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre, just make sure we don't use the names of members of the thing, and just let's not use props. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
My apologies, but I'm actually reading, and my understanding in the House is that you're allowed to read from notes. Am I right, Mr. Speaker? Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. So the Abortion Rights Coalition of Canada, ARCC, keeps a list of anti-choice members of Parliament and has always rated Pierre Poilievre as anti-choice and continues to do so.
Order. Okay. Let's all take a big deep breath. And the honourable member for Winnipeg Centre, let's back that up one more time.
The member from Carleton, I'm so sorry, Mr. Speaker, that's totally my fault. I take responsibility, my apologies, but I'm reading verbatim. as anti-choice and continues to do so. So he has consistently voted in favor of anti-choice private members' bills and motions, with just one exception. Okay? Here's some examples. There are too many reasons to doubt the member from Carleton's pro-choice claims. Like Aaron O'Toole, the member from Carleton would allow private members' bill against abortion to be introduced and would allow a free vote. Bill C-311, likened as an anti-abortion bill, the entire Conservative Party, including the member from Carleton, voted in favor. That is in this Parliament, Mr. Speaker. So it's not so surprising to me that when we're talking about an opportunity to lift up the rights of women and gender diverse people, to lift up equality, to support a person's right to choose, to have access to safe, trauma-informed abortion care, that the Conservatives are violently opposing this legislation. Why? Because they don't care about reproductive rights. In fact, they have actively voted against reproductive rights. And the fact that they are going against the Pharmacare bill, talking about insurance plans, there are a lot of people in this country that don't have insurance plan, which tells me how out of touch the Conservatives are with people who are struggling. People that are struggling, that they talk about all the time, that are working not for a living wage, who have no benefits, no pension plans. Not only are they fighting against this benefit, should they have diabetes, or should they choose to not want to get pregnant, but they have actively fought against a living wage in often marginalized jobs, often taken up by women and marginalized communities. So you want to talk about freedom? It's freedom if it only suits their narrow and what has been likened by some, certainly in the media, extremist rhetoric. Things like Jordan Peterson, who has been endorsed by the member from Carleton, who is anti-trans and anti-choice and anti-women.
Shame.
So it is not surprising at a bill that focuses on specifically lifting up equality in Canada that the Conservatives are conveniently fighting against this in the name of so-called choice. Well, I can tell you, by them denying individuals access to contraception or the morning after pill, they are denying freedom to make choice over one's body, including banning medications from young people who are transitioning, young trans kids. We need to protect trans kids, we need to protect women's rights, and we need to protect the right to choose. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Mission Mask Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Winnipeg for her discourse today. I, of course, come from the province of British Columbia, where contraceptives are already provided by the provincial government. So my question is, how, to ensure equality of women, how much money will the province of British Columbia receive from this NDP bill because we already have contraceptives? For equality's sake, what's the number BC is going to get?
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague, and I'd also like to apologize for my misreadings when I was reading the article. I do apologize, Mr. Speaker. I wasn't trying to be cheeky. I was reading directly from an article. We know that certain provinces that his colleague called communist, who are providing free contraception care.
Point of order from the honourable member for Mission Mask Fraser Canyon.
Just like the record to state, I never said communist. I only came into the debate.
Okay, we're getting into debate. I know we're getting into debate. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
I certainly wasn't saying that he called provinces. I said that some of his colleagues have called communist. Certainly, Provinces don't act alone in healthcare. The federal government works with provinces to provide services. We have pushed the federal government to ensure provinces have what they need to provide, as a starting point, free diabetes medication and also contraception. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to hear my colleague talking about a fundamental issue, in my opinion. Canada may well want to to set up a pharmacare program, but this would not uphold the Constitution. Why? Quebec already has a pharmacare system. Does she think Quebec should receive full compensation and be allowed to withdraw from the system?
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his comments. We are responsible and obliged as a federal government. The federal government is obliged to uphold national standards. We know Quebec is ahead of the game on a number of issues. I'll give them a couple of examples. Childcare. Quebec is decades ahead. Certainly social programs. So absolutely, when we're talking about provinces, the federal government is obliged to provide provinces what they need to be able to offer these services. I would, however, give a caveat to New Brunswick. New Brunswick, currently, women cannot access an abortion. And there needs to be guidelines in terms of public health transfers if they are not upholding what the Liberal government has called the human right to access safe, trauma-informed abortion care. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de
The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Lacal. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Appreciated the comments of my colleague from the NDP. It's been a very spirited debate here, and we're talking about the provinces, the jurisdictions, but also equality of care across the country. And I think that's where the federal government comes in, and that's where legislation like C-64 comes in to ensure that there's a quality of access to pharmacare, specifically in the areas of contraceptive care and diabetes. So I'd like to hear my colleagues' comments on that issue.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her question, and that's exactly it. I mean, if you look at access to reproductive rights, they vary throughout the country. We need to change that. We need to change that to ensure that if this country is actually doing what it says, which is protecting the reproductive rights for those people who can get pregnant, they need to start doing that. And that means access to safe, trauma-informed abortion care or access to contraceptions.
And we're going to the next speaker. So we're out of time. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
Well, thank you very much, Speaker, for recognizing me and giving me an opportunity to speak about Bill C-64 and how this represents a historic milestone in the evolution of Canadian healthcare system. Ce projet de loi ainsi que
this bill and other investments from our government
very thrilled when the Minister of Health and many other incredible Canadians who've been advocating for a pharmacare program in Canada joined in my community of Ottawa Centre at the Centretown Community Health Centre, where we, towards the end of February, made the announcement on Bill C-64 and covering diabetes and contraception medication. And you could see the excitement among people when that announcement was made in my community. In fact, as Speaker, I've been working on this issue for over a decade now. During my time as a member of provincial parliament in Ontario, I was part of a Liberal government that brought something, we called it OHIP Plus, that first covered medications for young people, and then we were moving on to cover medications for seniors. It was really unfortunate that the Conservative government under Doug Ford canceled that incredible program because it allowed for care for so many Ontarians. But I'm thrilled that we are taking this important step right here at the federal level. Speaker, in 2021, Statistics Canada found that 1 in 5 adults in Canada did not have the insurance they needed to cover their medication costs. This means that over 20% of adults in Canada face out-of-pocket drug costs that create a financial burden. This can lead people to sacrifice their basic needs, such as buying groceries or heating their home, in order to afford their medications. It can also lead people to ration their medications, causing them worse health outcomes. Speaker, this is not acceptable. And I don't think that that's the kind of country any of us wants to have. Choices like whether or not to fill a prescription have serious consequences. Whether skipping meals or skipping doses, the decision to go without creates a cascade of negative impacts on a person's health and can increase the burden on our health and social safety nets. Nous pouvons faire mieux.
We can do more, and we must do more. That's why we tabled C-64 to implement the first stage of a universal pharmacare program.
To address the accessibility and affordability of medication can be seen with the various initiatives we have implemented with respect to National Pharmacare. In addition to the introduction of the Pharmacare Act, which includes a commitment to work with provinces and territories to ensure universal access to contraception and diabetes medications, we have also established a partnership with PEI to improve the affordability of prescription medications, have implemented the first ever national strategy for drugs for rare diseases, and established a Canadian drug agency. Let me start with Pharmacare Act, which outlines a way forward towards national universal pharmacare in Canada. Bill C-64 recognizes the critical importance of working with provinces and territories that are responsible for the administration of healthcare. It also outlines our intent to work with these partners to provide universal single-payer coverage for a number of contraception and diabetes medications.
This bill constitutes an important step in creating fairness, affordability in healthcare, and will reduce long-term the healthcare system costs.
Mean that 9 million Canadians of reproductive age will have better access to contraception, reducing the risk of unintended pregnancies and improving their ability to plan for the future. Speaker, we are a government that has always and will always recognize that autonomy over one's body and the ability to control your own sexual health is a matter of fundamental justice.
Contraception is key to individual autonomy. It is an essential aspect of reproductive health and contributes to help implement equality between men and women.
Been identified as the single most important barrier to accessing contraception, and the cost is unevenly borne by women, people with low incomes, and young people.
If I could interrupt the honourable member, maybe to move the microphone up on his face a little bit, because it is starting to feedback a little bit. There you go. The honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Thank you, Speaker. My apologies to the interpretation professionals. As I was saying, Speaker, cost has consistently been identified as the single most important barrier to accessing contraception. And the cost is unevenly borne by women, people with low incomes, and young people, all of whom are all more likely to work in part-time or contract positions and often lack access to private coverage. Studies have demonstrated that publicly funded, no-cost universal access to contraception can lead to public cost savings. The University of British Columbia estimates that no-cost contraception has the potential to save the BC healthcare system approximately $27 million per year. Having safe, reliable birth control represents freedom and safety. However, these costs continue to be a barrier With Bill C-64, we are taking action to remove the barrier. Le même principe de réduction des coûts d'applique.
This also applies to diabetes. Diabetes is a disease that can be treated and managed through efficacious medicines.
Canadians with diabetes have reported not following their treatment plan due to cost. Improving access to diabetes medications will help improve the health of 3.7 million Canadians living with diabetes and reduce the risk of serious life-changing health complications such as blindness or amputations. Beyond helping people with managing their diabetes and living healthier lives, if left untreated or poorly managed, diabetes can lead to high and unnecessary costs on the healthcare system due to the diabetes and its complications, including heart attack, stroke, and kidney failure. The full cost of diabetes to the healthcare system could exceed almost $40 billion by 2028. Independent of the legislation, Speaker, we have announced that we will work with provinces and territories on a diabetes devices fund. This fund will ensure that people with diabetes have access to the medical devices and supplies they need, such as syringes, test strips, glucose monitoring devices, and insulin pumps. This, combined with the framework outlined in Bill C-64 for universal single-payer coverage for first-line diabetes medications, will help ensure that no person with diabetes in Canada is forced to ration their medication or compromise their treatment. Speaker, I previously mentioned our excellent work with PEI and how this $35 million investment is focused on improving the affordable access to prescription drugs, while at the same time informing the investment of national universal pharmacare. The work accomplished by Prince Edward Island has been outstanding. Since last year, PEI has expanded access to over 100 medications to treat a variety of conditions, including heart disease, pulmonary arterial hypertension, multiple sclerosis, and cancer, and is saving millions of dollars of out-of-pocket costs for PEI residents. On a national level, we launched the first ever national strategy for drugs for rare diseases in March of 2023 with an investment of up to $1.5 billion over 3 years. Dans le cadre de l'investissement global.
As part of the global investment of millions of dollars, we are making available $1.3 billion over 3 years as part of bilateral agreements.
Help to improve access to new and emerging drugs for Canadians with rare diseases, as well as support enhanced access to existing drugs, early diagnosis, and screening for rare diseases. This will help ensure patients with rare diseases have access to treatment as early as possible for a better quality of life. Speaker, as I see, you've given me a 1 minute notice, and thank you for that. I just want to quickly also mention that in December of last year, we announced the creation of the Canadian Drug Agency, which will provide with dedicated leadership and coordination needed to help make Canada's drug system more sustainable and better prepared for the future. Speaker, this is an incredible opportunity for Canadians coast to coast to coast, working along with provinces and territories to allow for pharmacare, especially when it comes to contraception and diabetes. This is the beginning of building a more robust healthcare system that will work for all Canadians, and I am excited to support this bill and encourage all my colleagues to do the same. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask a question about incompetent Trudeau government overspending. And of course, it raises the ire of members on the other side sometimes when I talk about the Trudeau government of the 70s and 80s and the devastating cuts that resulted in the mid-90s of 32% over 2 years from 95 to 97 for spending on healthcare, social services, and education. I'm wondering if the honourable member shares the same concern about incompetent Trudeau government overspending of the 70s and 80s and also of his own Liberal government as it relates to our ability to fund important social programs in the future.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Well, thank you very much, Speaker. And I thank the member for asking the question. I would suggest to him that it will be incompetent for any government not to invest in healthcare of Canadians. I asked the member if he thinks that this is wasteful spending, then tell us that would you cut the spending? Would you not provide for pharmacare for Canadians? What else would you cut? Would he cut the Canadian Dental Care Plan that is helping now millions of seniors just starting a few days ago and has the incredible potential of improving people's life? Is he going to cut $10 a day childcare that is helping so many families? I would suggest to you, Speaker, that it will be incompetent for any government not to invest in important needs of Canadians and making their life more affordable.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am wondering if the colleague, in fact, my question is simple. Does my colleague think that the pharmacare system will work if we have the right to opt out with full compensation? What will that change? Whereas everything's been grouped already. So the argument of group purchases doesn't hold water. So the member lives not too far. He can understand the Quebec reality. So I'd like an honest response from him. Thank you. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
My colleague for a thoughtful question. And what I will suggest to him is that I think this is an incredible opportunity for us as a federal government to work closely with provinces and territories. We have much to learn from Quebec. I think as it was mentioned earlier in the debate by the member from Winnipeg Centre, on few things, Quebec has been a pioneer, has been a leader, whether it's pharmacare or childcare. We have an opportunity to work with each other, to learn from each other, and be able to replicate the models that work best for all Canadians. Our federation works best when all three orders of government, and in this case, federal and provincial governments, like that of Quebec, are working together to find solutions for all Canadians, whether they live in Quebec or elsewhere.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
And I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent speech. I'd like to ask him about Canada's placement in the world regarding subsidized or free contraception. So more than 25 countries worldwide, including the United Kingdom, New Zealand, and Australia, have offered subsidized or free contraception since as far back as 1967. And I wonder if he can respond by giving us his views on why it's so important for Canada to join other countries regarding this important legislation so that we can ensure better protections for women.
In under a minute, the Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Speaker. I want to first thank the member from Nunavut and along with the member from Grey, Bruce Owenson, for joining me on Sunday in support of Christy Lake's camp, which is a worthy organization in Ottawa in my community, and raising $20,000 to support kids from priority neighborhoods. I must say that member from Nunavut is an excellent basketball player, so it was a great afternoon. I agree with the member that we need to catch up with many countries that allows for free contraception. It is about the autonomy of women. It is making sure that women are able to make decisions about their own lives. And I think by passing Bill 64, we'll take the very important step of making sure that Canada really values women and gives them that autonomy they deserve as equal citizens.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Member for Mission, Mascouy, Fraser Canyon.
Bravo. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I begin, I'd just like to give a shout out to the Abbotsford Rugby Football Club that won the provincial championships over the weekend. The Division 1 side has faced a lot of adversity. Our fields were flooded during the big flood in Abbotsford a few years ago. This team has really built back, and a big congratulations to Coach Chambers and all members of the squad on the game-winning kick by Mr. Rowell as well. Congratulations to all the boys and their accomplishment.
Bravo, Abbotsford.
Now, turning to Bill C-64, an act respecting pharmacare. As my colleague, the honourable member from Cumberland Colchester, said in the House in April, the half-baked pharmacare plan being debated is truly about preserving this costly NDP Liberal coalition. In order to ensure that this coalition survives the next fixed election date so many members can lock in their pensions, the NDP has agreed to a pharmacare plan that covers only 2 categories of drugs while costing $1.5 billion and adding even more bureaucracy and gatekeepers to the already extremely bloated federal government. 97.2% of Canadians already qualify for some form of prescription drug coverage. It is important that we work to ensure the 1.1 million Canadians without coverage can access pharmacare, but this proposed system would leave them woefully underinsured and no better off. In the context of British Columbia, we already have coverage for contraceptives through our provincial government. So what we have in front of us today is not a universal pharmacare system as the NDP Liberal government has been campaigning on. It is a diabetes medication and contraceptive coverage system. Now, the member from Ottawa Centre just said in his speech that in 2028, diabetes alone will cost this medical system in Canada over $40 billion. Even the money put forward in this bill is only a drop in the bucket, and I wish the members of the NDP Liberal government would come clean about misleading Canadians about what they're doing, because all of us have had constituents come to our offices and say, when will the universal drug coverage kick in? I'm sorry to say, and it's not, it's a PR exercise by this government, and it's shameful. Canadians know how much a promise from this Prime Minister means, and it's not very much. This is the same Prime Minister who promised to balance the budget, or rather, that it would balance itself. This is the same Prime Minister who promised a $4.5 billion Canada mental health transfer that is yet to be delivered. This is the Prime Minister that promised British Columbians a universal daycare system at $10 a day. Good luck trying to find that in your lifetime. This is the same Prime Minister who promised that interest rates would stay low for a very, very long time, right before spending more money than any government in Canadian history and driving interest rates higher than they've been in decades. This is the same Prime Minister who has led to all of our GST payments on every purchase we make in Canada solely servicing the federal debt. Let that sink in. Every time you buy something, the taxes that you pay is only paying for the mistakes of Justin Trudeau. And I take that back.
Order, okay. The honourable member of Michigan-Mascot Fraser Canyon.
From the member, I will rescind that comment, Mr. Speaker, from the member from Papineau. The only goal of this bill, as we all know, Mr. Speaker, is to appease the NDP and avoid an election this government knows it will lose. Speaking of the NDP, they really ought to be ashamed of themselves for even agreeing to this plan. For decades, they've campaigned on a single-payer pharmacare system, and now that they finally have a sliver of power in this Parliament, they fold and accept a half-baked plan that will cost taxpayers billions while failing to provide coverage for the vast majority of medications Canadians rely on and that they promise to deliver. Shame on them. The leader of the NDP loves to say that he will win the next election and often starts phrases, "when I'm Prime Minister." If he truly believed what he was saying, why does he continue to prop up this failed government? His words, and why did he agree to this plan that fails to cover the vast majority of drugs and treatments? If you're going to do it, go all in. Take a risk. They're not willing to take a risk because it's just about covering their own butts and getting their pensions. This bill could have negative consequences.
I think we have a point of order from the honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Point of order? So I fully acknowledge that I said the leader's name, but I also know that we can't say things like saving butts and stuff. Yeah. That's my understanding. Just pointing that out. If he can take
so
that
just to sort of bring to the point, just to cut, just to be careful in the words that we're using. The honourable member for Michigan-Mascot Fraser.
Sometimes I find those members' words very violent, but I will tone.
From the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, I am on to my discerned question for the honourable member, but the point of order, it seems quite prudish from the member.
Yeah.
I thought we were hearing earlier that we should be willing to more openly talk about certain things, and the member gets called out for saying the word but. Which I've never heard called as unparliamentary before. So I wonder if there's a new standard of prudishness that the NDP is trying to set in our.
I'll say, I don't want this to descend completely into a debate. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
I mean, I think the member of parliament probably could have finished eating his taxpayer paid supper before coming in here. But I appreciate.
We're done. We're done. So that's descended completely into debate. No, I'm done on this. We're done this one. Just to get. I am standing up and I have the microphone, so I'm done on this point of order. Just a reminder to be judicious in the words that we're using. The honourable member, Mission Massacre, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Speaker, I take that comment and I take the comment from Winnipeg North to save their epidermis. There we go. This bill could have negative consequences for the 27 million Canadians who rely on private insurance. The nonprofit insurance sector has serious concerns about their future should Canada pursue a single-payer pharmacare system. Providers like Blue Cross could be wiped out entirely. As usual, this government tabled this bill without consulting a single stakeholder in the private and non-for-profit insurance industry. Killing private and non-for-profit insurance will be devastating for millions of Canadians. Across the country, private coverage is, on average, 51% more extensive than provincial public counterparts. When a new drug is approved by Health Canada, it takes an average of 226 days for private insurers, including Blue Cross, to approve its coverage. Public plans take an average of 732 days after Health Canada approval to add the drug to the list of covered treatments. Canadians with serious health conditions that require drugs and treatments that are only just going through the approvals process in Canada cannot afford to wait another 2+ years after Health Canada approves it. Today, more than 6 million Canadians are without a family doctor. A half-baked public pharmacare system will do nothing to change that and address their needs. Rather than spending another $1.5 billion setting up a system that doesn't cover the vast majority of medications, this government should be focusing on ways to support provinces in the recruitment of new doctors and nurses. That's why Conservatives have proposed a national Blue Seal program. This program would ensure that when a foreign-trained doctor or nurse arrives in Canada, they can quickly apply to have their credentials recognized and are given an answer as to whether they can practice in Canada within 60 days. Once approved, they would be able to work in any province that signs on to the federal plan. Right now, a doctor licensed in Ontario can't practice in Nova Scotia. A nurse licensed in BC can't practice in Manitoba. It's time to change this anachronistic system, Mr. Speaker. So in closing, this is not a universal pharmacare program, and it doesn't do anything to help the 1.1 million Canadians without access to pharmacare coverage, or the 6.5 million Canadians who can't even see a doctor. It is yet another expensive bloating of the federal government, adding more gatekeepers and more debt for Canadians to pay for while delivering next to nothing. I would add, in a riding like mine with a large Indigenous population, it will not be as accessible to Indigenous Canadians in rural areas either, because the amount of money is simply not enough even to do what they say they're going to do. So, after 9 years, the only drugs this government has been able to deliver are hard drugs like fentanyl, heroin, and meth that are flooding our streets and killing thousands every year. Conservatives will bring home the doctors and nurses our healthcare system so desperately need. And we'll axe the tax, we're going to build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime to lower the cost of living for all Canadians. That's what they want us focused on. I encourage all members to support the amended motion put forward by the member of Cumberland Colchester, dispose of this bill, and start working to actually address the serious problems in healthcare across Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Speaker. I think I heard the member opposite say that the people in his riding do not want this pharmacare plan. They don't want their diabetes medication covered. They don't want pharmacare for reproductive health covered. It sounded to me like he's more concerned about the insurance companies and how well they're going to make out after this legislation goes through. Is that the case?
The Honourable Member Mission Maskey Fraser Canyon.
Well, I believe Hansard will state that I didn't say that my constituents didn't want this legislation. But what my constituents do want is access to drugs in a timely way. And if we were to adopt universal drug coverage in Canada, you know what it would do? It would lower the standard and accessibility of drugs that private insurance programs, including the program that all public servants are on right now, and it would lower their ability to get the drugs they need to keep them healthy. So I don't know why the member from Hamilton is against public servants having access to the very drugs that keep them healthy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Mirabel.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since the beginning of the evening, we've been talking about a bill on pharmacare, but it's touched on abortion, who's for, who's against. Really, we've covered just about everything and nothing. And I keep asking the same question, but I can't get an answer from the Conservatives on this. Does the Conservative Party, if one day it is in power, will it be in favor of of Quebec opting out with full compensation from programs that are part of its jurisdiction? Yes or no? It's just a yes or no answer. Are they in favor? Yes or no?
Mission Maskey Fraser Canyon.
I would like to thank my colleague from the Industry Committee for his question. If a Conservative government is elected, I would like for Quebec to maintain its jurisdictions in the very same way British Columbia is doing so. The Conservative government wants an open federalism system and to respect the provincial jurisdictions of Quebec and British Columbia.
Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through you to my friend from Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon. One part of his speech I found particularly interesting, and that was this Blue Seal program. And the way I understand it, if he explained it correctly, is that it's a federal program in an area that is currently provincial jurisdiction, and doctors who obtain this Blue Seal will be able to practice their craft in any province that signs up for this federal program. It sounds an awful lot like other federal programs in areas of provincial jurisdiction, where you have a federal program with federal funding and provinces can sign up for it. I'm just wondering why the double standard when it comes to interfering in areas of provincial jurisdiction.
Mission Maskey Fraser Canyon.
I'd like to thank the member from Skeena Bulkley Valley for the question. I would disagree in respect to the Blue Seal program being a double standard. In Canada, immigration is a shared jurisdiction. And right now, many of the doctors that come to Canada through our federal point system don't have access to the professions that allow them to enter Canada in the first place. The basis behind our plan is to make sure that when we accept someone into Canada through our immigration system, we're actually doing what we said we were going to do, and that's allow them to contribute in the profession of their choice to make Canada a stronger and more vibrant nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, the member from Mission began his speech by outlining how widely covered both medical care for diabetics as well as for the pill, et cetera, was already covered. So my question, or my comment is, they're already widely covered because it covers so many voters. Would this bill not be more aptly called Pharma Vote?
The honourable member for Mission Maskey Fraser Canyon.
Pharma Vote, I agree. This bill is, I'd like to thank the member from the Ottawa Valley for her question. This bill is solely to ensure that the NDP and Liberal government can maintain their working relationship. Unfortunately, the NDP didn't stand up for what they believe in and what they promised their voters in the last general election, and that was universal pharmacare. They're selling themselves short with this legislation because they're not afraid to face the electorate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise de débat. Continuing debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Women and Gender Equality and Youth.
All right. Thank you, Speaker. I really appreciate this opportunity and all opportunities to speak in this House on behalf of the residents of Hamilton Mountain, and particularly this very important piece of legislation, which is necessary to help millions of Canadians who are struggling to pay their prescription medication. We've heard lots about access and affordability of prescription drugs in Canada. Statistics Canada data from 2021 indicates that 1 in 5 Canadians reported not having insurance to cover the cost of prescription medication in the previous 12 months. The same Statistics Canada data also found that a higher proportion of new Canadians reported not having prescription drug insurance coverage. And having no prescription insurance coverage was associated with higher out-of-pocket spending and higher non-adherence to prescriptions because of cost. This results in some Canadians having to choose between paying for these medications or for other basic necessities like food and housing. We likely all know someone who is struggling with this issue. You may know someone, or maybe you've heard stories about a person with diabetes who does not have insurance coverage through work and has to pay for their insulin, their syringes, their test strips out of pocket. Or a student who had insurance coverage up to a certain age through their parents and then lost that coverage. Or a cancer patient that does have insurance but is still not covered under their plan for the type of medication they need to treat their cancer. That's why we've introduced legislation based on the principles of accessibility, affordability, appropriateness, and universality. These principles will help guide ongoing efforts to advance the implementation of national pharmacare. We need pharmacare that helps make prescription drugs more accessible. This includes improving the consistency of access to drug coverage and needed medications across the country. We also need pharmacare that helps make prescription drugs affordable. This includes reducing financial barriers for Canadians, such as deductibles and copays. Additionally, we need pharmacare that helps ensure that prescription drugs people are taking are appropriate. This includes getting the right drug to the right patient at the right time to support their physical and mental well-being. And finally, we need pharmacare that is universal. This means we need to work to ensure that the principles of accessibility, affordability, and the appropriate use of prescription drugs are applicable to all Canadians, regardless of where they live. These pharmacare principles align with the work that is already being done on national pharmacare. This work includes our partnership with Prince Edward Island on the Improving Affordable Access to Prescription Drugs initiative, our implementation of the first ever national strategy for drugs for rare diseases, and the recent announcement on the creation of a Canadian drug agency. Going forward, these principles will be reflected in the upcoming bilateral agreements for universal coverage of contraception and diabetes medications. But let me spend a moment to explain how those principles are already being put into action. On August 11th, 2021, our Government of Canada announced it would work with the Government of PEI to improve affordable access to prescription drugs and inform the advancement of national universal pharmacare by providing $35 million over 4 years to add new drugs to its list of covered drugs and lower out-of-pocket expenses for drugs covered under existing public plans for island residents. As of December 2023, PEI has expanded access to over 100 new medications to treat a variety of conditions, including heart disease, pulmonary arterial hypertension, multiple sclerosis, psoriasis, and cancer. In addition, effective June 1st of last year, 2023, PEI reduced copays to $5 for almost 60% of medications regularly used by island residents. I'm pleased to share that through this initiative, within the first 3 months, PEI residents have saved over $2 million in out-of-pocket costs on more than 200,000 prescriptions. As of July 1st, 2023, PEI also made adjustments to the catastrophic drug program, lowering the cap on the amount of money a household needs to spend out of pocket on eligible medications. As a result, no eligible PEI household will have to spend more than 6.5% of their household income on eligible medications. Once that 6.5% cap has been reached, eligible medication costs for the remainder of the year will be paid by the program. As you can see, this collaboration is already creating more affordable access to needed medications for island residents. On a national level, we've launched the first ever national strategy for drugs for rare diseases in March 2023, with an investment of up to $1.5 billion over 3 years. Most of this investment will be going to provinces and territories through bilateral agreements to improve access to new and emerging drugs for Canadians with rare diseases, as well as support enhanced access to existing drugs, early diagnosis, and screening for rare diseases. Similarly, we're providing $33 million over 3 years to support First Nations and Inuit patients with rare diseases, and $68 million is being invested in various initiatives to support collaborative governance, data infrastructure, and research for drugs for rare diseases. Through this, the government will help increase access to and affordability of effective drugs for rare diseases to improve the health of patients across Canada. These principles will be further demonstrated and reflected in the next step of National Pharmacare outlined in this bill, which describes our intent to work with provinces and territories to provide universal, single-payer coverage for a number of contraception and diabetes medications. In addition, and separately from the bill, we will also create a fund for diabetes devices and supplies. This fund will be rolled out to support access to diabetes devices such as continuous glucose monitors, insulin pumps, syringes, and test strips. This new coverage, to be delivered by provinces and territories that enter into a bilateral agreement, provides an excellent opportunity to see the principles of affordability, accessibility, appropriateness, and universality at work. Canadians, no matter where they live or how much they earn, will be able to receive the contraception and diabetes medications they need. In turn, Canadians will be healthier. They'll be empowered to make important life decisions, and they won't have to skip doses due to the cost for these two types of essential medications. In closing, Speaker, we will continue to work on national pharmacare initiatives that include the principles of accessibility, affordability, appropriateness, and universality that are laid out in this bill because Canadians need national pharmacare that embodies these principles. We look forward to working with all parliamentarians to pass the Pharmacare Act so that these principles will continue to guide our ongoing efforts to advance the implementation of national pharmacare. Thank you, Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member, l'Honourable député de Berthier-Maskinongé.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thought you were going to recognize a Conservative member before you realized that it wasn't a Conservative. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. My colleagues and I have been repeating the same thing all day. We are in favor of pharmacare for all Canadians. We think that it's a great idea. We think that it is actually high time that Canada implement this, but as we've been repeating, it is under the province's jurisdictions. So if other provinces want a federal program, that is fantastic, but in Quebec we already have our system and it is a provincial jurisdiction. Why can't we keep our own program? Give us our fair share and we will continue to make our grouped purchases. What is wrong with that?
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague across the way. I agree. Everything we do as a federal government must be done in collaboration with the provinces and territories. We must communicate with Quebec. We must learn from Quebec. We will continue to collaborate. This is not something that we will do in a silo. We can't do that. The provinces also can't do this alone by themselves. We all have to work together. But thank you for everything you bring to this chamber.
The honourable member for Kamloops. No. Yes.
It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou, Madam Speaker. Before I begin, I ask that I be able to recognize two very wonderful young men from my riding, both who've received the Chief Scout Award, one being Sean Hodgkiss, managed to collect over 1,000 pounds of food for the food bank, and another named Jared Roberts, who volunteered with the Loop and Our Street Church. Congratulations to them. They are now in Hansard to reflect their incredible achievement. My question for my honourable colleague is this, Madam Speaker. At the end of the day, the Liberals have spoken so much about doing so many things, and yet they've executed everything so poorly. We've got deficit after deficit. We couldn't even get a passport. The dental program has been a disaster. So few dentists have signed up in the Maritimes, for instance. How can we have any confidence that this government will get this right? Thank you.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I would like to congratulate the member opposite for getting his constituents into the Hansard today. Well done. I note that one of his constituents that he mentioned is involved in a food program, and I'd like to remind him that one of the things that this government has accomplished, and hopefully everyone will support, is a national school food program, because we agree, absolutely, Speaker, that we need to make sure that children are well fed in schools so that they can learn and have good lives.
Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Yes, thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and it's a pleasure to work with my honourable colleague across the way in the Status of Women Committee. I know there's other folks here today in the Status of Women Committee. I really enjoy working with all of them, even across party lines, believe it or not. The Conservatives are talking about voting against free contraception, in this plan. It's no question that they're anti-choice. All their members have been listed as anti-choice. But they also voted against the school food program. They pushed against the national child care program. This Conservative Party doesn't seem to be supportive of equity in this country. And I'm wondering why supporting this bill is so important if they are really serious about advancing the rights of women, or maybe they just want women and gender diverse people to stay in the dark ages. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I have to tell you how much I appreciate my colleague from the NDP and her work on the Status of Women Committee. She is a true champion for women, and I have appreciated in the debate over the evening how she keeps bringing up the word abortion, because here in this country, Madam Speaker, we have to worry about the rights of women's bodies being taken away from us, our right to choose being taken away from us. We are seeing constantly legislation being proposed by the Conservatives that would restrict a woman's right to choose. I stand with the member from Winnipeg across the aisle and rights of women to choose for their own bodies. Thanks.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Bill C-64 is a classic example of the legislation this Liberal government has brought before this Parliament. Once again, they have overpromised and underdelivered. When the leader of the NDP sold his party soul and coincidentally guaranteed that he will receive a pension for his efforts, many people thought he had got too little for it. They didn't even get 30 pieces of silver as they betrayed their ideal and the Canadian people. What has this betrayal cost Canadians? Inflation continues at record levels, fueled by carbon tax. Housing costs have doubled. Healthcare has vanished. Food bank use is at record levels. The immigration system is broken. Our military suffers from neglect. Foreign governments try to influence our elections, and the Liberal response is to shrug. Canada has become a joke on the world stage. And what do the NDP receive for this blind support of the Prime Minister and his disastrous policies? A promise to look at what if it would take to establish a national pharmacare program. Not even that, really. Canadians thought that a pharmacare plan would cover their drug costs. For the majority of the country, this was not a pressing issue. According to the Conference Board of Canada, 97% of Canadians are already eligible for some form of drug coverage. Although the final report of the Advisory Council on the implementation of National Pharmacare indicated that 20% of Canadians receive what could be termed inadequate coverage. In December of last year, a Leger poll indicated that only 18% of Canadians thought the establishment of a national pharmacare program was a healthcare priority. It may come as a surprise to the Liberals and the NDP, but Canadians are worried about rising prices on everything due to larger part to the carbon tax. When you are worried about being able to feed your family, pay your rent or mortgage, and put gas in your car so you can get to work, you won't spend much time thinking about a drug plan that doesn't cover the medications you need. Canadians were hoping the Liberals could get it right. That turns out to have been a false hope. On this issue, as on many others, the Liberals are proving themselves once again to have no idea what they are doing. The Liberal idea of pharmacare is restricted to just two types of medication. If you suffer from heart disease, you are out of luck, because heart disease is the second leading cause of death in Canada, but medication for it won't be covered. The Liberal approach to pharmacare reminds me of their approach to Canadian liquid natural gas, LNG. When the Chancellor of Germany came to Canada looking to buy Canadians LNG, the Prime Minister told him there was no business case for such exports. That was a huge surprise to those companies looking to expand their markets. Not only if there's a business case for Canadians LNG, but there's a moral one as well. In the aftermath of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, countries are looking to replace Russian LNG and have turned to Canada, only to be told by the Canadian government that they don't want to sell Canadian LNG. The Prime Minister needs to learn that when you have a customer willing to buy your products, then there is indeed a business case to support it. If Germany and Japan and Greece wants to buy Canadian LNG, why we would not want to sell it to them? A previous Prime Minister asked farmers, and I quote, "Why should I sell your wheat?" End quote. This one tells buyers that there isn't a business case to sell them the product they are asking for, while at the same time offering Canadians a pharmacare program that they didn't ask for, a plan so flawed it is unlikely to work. This is the government that promised a firearms buyback program 4 years ago. So far, it has not managed to launch it. Yet, they want Canadians to believe that they have the skills necessary to design and implement a pharmacare program. Put simply, what is being offered isn't a pharmacare. It is just another Liberal election gimmick, a promise that they will campaign on in 2025, hoping the voters won't look at how many promises they have already broken. Anyone who has looked at the current state of drug coverage in Canada is concerned by this attempt to create additional bureaucracy. We already have some public drug plans. They don't seem to be as good as the private ones. Private drug insurance plans cover many more different medications than public plans do. The difference varies by province, but on an average, private coverage is 51% more extensive than its public counterpart. In Quebec, the figure is 59.6%. Then there are the delays. Once a drug is approved by Health Canada, it takes an average of 226 days for a private insurer to approve the coverage. By contrast, it takes 732 days after approval by Health Canada, or a little over 3 times as long, for a public plan to add a drug to its list of covered treatments. These figures do not paint a rosy picture of the ability of public insurance to meet the needs of Canadians. The marriage contract between the Liberals and the NDP required that this bill come before us last year. It didn't. It took the Liberals 2 years to come up with this legislation, a bill that seems to have been put together without much thought, just to meet a deadline. Given how weak this bill is, I can only imagine what the first draft looked like. Maybe it was just one line, quote, "We promise to look at establishing a pharmacare program in the hopes people will vote for us before we have to deliver," end quote. Oh wait, isn't what that 64 is? After almost 9 years of misgovernment, incompetence, and mismanagement from the Liberal NDP coalition, Canadians have lost all faith in this government's ability to discharge its responsibilities. What is the cost of this national pharmacare program? With 2 years to look into that, the government either has not thought to ask or are afraid to tell Canadians just how much more they want to raise taxes to pay for a plan that will benefit almost no one. This bill is a public relations exercise by an utterly desperate government that is disliked by more and more Canadians every day. The inability of the Liberals to deliver on their promises is well known. Already, 2 provinces have opted out of this program. There's no indication that other provinces are interested. You would have thought that in attempting to create a national program in area of provincial jurisdiction, the Liberals would have consulted with the provinces. You might have expected that they would have hearings, consultings with stakeholders to see what exists now, what needs to be improved, and the best way to do that. As far as I can tell, as they did what asked the NDP, what is the minimum that we can promise to keep your support? Can the Minister of Health tell us what impact this bill will have on the 27 million Canadians who rely on privately administered workplace plans? If he is an honest man, he cannot, because he doesn't know. And he doesn't know because there was no consultation with the insurance industries when this bill was being drafted. Maybe he felt there was no need to check the facts. A promise had been made by the NDP. The Liberals have to deliver. The needs and wishes for Canadians people weren't worthy of consideration. What isn't worthy of consideration is this sad attempt at legislation. Canadians deserve much better than that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Question and comment, the honourable member for Kingston and the Adams.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I've heard a number of Conservatives say the same thing today, and they keep saying, well, only 1 out of 5 Canadians wants this legislation. Only 1 out of 5 Canadians want pharmacare. So my question is, if 1 out of 5 Canadians isn't good enough for Conservatives,
Peace River.
I'd just like to call to attention to the House that I don't think we have quorum tonight.
You don't need it.
We're on autopilot. We don't need quorum.
Madam Chair?
Yeah.
Debate at second reading of Bill C-64 took place tonight without quorum. That means the Speaker That means, Madam Speaker, that C-64 will have been considered without the constitutional requirement of quorum. In the event that C-64 receives royal assent, I trust that
before the member goes any further with their point of order, I will remind them that on February 28, 2024, the House duly adopted an order prescribing that the chair not receive any quorum calls after 6:30 p.m. today. Back in May 2022, the Speaker had delivered a ruling as to the admissibility of the same provision from a similar motion, including the section dealing with quorum calls during extended sittings of the House. That ruling can be found in the debates of May 2nd, 2022, at pages 4,577 and 5,578. I would invite the member to read the ruling of the Speaker to find that this matter has already been settled. And it being 9:49, pursuant to order made earlier today, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of the second reading stage of the bill now before the House. La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Mr. Holland, seconded by Mr. Fraser, moved that Bill C-64, an act respecting pharmacare, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Health.
Mr. Ellis, seconded by Mr. Genereux, moved the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. The House declined to give second reading to Bill C-64, an act respecting pharmacare, since the bill does nothing to address the healthcare crisis and will instead offer Canadians an inferior pharmacare plan that covers less, costs more, and builds up a massive new bureaucracy that Canadians can't afford.
If a member participating in person wishes that the amendment, the Honourable Member for Kingston of the Island.
Request a recorded division.
Pursuant to Standing Tuesday, May 7th, 2024, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. The Honourable Deputy House Leader Zarding.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I understand that you have received proper notice from all recognized parties, and if you seek it, you'll find unanimous consent to see the clock at midnight.
I have received notice from all the recognized parties that they are in agreement with this request. Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à ce que
that anyone opposed to the motion, please say no.
D'accord.
The House has heard the motion. Anyone opposed to the motion, please say no.
Carried. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day. Ordre du jour. Resuming debate of motion number 55 to concur in the 18th report of the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights under the rubric of concurrence in committee reports.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
Thank you. I was safe by the bell, I guess. Madam Speaker, the question before us is not just whether the Iran Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps as a terrorist entity. Their actions over the past 4 decades are such that such a designation is logical. It is also long overdue. And that may be why the government so far refused to act. Having ignored past pleas from Iranian expatriates and other Canadians, the Liberals are too embarrassed to admit their mistake and to do the right thing. Following the protest in Iran since the death of Gina Mahsa Amini, conservatives are calling on this Liberal government to support the Iranian people's fight for a free and democratic Iran by listing the IRGC as a terrorist entity under the Criminal Code of Canada. They refuse. The murder of Gina Mahsa Amini was just one of the long list of violations of human rights committed by the Iranian regime. There was the torture of death of Montazar Zara Kazemi, the execution of Wastrel Navid Afkari, the imprisonment of lawyer Nasrin Sotoudeh, and the shooting down of the Ukrainian International Airlines Flight 752 that killed dozens of Canadians are examples of a regime that has no respect for its own citizens or those of other countries. The IRGC is a part of this regime and is instrumental to its continued existence. The IRGC has terrorized the people of Iran for decades and has openly declared support for other terrorist organizations such as Hezbollah and Hamas, both listed in Canada as terrorist entities. In June 2018, the government, including the Prime Minister, voted to list the IRGC as a terrorist entity. Despite the motion being approved by the House of Commons, and despite the IRGC downing Flight 752 and killing Canadians, the government has yet to list this organization as a terrorist entity. To me, this is shameful. Do they not understand that Canada needs to take a stand for what is right? This government level of hypocrisy has been so big that they don't walk their talk. They don't do what they need to do. They make promises and they break it. This is how hypocritical this government has been on this very important issue to protect Canadians and to make sure Canada stands where it's right to be. It was a little more than 4 years ago that the IRGC shut down Flight 752, killing 176 people, including 55 Canadians and 30 permanent residents. This was a mass murder of Canadians. Countries have gone to war over less than that. The families of those killed in this attack received sympathy from the Liberal government, but nothing was done to bring the perpetrators to judgment. Nothing was done to stop them from operating in Canada however they see fit. There is no doubt that Iran is a state sponsor of terrorism. There is no doubt that the IRGC is one of the prime movers of Iranian terrorist policy and action. There is no reason for Canada to sit by and do nothing. There are estimated 700 Iranian agents operating in Canada. If you ask Iranian Canadians whether they feel comfortable speaking up against the regime, they will tell you stories of harassment, not just for their extended families back in Iran, but here on the Canadian soil. 2 years ago, CSIS confirmed that they were investigating what they saw as credible death threats against Canadians coming from inside Iran. In failing to list the IRGC as a terrorist organization, the government could be seen as not caring about the safety and security of Canadian citizens faced with its foreign threat. Certainly, this government has not sunk so low as to put the protection of terrorist organizations ahead of the safety of Canadians. Has it? Finance Canada officials testified in committee that more than $100 billion is illegally laundered in Canada each year. A leading report recognizes that Canada has become known for snow washing given the prominence of money laundering here. I should not need to remind the Liberals that combating money laundering is a federal responsibility. With this lackadaisical attitude, the Prime Minister have allowed criminal organizations, including the IRGC terrorist organization, to take advantage of soft on-crime Liberal policies. Because of the Liberal refusal to list the IRGC as a terrorist entity, we have no way of knowing how much of the Iranian regime's illegal money laundering in Canada goes undetected. Finance Canada officials have admitted that the government does not know if the IRGC is fundraising for terrorist activities through the Canadian charitable sector. Simply put, the government is not doing its job. Common sense conservatives has put forward real solutions to mitigate money laundering in Canada. Conservative Bill C-289 proposed changes to the criminal code to make it easier to catch and convict criminals laundering money in Canada. That will include IRGC agents. However, the NDP Liberal coalition voted against this bill. The failure of this government to take terrorism and money laundering seriously allows for murderous entities like IRGC to operate freely in Canada. This government needs to wake up and finally list the IRGC as a terrorist organization.
Hear, hear.
To do so, bring us in line with our allies, countries such as the United States, who understand the seriousness of the situation, even if Canada government does not. Other countries understand that an organization that has involved itself in conflicts in Lebanon, Yemen, Iraq, and Syria should not be allowed to freely export violence and chaos. The IRGC is open in its support for Hamas and Hezbollah, two organizations that have been recognized as terrorist entities. It does not make sense that the organization that funds the activities of Hamas and Hezbollah should be called to account for their terrorist actions. What we are discussing here is an organization with a history of exporting violence and mayhem as it seeks to destabilize other countries in the region. Not only that, this is an organization that is used as a tool of state-sponsored torture and repression against its own citizens. We have talked about this in the House before. The will of the House is to have the IRGC listed as a terrorist organization here in Canada. Apparently, though, despite the overwhelming evidence, that is not the will of the Liberal government. I do not understand the reasons for their inaction. It isn't as if they believe that they should sponsor terrorism and terrorist organizations. If they don't believe the reports from CSIS or Finance Canada, they should say so. Canadians deserve an explanation for years of Liberal inaction. The time for empty words and hollow announcements is over. It's time for this government to take action to support the Iranian people's struggles for freedom, do the right thing, and list the IRGC as a terrorist entity in Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I think this member just gave an excellent and powerful speech about the importance of listing the IRGC as a terrorist organization. And I know, talking to communities across Canada, there is wide support for this proposal. And there are many different communities who see the negative impacts of IRGC violence. The Iranian community, the Jewish community, the Iraqi community, the Lebanese community, the Yemeni community. IRGC violence, communities in South America as well are now talking about how the Iranian regime is spreading their violence and collaborating with authoritarian regimes in South America. Now, we're going to have a vote on this motion on Wednesday. I think that motion is going to pass based on what the opposition parties have said. We'll see what the government does. But at the end of the day, what we need is executive action or the passage of my bill C-350. It's not good enough to just pass a motion. So after that motion on Wednesday is voted on, and if it passes, what should we expect the government to actually do? Because a motion like this passed before, 6 years ago, and they did absolutely nothing in 6 years. So we'll pass the motion, I hope, again on Wednesday. But we need to hold this government's feet to the fire, because what really matters is whether it actually gets done.
Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
Thank my colleague from Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan for excellent question and a lot of work on these issues and many other issues of human rights and security for Canada and for other communities, all communities in Canada. Based on the record of this government, I don't hold my breath. I can't be optimistic about what they can do because they haven't been respecting the will of the House to act on what they should be acting on. The other motion's been here over a year and they still haven't acted, actually almost 2 years. They haven't been acted on it. So not only the hope and the call for this government to act and to hear the will of Canadians through this House and what we know of the suffering and the complaints and the will of the communities in Canada over the government call to act on this issue, to list IRGC as a terrorist organization, and to make sure that they follow the talk so we don't end up with the same situation that we're in right now.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I'd like to know what the steps are and what can we expect from his government upcoming. The Honourable Member.
Well, the expectation of this government is the real expectation is to do what the governments do. So they're the one who's going to have to implement. They're the one who's going to really put forward the proper mechanism to make sure the will of the House is followed and the will of Canadians is being followed and listened to. And it's only in their hand because they are the government and they should be able to put the proper tools to make sure that things fall in place, to make sure that Canadians are protected and IRGC get listed as a terrorist organization so the rest of the work can be done.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And on the subject of violence by the regime in Tehran, I wanted to also use this opportunity to highlight the case of Toomaj Salahi. He is a rapper who has been given a death sentence in Iran because of his participation in protesting. And it's really horrific to see the number of people that have been killed who have simply wanted to raise their voice and express their ideas and their hopes for a different political future for their country. People of all ages, including many young people, in this case a rapper who's very well known, to have been killed or to face death sentences. And I want to add my voice to the many who have called for his release. It is cases like this that underline how utterly barbaric and inhuman this regime is, and how critical it is that this regime has to go. The first victims of the Iranian regime are the Iranian people, are brave young people like Toomaj who have spoken out and are now facing this kind of horrific state reprisal. So our thoughts are with him, his family, and we continue to call for his release. And I wonder if my colleague has a comment on that.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
Thank you very much again for the question. I mean, we have experience here about Montrealer Zahra Kazemi, or execution of wrestler Naveed Afkari, or the lawyer Nasreen Sotoudeh. I mean, there's so many examples of how much this regime is willing to go in order to punish the people that they say no, the people that look for freedom, the people that look for better life for their own peers inside Iran and outside. The suffering of so many, the fear of so many not even thinking or dreaming to go back to visit with their parents or their families back home, and the fear that they see the regime have agents on Canadian soil and on other international grounds that goes after those speaking of freedom from their own citizens. So the regime has no limit whatsoever to how much they want to reach and how far they want to go. And that's why right now the problem is at our doorstep. And we must, for once, protect Canadians and Canada's soul. We need to protect our own people, our own house, because that is the minimum that this government can do, and that's the minimum that we all can do.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member has spoken a lot about this tonight already. I know one of the key issues that the Iranian community in Canada has been highlighting is foreign state-backed interference. This really is the most pressing security threat to our country right now, is foreign states interfering in Canadian affairs. Of course, the Iranian regime is a major player, and there are many other players that we've been discussing over recent months and years in this House. And we've seen interference in our democracy through foreign state interference. But what is much more pernicious, I think, actually, is the threats of violence towards Canadians, especially targeted at members of diaspora communities. A few years ago, the Iranian regime was responsible for shooting down a flight, PS752, with many Canadians on it. Many in our region of Edmonton impacted by this in particular. And one young man whose wife was killed spoke out about what happened, and he faced threats here in Canada. Imagine that, someone speaking out about their wife being murdered by this regime and then facing threats here in Canada. So this underlines how critical it is that more action be taken on foreign state-backed interference to protect the Iranian community and many different communities that are facing attacks from beyond our shores.
A very brief answer from the Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
Yes, since it's been long overdue for government to act on some serious issues such as this one, I think there's enough education by CCs, by Finance Canada, by our security forces that this is very serious and it must be dealt with in the highest level of responsibility by this government. So we're waiting after the vote for the government to show us and tell us the plan, how they can do this and how they can list the IRGC as a terrorist organization and what is the mechanism to be able to free up Canadians and to protect Canadians on this soil.
It being 10:10, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings at this time and put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of the motion now before the House. La question est la suivante. Monsieur.
The question is as follows. Mr. Janis, seconded by Ms. Lantzman, moves that the 18th report of the Standing Committee be presented, be concurred in. If a member participating in person wishes, the Honourable Member.
I would like to division on this motion.
Pursuant to Standing Order 66, the recorded division stands deferred until Wednesday, May 8th, 2024, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. Order. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. En conséquence,
therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Merci, Madame la.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have the opportunity to once again put a question to the Minister of Sport. And it's very bitter, but it's indisputable. The government failed in its mission to protect athletes over the past decade. Since the revelations of presumed sexual abuse committed by the junior hockey team in London, the inaction of government authorities has been clear. Can we please check the noise that we're hearing? All of a sudden, there's some type of noise. Thank you. The Honourable Member, please go ahead. Despite the promises of the previous Minister of Sport in May 2023, that's a year ago, practically a day for day, the public independent inquiry that has been called for has not been created. And worse, with the change of the minister, we're losing hope. Now, there are some commendable intentions, but they are not enough. It is once again, people are closing ranks around this matter. And so people are not able to speak out on the abuse that they've suffered. The independent third parties have had deterrent effects in terms of disclosure of any wrongdoing against people in the world of sport. One of the roots of evil, which is dictated by funding and the pressure of marketing agencies, such as the inter-Olympic committees, are entities that interfere. They are submitted to increasing financial pressure on both coaches and athletes, and this excessive pressure compromises the physical and mental well-being of sports people, and the sports system in Canada which is carried out by volunteers, is at risk. So we need to protect athletes, whether they be current or upcoming. These numerous scandals, for example, people like Mr. Charette and others, well, these mean that we need to act. These predators have caused irreparable harm to young athletes and has tarnished the reputation of Canadian sport. The Liberals have not carried out their duty of vigilance and protection to our athletes, and so it is time to recognize the flaws in the system and to start deep-rooted reforms so that athletes are not suffering any kind of abuse. These athletes deserve this. Madam Speaker, when will a public independent inquiry be held with regard to sports abuse? And our current minister pledged in December to set up a voluntary commission. Now, that's not the best idea, but at least it would allow these issues to be debated in the public space, and athletes would be able to speak out in terms of their suffering, and they would be able to denounce this abuse. That was 6 months ago, Madam Speaker. That commission was supposed to be launched in January, and we're still waiting for it, just as we're waiting for the minister's pledge, who promised to hold a public independent inquiry. When will the government act? Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Sport. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm very pleased to have the opportunity to address the House on this very important matter. And I'd like to thank my colleague for having brought it forward and for his diligent work in this matter. Our government firmly believes that Canadians deserve a sports system that reflects and celebrates the values of fairness and inclusion. In recent years, we have made some important advancements. Credit is owed to the athlete survivors who have bravely shared their stories in the media, with House of Commons committees, with government. While they should not have had to, their advocacy has turned this into a national conversation and priority. We've heard loud and clear about the need for systemic change in sport. These are turbulent times within the Canadian sports system and around the world. Times when we trust in our sports leaders and organizations has eroded. Since June 2022, 2 parliamentary committees have examined maltreatment in the Canadian sports system. We have announced the launch of an independent and impartial Future of Sport in Canada Commission. The Commission will provide a forum to highlight the experiences of survivors, support healing, and explore ways to improve the sport system in Canada. The Commission will be forward-looking, trauma-informed, survivor-centered, and human rights-based. The Commission will be made up of 3 individuals. Leading the Commission will be an independent legal expert appointed as commissioner, and this individual will be both independent from government and from the sports system. The commissioner will be supported by 2 special advisors, one with lived experience or expertise in victims' rights, child protection, and trauma-informed processes, the other with expertise and experience in sport. The Commission will report its findings publicly and will make recommendations in 2 specific areas. First, actions that can be taken to improve safe sport in Canada, including trauma-informed approaches to support athletes in the disclosure of and healing from maltreatment in sport. Second, actions that can be taken to improve the sport system in Canada writ large, including issues related to policy, funding, structures, governance, reporting, accountability, conflicts of interest, system alignment culture, and legal considerations. Following engagement and a preliminary public report, the Commission will hold a national summit where participants can deliberate on the Commission's initial findings and recommendations in order to inform its final recommendations. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Milton. I think I got an honest answer here in the House of Commons, which is very rare. But it's not perfect, though, because this is an indispensable step towards structural change. It would allow us to propose concrete solutions and fix the flaws to ensure a safe sporting environment. This is scandalous because 2 years after the Hockey Canada scandal, the minister has not supported advocates who have come out and as she has not, there have been no subpoenas, and the documents have not been demanded either. So in that context, Madam Speaker, I would like to know, can the minister explain to us how will she be able to resolve this conflict, because she is judge and jury in this matter. So these questions remain unanswered. Thank you. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And once again, I'd like to thank my colleague for his action on this very important topic that is dear to my heart. I believe that the mechanism we have chosen is best suited for what we are trying to achieve, and we are going to have further conversations on this, and I'd like to thank him for that. I believe the mechanism we have chosen is best suited for what we are trying to achieve, and this approach provides more flexibility than a public inquiry and still signals the government's support and the importance of this issue. This approach also allows provinces and territories to participate on a flexible and asymmetrical basis, given the multi-jurisdictional nature of the sports system. The Commission will be taking a forward-looking approach, carefully designed to not re-traumatize victims and survivors. Madam Speaker, thank you for this opportunity.
Madam Speaker, as we speak tonight, Israel is launching its long-threatened ground invasion of densely populated Rafah in southern Gaza. 1.4 million civilians are braced for what the United Nations warned could lead to a bloodbath. Meanwhile, Netanyahu's government has rejected the terms of a ceasefire agreement. 132 hostages remain held by Hamas, and the UN World Food Programme says northern Gaza has entered full-blown famine. Even before tonight, over 35,000 Palestinians had already been killed in Gaza over the past 7 months, including more than 15,000 children. This is all happening 2 months since the International Court of Justice called on the State of Israel to take 6 immediate steps to prevent genocide. This government must press Israel and the Netanyahu government to follow the ICJ ruling and avoid further civilian loss of life. Now, I shouldn't have to call for this. We already did it. Back in mid-March, this Parliament passed a motion that called on the Government of Canada to take 10 actions. The terms of this motion are the will of Canadians as represented by a large majority of MPs in this House, and the Parliamentary Secretary and all but 3 of his Liberal colleagues supported this motion. We've now given this government plenty of time to demonstrate it deserved the trust of Canadians in following through on the critical terms of this motion. And while one of the actions was followed, restoring funding to the UN Relief and Works Agency, UNRWA, disappointingly, many actions seem to have been ignored, including ending arms exports to Israel and placing sanctions on extremist settlers. Another that seems to have been ignored was supporting the work of the International Court of Justice. And to support the ICJ, the Government of Canada must press the State of Israel to follow its ruling. One of the ICJ's 6 provisional measures issued in late January called for humanitarian aid to be allowed into Gaza. Yet, just over a month after the ruling, on February 29th, we learned of the Flower Massacre. 118 Palestinians killed, 760 injured after Israeli forces opened fire on civilians seeking food from aid trucks in Gaza City. At the time, I'd risen to press the Minister of Foreign Affairs for these ICJ measures to be followed. Yet it got worse. Just over a month later, Israel said it mistakenly struck a World Central Kitchen convoy, killing 7 aid workers, including dual Canada-U.S. citizen Jacob Flickinger. 2 weeks later, a Canadian humanitarian aid organization, the International Development and Relief Foundation, IDRF, had its water truck bombed. The water truck was paid for entirely by Canadian donors, and thousands have been without water as a result of the bombing. No humanitarian aid worker should be killed in a conflict zone. Yet, according to the UN, more than 200 have died since October 7th in Gaza. And ensuring humanitarian aid flows in Gaza is just one of 6 measures. As Greens, we continue to call for this government to press for all 6 measures to be followed by the State of Israel to prevent acts of genocide, for a ceasefire, as we have since October 8th, for all hostages to be released by Hamas, for a 2-way embargo on military equipment to Israel, and for sanctions on extremist settlers. This government should be doing everything possible to protect innocent civilians, including aid workers and the hostages. Yet with the ground invasion of Rafah now underway, the humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza has become all the more dire. Urgent action is needed from this government. So my question to the Parliamentary Secretary, what is his government doing in response to the invasion of Rafah, and what specifically is this government doing to call on the State of Israel to follow the ICJ ruling to prevent acts of genocide?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It goes without saying that this is an extremely difficult topic to discuss in the House of Commons. Me and the member opposite have spent some time together discussing this, and our personal views are very, very well aligned. I would actually say that we're not members opposite, particularly on this issue, but on many, many issues, we see eye to eye. And together, I know that we share an immense grief, and our hearts break for the loss of civilian life that the world has witnessed over the last over 6 months now. Those impacted are at the front of our minds, including all families and communities affected by this violence, but children in particular have been disproportionately affected by the ongoing hostilities, and that's not right. The horrific attacks by Hamas against Israeli civilians still shock us all. Hamas is a terrorist organization, and we are unequivocal in our condemnation of Hamas's terrorist attacks against Israel and the appalling loss of life and the heinous acts of violence perpetrated in those attacks. Canada condemns Hamas's unacceptable treatment of hostages and calls for the immediate and unconditional release of all remaining hostages. And Madam Speaker, what has been happening in Gaza since October 7th is absolutely catastrophic. The humanitarian situation in Gaza was already dire. The impacts of an expanded military operation in Rafah would be devastating for Palestinian civilians as well as for foreign nationals who are seeking refuge. They simply have nowhere else to go. As the Minister has said, asking them to move again is unacceptable. Madam Chair, I've been to Rafah. I've visited UNRWA schools in Palestine. I've been to Gaza, and I've done humanitarian aid work in those communities. And when I visited 8 years ago, that was the toughest part of the world that I've ever seen. I'm fortunate enough to have traveled with multiple NGOs. I've seen some of the toughest, most war-affected, poorest places in the world. But Gaza 8 years ago was the toughest place I've ever seen, I've ever witnessed. And it's way, way, way worse today. Canada has been calling for an immediate, sustainable ceasefire for months now. The violence must stop. This cannot be one-sided. Hamas must release all hostages and lay down its arms. Humanitarian aid must be urgently increased and sustained. The need for humanitarian assistance in Gaza has never been greater. Rapid, safe, and unimpeded humanitarian relief must be provided to civilians. Canada was the first G7 country to act. We led the way, and we will continue to work with partners toward ensuring the sustained access of humanitarian assistance for civilians, including food, water, medical care, fuel, shelter, and access for humanitarian workers. The member from the Green Party, my colleague from Kitchener Centre, referenced the IDRF truck that was bombed, the water truck. The CEO, the Chief Executive Officer of IDRF, lives in my riding. We speak frequently, and I want to thank Mahmoud for his ongoing hard work, advocacy, and extremely challenging efforts over his entire career. To date, Canada has announced $100 million in humanitarian assistance to address the urgent needs of vulnerable civilians in this crisis. More aid must get into Gaza. We must continue to support trusted UN agencies and humanitarian actors to provide this assistance. And when it comes to UNRWA, we understand the vital role they play in delivering aid to Palestinian civilians. UNRWA needed to undertake some reform efforts, and the Secretary General of the United Nations has taken steps to enhance oversight and accountability within UNRWA, alongside the ongoing investigation and review. Madam Speaker, I see that you're motioning for me to wrap it up. I have more to say, and I will do so after my colleague's rebuttal.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to start by agreeing with my friend from Milton. Yes, we condemn Hamas. Yes, Hamas must release all hostages. And yes, from his own personal experience, he knows better than most, having seen from his time in Gaza and knowing things have only gotten worse there in the time since. But what's also true is it's been 6 weeks now since this Parliament passed a motion calling on the government that he's a part of to take further action. It's been 3 months since the International Court of Justice called on the State of Israel to take 6 immediate steps to prevent acts of genocide. It's critical that this government call on Israel to follow through on that ICJ ruling. Can he speak to, particularly on this night, as we know the invasion of Rafah has begun, what can and will be done by this government to call for the ICJ ruling to be followed?
Well, Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. When it comes to South Africa's case at the International Court of Justice, the court has been clear on provisional measures. Israel must ensure the delivery of basic services and essential humanitarian assistance, and it must protect civilians. The court's decisions on provisional measures are binding. Madam Speaker, we'll continue to respond to the urgent needs of this crisis. Canada is clear that a sustainable ceasefire is absolutely critical to finding a path towards securing lasting peace for Israelis and Palestinians alike. With respect to UNRWA, Madam Speaker, I don't think I finished my thought earlier. Canada continues to hold UNRWA to the highest standards. Their credibility and their ability to continue its life-saving work absolutely depends on that, and they also depend on our support, which has not wavered. It was important that we took some time, as the other funding countries did, but no less funding went to that organization as a result of that. So we continue to work closely with the UN, with UNRWA, and with other donor countries to ensure that UNRWA meets its obligations and continue its advocacy.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Earlier in the session, I raised the issue of the ineffectuality of the carbon tax. Climate change is a very serious issue, and I find that the Liberal government's approach to this policy has made it very difficult for Canada to achieve any sort of gains in terms of making progress on our targets. Moreover, the carbon tax has actually made it a lot harder for people to afford living. In my riding of Calgary-Nose Hill, I feel that the government should have done things like invest in public transit, worked with our municipalities to build out LRTs, but instead we see an increased cost of living. We need to axe the tax, Madam Speaker. Why has the government not done this?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There's a common misconception about carbon pollution pricing, and quite frankly, I'm surprised to be having this conversation with this member, who's extremely reasonable, generally quite fact-based, believes in science. Look, 300 economists, top economists from Canada, have all written a letter pointed squarely at the Conservatives and their rhetoric around carbon pricing, just urging them to look at the facts. A couple of things are true. One, our price on pollution is not having a negative impact on the very real challenges with respect to affordability that Canadians are facing. inflation is the #1 cause of the challenges that Canadians are facing when it comes to paying their bills. But there's other factors as well, like corporate profits and climate change itself, which is having an outsized impact on the price of food, particularly produce and meat, in all provinces and everywhere around the world, not just in Canada. But this idea that carbon pollution pricing is the root of the affordability challenges referenced by my colleague is absolutely not founded in truth. And it's this approach that the Conservatives have taken, which is a fact-free freelance on evidence and science. They seem to be ignoring all these economists that are basically urging the Conservatives to take a different approach. They haven't, unfortunately. Even the most progressive and reasonable members of the Conservative caucus need to sing for their lunch and repeat the phrase, the over and over again repeating this slogan. Madam Speaker, slogans aren't progress. Slogans aren't policy. Slogans aren't going to solve an existential threat like climate change. But when somebody wins a Nobel Peace Prize, a Nobel Prize in economics, for a concept, and then relates that to Canada's approach to carbon pricing, and says, as William Nordhaus has, William Nordhaus won a Nobel Prize for carbon pricing, and has said recently that Canada is getting it right and demonstrating to the world exactly how carbon pricing should be done. It's because it's having a positive impact on the finances of families who are on the lower income scale. I think back to how my mom's finances would have been supported with a $1,000 check, and now it's a $1,120 check for families of 4 in Ontario. Madam Speaker, we need to rely on facts and evidence to get our emissions down in this country. Canada is one of the highest emitting countries per capita, and a lot of that's coming from the province of my colleague, which is our largest oil and gas producing province by far. Almost 40% of Canada's emissions are coming from Alberta and the oil sands there. Alberta has about 13% of Canada's population, so that's an outsized footprint that we need to address. It's unfortunate that we're here, here late into the night repeating slogans and catchphrases. But Madam Speaker, catchphrases and slogans aren't policy. They're not going to help solve an existential threat like carbon pricing or like climate change. But carbon pricing is just one of a suite of measures that is lowering our emissions. In 2015, our emissions were going up, and it's 2024 now. Our emissions are coming down markedly. And finally, we will achieve our 2026 targets. That's really remarkable. We were on the wrong path in 2015. We've turned course. We've turned around, and we've lowered our emissions in Canada. This is a team effort. It doesn't have to be a partisan thing. It's not a liberal approach to solving climate change or a conservative one. It's Canada's approach to solving for climate change and lowering our emissions. And I wish the Conservatives would come up with some solutions.
Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Well, Madam Speaker, the reality is even internationally renowned scientists like Jane Goodall have said that the carbon tax will not address greenhouse gas emissions in Canada. I mean, even the member opposite has made quotes that I think stifle innovation, like, building highways don't fight climate change. The reality is that we need to find a solution in Canada that will reduce greenhouse gas emissions while encouraging economic growth and also addresses the needs of Canadians, like driving to work, especially, and he would know this in his riding. It's a bit of a problem. So, what I think Ms. Goodall, Dr. Goodall, was saying in her remarks was that when you have a policy that isn't working and it's making life less affordable, that we need to innovate. We need to think of other ways to address the problem. So, I think that everybody agrees that the carbon tax is not working to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in Canada. What would my colleague opposite say that we should be doing instead?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
That's false, Madam Speaker. Economists from across the country, the climate change report, the Commissioner of Climate Change and the Environment for Canada, all climate action organizations, they're all urging the Conservatives to please stop it with these slogans. It's only the Conservatives. There's 0 economists in Canada that are suggesting that a price on pollution does not lower emissions. Our emissions are coming down. Our plan is working, and it is not resulting in hardship for families. Families are experiencing financial hardship right now, but pointing to pricing pollution is a false narrative. And, I note that the Conservative member didn't note that her premier in Alberta, Danielle Smith, jacked up the price of fuel by 4 cents on April 1st, while her whole caucus and the Conservatives in Alberta were screaming and yelling about a 3% or a 3-cent increase. So it's just...
We are done. The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.